The story begins in the depths of memory, bound by the weight of a history long forgotten. A question echoes through the ages, asking if the truth of our origins is still remembered. These are the records of an era lost to time, preserved within the pages of ancient legend. It is a tale from a distant past, of a world that existed long before our own. The chronicle begins with a human king, who discovered a threshold that should have remained hidden. This gateway bridged the gap between worlds, and the moment it was breached, the peace of the realm was shattered. Terror spread like wildfire as people fled for their lives, their spirits broken by the sudden, inexplicable onslaught. From the darkness beyond the door, a tide of nightmares began to pour into the light. These were entities of pure malice, monstrous forms that defied all reason and mercy. The horrifying truth was finally laid bare, revealing that the world beyond was no mere myth. This was the demonic realm, a place where every nightmare is a living, breathing reality. As the creatures endlessly rushed through the open door, the peace that once defined the world was violently shattered, leaving everything in shambles. Countless lives were extinguished in the chaos, and the very earth was stained a deep, haunting red, until a moment of desperate hope finally emerged. Driven by the suffering of his people, a human king turned his gaze toward the heavens and sincerely begged for divine intervention. With his hands clasped in fervent prayer, he pleaded for the power to drive back the encroaching darkness and save what remained of his kingdom. In response to his desperate cry, the heavens seemed to answer. As a brilliant, blinding light descended from the sky, piercing through the gloom of the demonic invasion. The malevolent creatures were instantly consumed, vanishing into wisps of black smoke. But the miracle didn't end there, as mysterious marks began to manifest upon the skin of the survivors. These glowing sigils were more than just symbols, they were conduits for a power never before seen in the mortal realm. Those chosen by the light found themselves imbued with extraordinary abilities, becoming the first line of defense against the shadows. Hailed as saviors by the masses, these individuals were elevated to a status of reverence and awe, earning the title of mages, and so began a new era in the history of the world. As the dust of conflict settled, peace returned to the world, just like that, settling over the sprawling cities like a long-awaited dawn. Yet, far from the celebrating crowds, a lone child stands in the heart of a crumbling hall, surrounded by the silent, skeletal remains of those who didn't survive the transition. The silence is broken by a sudden, sharp sound, as a heavy boot clicks against the stone, signaling that the boy is no longer alone in this graveyard. A lingering question begins to take root, wondering if the entity that granted the king's desperate wish was truly the benevolent force the legends claim. From a high, shadowed ledge, a silent observer draped in white looks down, his presence as cold and imposing as the stone beneath his feet. His gaze is sharp and skeptical, betraying a deep-seated doubt as he mutters a single, disbelieving word to the empty air. He stares down at the small figure below, who seems like a mere speck within the vast, light-streaked emptiness of the crumbling chamber. Sensing the weight of that stare, the boy finally looks up, his eyes reflecting the pale light as he searches for the source of the intrusion. A single, haunting thought echoes in his mind, questioning the very nature of the divine intervention that supposedly saved their world. The memory begins to blur, swallowed by a thick, swirling mist that obscures the truth of what happened in those ruins, leaving only the night sky to bear witness, where two moons hang suspended in the dark, watching over the beginning of a new and uncertain era. As night settles over the jagged peaks of the mountain range, a quiet stillness grips the forest below, broken only by the faint, ethereal notes of music drifting on the wind. Following the sound to its source, a grand estate emerges from the gloom, its towering pillars bathed in a warm, inviting glow as carriages arrive in a steady procession. Stepping inside the opulent hall, the air is thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the rhythmic hum of polite conversation among the gathered nobility. Amidst the sea of finery, Saren lets out a sharp huff of indignation, her eyes scanning the room with clear disappointment as she realizes the crowd isn't what she expected. Her companion quickly leans in to whisper a warning, urging the noblewoman to lower her voice before her scathing remarks about the despicable guests are overheard by the wrong ears. Gripping the railing with frustration, she remains fixated on the specific promise that lured her here, her mind dwelling on the one person she truly wished to see. As the socialites continue their shallow chatter, the lady feels completely fooled, realizing that the chance of an encounter with such a legendary figure is slipping away. While the guests gossip about the dangers of the Lupin Forest, the grim reality of the creature advisory takes shape in their minds. A vision of a wagon train being torn apart by a shadowy, multi-eyed horror in the pouring rain. Ignoring the talk of monsters, Saren is consumed by a singular longing, her heart heavy with the desperate wish that she could have finally met the man known as the Black Mage. Standing at the center of the grand stage, Saren takes a deep breath, her eyes fluttering shut as she prepares to share her gift with the gathered nobility. A hush falls over the opulent hall, the audience leaning in with bated breath as the legendary performer finally takes her place. Whispers of her supposedly heavenly voice ripple through the crowd, the anticipation reaching a fever pitch just as a strange, discordant vibration begins to hum through the air. The sound sharpens into a jarring crack, forcing her eyes wide as a sudden, inexplicable chill washes over the stage. The vibrant light of the ballroom seems to fracture, the faces of the guests below twisting into masks of pure, unadulterated horror. Confusion clouds her mind, as she hasn't even uttered a single note, yet the room is already descending into a nightmare she cannot comprehend. Massive, distorted silhouettes begin to bleed from the very architecture of the hall, looming over the stage like predatory gods. Panic erupts in an instant, the once refined guests trampling over one another in a desperate, clawing attempt to escape the encroaching darkness. Sensing a presence far more malevolent than the chaos below, the young noblewoman slowly turns her gaze upward, only to find a colossal, red-eyed monstrosity towering over her, its very existence a scream of primal terror that tears a cry of agony from her throat. The world dissolves into a blur of shattering glass and desperate shouts to flee, as the reality of the situation finally sets in, leaving her trapped in the center of a cataclysm, wondering just what is happening to her world right now. As the massive, clawed hand descends toward the stage, the air itself seems to fracture under the weight of the monstrous shadow. A desperate cry for Saren's safety rings out, drowned by the chaotic roar of the ballroom's collapse, leaving her paralyzed, her eyes wide with the realization of her own mortality. But just as the strike is about to land, a blinding surge of blue energy shatters the darkness. Standing firm between the lady and the beast, the black mage appears like a silent sentinel of the night. The force of his intervention sends a shockwave through the hall, forcing the creature to recoil as its dark form begins to dissipate. A piercing shriek of agony erupts from the monster, its many eyes flickering with a mixture of rage and newfound fear. The lady can only watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the power of the man who has suddenly become her shield. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps into the air, his silhouette framed by a vortex of swirling mana as he prepares to end the threat. The downward strike connects with bone-shattering force, burying the creature's head into the floor as the ballroom floor groans under the pressure. Rude's expression remains cold and detached, his focus unwavering even as the dust and debris settle around him. As the immediate danger passes, a heavy, expectant silence falls over the ruined gala. As the monsters swarm the windows, their claws scrape against the glass in a frantic attempt to breach the sanctuary. Suddenly, a violent surge of dark power erupts, blasting outward with enough force to rattle the very foundations of the ballroom. Tearing through the air, the shimmering energy vaporizes the creatures before they can even let out a final cry. The deafening roar of the impact echoes through the hall, followed by a sharp, terrified scream that cuts through the sudden silence. Amidst the settling dust, the young noblewoman remains frozen, a streak of crimson marring her pale cheek as she stares into the void. A figure sprints across the checkered floor, his voice cracking with desperation as he calls out to ensure she is unharmed. Her attendant reaches her first, hands trembling as she checks for injuries, her voice frantic with a mix of relief and terror. But the lady's gaze is fixed elsewhere, her mind racing to process the impossible sight of the one who stood between her and death. The remnants of the threat smolder on the ground, a grim testament to a power that belongs to the shadows of the underworld. High above, silhouetted against the twin moons, the legendary figure stands in silent vigil, his presence commanding the very air around him. His expression is unreadable, a cold intensity burning in his eyes as he surveys the aftermath of his intervention. Urging her to move, the attendant tries to pull her away, but the lady can only stare at the man who changed everything. The name Black Mage hangs in the air like a curse, sending a wave of frantic whispers through the grand hall. As the guests realize the legendary figure from Ophion is actually among them, the shock ripples through the crowd, turning their fear into a desperate curiosity. A heavy silence follows his footsteps, his silhouette framed sharply against the moonlit window as he enters the room. Standing amidst the ruins of the ballroom, he remains a distant, imposing shadow to the two women watching from the wreckage. He moves with a quiet, predatory grace toward the trembling noblewoman, his sudden proximity causing her to gasp in surprise. His voice is low and steady as he inquires about her well-being, breaking the tension with a simple question of whether she is hurt. His pale features remain unreadable, his eyes fixed on her with a focus that is both unnerving and strangely comforting. The intensity of his gaze leaves her breathless, her heart hammering against her ribs as she waits for his next words. He has a single request to make, his expression softening just enough to show he means no harm. She is more than willing to grant it, her eyes wide with anticipation as she offers her full cooperation to her savior. The moment of high drama shifts slightly, as he begins searching through his dark coat, looking for something tucked away in his pockets. Finally finding what he was looking for, he pulls a pen and a scrap of paper from the depths of his dark coat, the sudden movement drawing the wary eyes of the survivors. With a calm demeanor that belies the chaos surrounding them, the young mage steps forward and presents the items to the bewildered lady, asking quite simply for her autograph. Caught completely off guard by the triviality of the request, she can only stammer in confusion, her eyes darting between the paper and the man who just saved them, only for him to clarify that he needs her name written there as well. Under a pale, expansive sky, the grand spires of the academy rise with an air of ancient authority, overlooking the sprawling grounds where the day's events are about to unfold. Within the courtyard, a sudden ripple of excitement and disbelief spreads through the crowd as whispers of a black mage's presence begin to circulate among the stunned onlookers. Deep within the shadows of a heavy hood, a quiet, persistent thought lingers, reflecting a mind that is constantly weighing the burdens of its own reputation. As he strides forward, the crowd parts like a receding tide, their eyes glued to the dark, enigmatic figure who seems to carry the weight of a successful mission in every step. A flicker of genuine distaste colors his thoughts, the overwhelming press of the crowd serving as a sharp reminder of why he prefers the solitude of the shadows over the public eye. Adjusting his dark attire, he remains a silent enigma, his presence alone enough to command the space around him without uttering a single word. The silence is abruptly shattered, as a voice rings out in surprise, questioning the wisdom of such a conspicuous entrance through the main thoroughfare. Clutching a stack of papers, the young woman known as Rin stands frozen for a moment, her eyes wide with the shock of seeing him in such a public setting. She quickly pieces the situation together, attributing his unusual behavior to the influence of their master before shifting her focus to the official business of his mission report. He listens as she sighs, clutching a thick stack of reports to her chest. A weary laugh escapes her as she confirms the completion of the task, though her tone suggests the contents are anything but pleasant. Shrugging off the weight of his own efforts, the young mage wonders aloud what other choice a man in his position truly has. His gaze shifts, narrowing slightly as he questions the nature of the documents she's so carefully guarding. Caught off guard by his curiosity, she flinches, a bead of sweat rolling down her temple as she realizes he's noticed the extra sheets tucked away. Quickly dismissing his concern, she insists they are merely unimportant documents. Her words are rushed, driven by a sudden urge to reach the master's office and end this conversation. Stepping into the grand hallway, she offers a casual invitation for a meal later, hoping the change of subject will distract him from her suspicious behavior. But as she retreats, gravity betrays her. A single sheet of paper slips from the stack, fluttering through the air like a falling leaf while she remains blissfully unaware. Calling out to stop her, the young man stoops to retrieve the lost page. He holds it up, intending to return it, but his eyes catch a glimpse of the ink on the page. His gaze sharpens, his electric blue iris pulsing with a sudden, intense focus as the realization of what he's holding begins to sink in. With a soft rustle, the paper is turned over, revealing the hidden truth that she was so desperate to keep from his sight. Staring back at him is a flamboyant poster, boldly advertising the services of the Black Mage. It's a recruitment flyer for his own alter ego, complete with a dramatic illustration and a rose, leaving him utterly speechless. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as she spins around in a total panic. Her face is a mask of pure horror as she realizes the secret is out, her voice cracking as she shrieks his alias in desperation. Clutching her head in shame, the assistant groans, wondering if the master was the one behind this embarrassing publicity stunt. It was supposed to be a secret, but now, the damage is done. She makes it clear that she was never on board with this plan, her expression a mix of disapproval and resignation as she reflects on the chaos unfolding. As Rin stands amidst the scattered evidence of her superior's eccentricity, the hallway is littered with the very posters she tried so hard to keep hidden. Meanwhile, in the quiet of a nearby office, the sound of a slow, deliberate sip breaks the silence. The man responsible for the chaos enjoys a peaceful cup of tea, staring out the window with a contemplative hum, seemingly unbothered by the world outside. Unaware that his solitude is about to be abruptly shattered, a dark silhouette looms in the doorway, radiating a palpable sense of fury. The door flies open as a dark figure storms in, launching a crumpled sheet of paper directly at his face, catching him completely off guard in the middle of his peaceful moment. Underneath the heavy hood, Rude seethes in a tense, heavy silence, his eyes hidden in shadow as he waits for an explanation that may never come. While the target of his ire simply smiles, greeting him as if he'd been expecting company all along, he holds the offending document with a casual grace that only fuels the tension. He has the nerve to ask if the journey was troublesome, feigning concern while the young mage stands before him, trembling with suppressed rage. Completely ignoring the blatant evidence of his own meddling being shoved back at him, he looks at the poster as if seeing it for the first time, his innocence a thin, irritating veil. With a flick of his wrist and a mocking laugh, the evidence vanishes into thin air, leaving no trace of the recruitment drive that has caused so much grief. Leaving the boy standing there in absolute, speechless disbelief, his mouth agape as he realizes that his protest has been effortlessly swept aside. Everywhere he turns, the noise follows him, a constant, irritating reminder of the unwanted fame he's been thrust into. He can't help but see that the fact that he was forced into this disguise, only for unauthorized posters to start appearing everywhere without his consent. While the master simply leans back with a playful smirk, finding the entire situation far too amusing. He dismisses the frustration with a wave of his hand, teasing that the so-called great star of Ophion is nothing more than a shy boy overwhelmed by his own popularity. The mockery is the final straw, prompting a gloved hand to slam violently onto the wooden desk. The sharp crack of the impact echoes through the office, a physical manifestation of the young mage's boiling temper. Startling the man behind the desk, who flinches back with a look of exaggerated surprise. Despite the outburst, the playful glint in his eyes suggests he isn't nearly as intimidated as he pretends to be. His attention quickly shifts to the paper in his hand, his expression softening into one of genuine realization. Against all expectations, the impossible task has been completed. The coveted autograph of Lady Saren is finally in his possession. Beneath the shadow of his hood, the young mage's gaze remains cold and unwavering. He makes it perfectly clear that this is the absolute end of his cooperation with such trivial and demeaning errands. The master merely sighs, lamenting the weight of his responsibilities while already preparing to list off a new set of equally mundane tasks that require attention. Before he can even finish the list of chores, a sharp command cuts through the air, demanding an immediate end to the nonsense. The patience that was already thin has finally snapped entirely. Examining the signature once more, the master marvels at the accomplishment, noting that the singer is famous for her icy demeanor toward anyone she considers a stranger. How he managed to bridge that gap remains a mystery. His tone shifts, becoming uncharacteristically pensive, as he recalls the reports of her recent state. She didn't seem like her usual self, appearing deeply shaken by what he can only describe as a sudden and unexpected attack. The news leaves Rude in a state of confusion, struggling to reconcile the idea of violence occurring in a place like Ravi. It's supposed to be a sanctuary, a safe zone where bandits and monsters shouldn't even be a possibility. Correcting the record with a sharp gaze, he clarifies that the attackers weren't human at all, but creatures. Recalling the encounter, he describes them as medium-sized and not particularly powerful, yet their presence in the protected zone of Ravi is an impossibility that defies logic. The master considers this, leaning back as he acknowledges the sheer strangeness of the situation. While an investigation is paramount, the director is still stunned that the young mage managed to secure the autograph amidst such chaos, even as the boy grumbles about the absurdity of the mission. Standing in the center of the quiet office, the conversation shifts toward the immediate present. A pointed question breaks the air, asking how much longer he intends to maintain his current appearance. Addressing him directly, the master calls out to Rude, prompting the reveal of his true self. A flicker of annoyance crosses his features, as he laments how these bizarre assignments are draining the very magic he has left. The master's light laughter echoes, unfazed by the dark, swirling mana that begins to pool around the young man's feet. The transformation takes hold, the atmosphere thickening as his true identity begins to surface. His eyes ignite with a piercing blue glow, cutting through the shadows as the legendary mage prepares to emerge. With a surge of magical intent, the transformation is complete, reaffirming the presence of the one known as Blow. With the command to release his awakening, dark mana erupts in a violent swirl, coalescing into a form that leaves his mentor momentarily stunned. Looking up from the cluttered desk, the man can't help but notice the change, remarking on how much taller the boy seems to have grown in such a short span of time. The young mage doesn't share the sentiment, his expression remaining cold and piercing as the dark energy continues to flicker around him, before shifting into a look of comical frustration as he flatly denies the observation with an annoyed huff. Slamming the hard-won autograph onto the desk with a sharp crack, he demands a mission worthy of his skills, his patience clearly wearing thin. But the room falls into a heavy silence, and the playful smile on the older man's face slowly fades away. Replaced by a look of genuine concern, he begins to explain the grim reality of the situation. Ever since the events of that day, the eyes of both civilians and powerful mages have been fixed upon his every move. Leaning forward with a heavy sigh, he reveals that even the association's Shikmuin is now determined to find him. The warning hangs in the air, underscoring the danger of the spotlight he now finds himself in. Continuing their conversation in the cluttered office, the director sighs as he looks over the work, his voice tinged with a mix of professional admiration and genuine worry for what Rude has created. Leaning forward with a sudden spark of greed, he asks if there are any more of these treasures to be had, only to be met with a sharp, dismissive command to stop the nonsense. The young mage stands his ground, his expression hardening as he demands to know if the director is actually going to hand over the mission or continue wasting time. Yielding to the boy's intensity, the older man finally settles back, his tone shifting as he prepares to reveal the true scale of the task at hand. He begins to describe a major event, an exclusive auction house that opens its doors only 3 times a year to deal in the world's most elusive rarities. It is a place of immense grandeur, where the architecture itself speaks of the power and wealth concentrated within its walls during these rare gatherings. At the center of the upcoming event, a brilliant yellow gemstone pulses with an inner light, radiating a level of mana that is almost palpable. This is no ordinary catalyst, but a named magic stone, a relic of such significance that its appearance alone is enough to shake the foundations of the magical community. Rude stares in disbelief, realizing that they are talking about a highest-tier magic stone, an object of power he never expected to be tasked with securing. However, the director warns that the secret is out, and that other powerful mages have already caught wind of the stone's existence, turning the auction into a potential battlefield. He looks directly at the young mage, asking if the gravity of the mission has finally sunk in, his eyes searching for any sign of hesitation. Clasping his hands over the desk, he concludes with a faint, knowing smile that this particular assignment might just prove to be interesting enough for someone of his talents. As the dust of the previous conversation settles, the atmosphere shifts into a quiet, heavy solitude. Surrounded by mountains of administrative burdens, the master stands alone, his attention fixed on a single piece of parchment that outweighs all others. Turning the ornate paper over in his hands, he studies the elegant script, the gravity of its contents etched into his furrowed brow. A cold sweat breaks across his skin as he realizes this is a truth he simply cannot share. The mere sight of it would likely send the boy into a blind, uncontrollable rage. The document is unmistakable, an official notice of admission for Rude Chrissy, confirming his place within the prestigious and dangerous halls of the academy. His fingers tremble slightly against the gold trim, the name of the institution gleaming with a promise of both power and unwanted scrutiny. Helios Magic School, a name that carries enough weight to shatter the fragile peace they've managed to maintain. Standing amidst the soft glow of the gala, Rin speaks with a quiet but unwavering certainty about her own path, her eyes reflecting a resolve that goes beyond the simple festivities of the evening. Nearby, the atmosphere shifts as a title is whispered, addressing the hooded figure as the Black Mage, a name that carries a heavy reputation and a shadow of mystery. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple, his gaze sharpening as he processes the weight of the role he must play in the coming events. Rin looks toward him with a hint of concern, calling out his name softly, though the young mage seems lost in his own thoughts, perhaps already anticipating the mission ahead. The scene transitions to a quiet office where the master holds a document, explaining that someone with a deep grudge against a specific individual has requested their services. He speaks of revenge, targeting a despicable mage who has utterly ruined the life of the client, leaving them with nothing but a thirst for justice. The master describes it as a fitting and rightful retribution, his voice cold as he recounts the suffering caused by the target's actions. Leaning over his desk, he continues the briefing, noting that the target is a typical villain who exploits the weak and has skillfully evaded the law until now. However, he offers a stern warning, emphasizing that this particular mage is no easy target, his reputation for danger preceding him. Handing over the final file, the master reveals the identity of the target, Dan Marcel, a Tier 3 mage whose past is as dark as the mission itself. Continuing the briefing, he clarifies that the objective isn't to take a life, as scoundrels like their target don't deserve such a quick end, pointing out that the high-profile nature of the auction will draw a massive crowd, making it the perfect stage for a different kind of operation. In such a public setting, the young mage is told he simply needs to find the man and hold on to him, a command that leaves him visibly confused. His mind races through dark possibilities, wondering if he's expected to break limbs or apply torture, only to be met with a request that is far more absurd. The director remains perfectly still, his composure unwavering as he prepares to double down on the bizarre instruction. Reiterating the task with clinical indifference, he confirms that stripping the target is the primary goal, prompting a frantic refusal from his subordinate. Losing his patience, the boy grabs the older man's lapels, demanding to know why he's being asked to perform such a ridiculous and humiliating act. While the youth fumes with indignation, the director calmly urges him to listen, explaining that this specific form of revenge is exactly what the client requested. He reveals a crucial piece of intelligence, mentioning a rumor that the target was once a member of Kodal, a notorious criminal organization that supposedly vanished long ago. According to tradition, members of this group were branded on their legs with a permanent crest using a specialized poison, a mark that can never be removed. The strategy becomes clear as he explains that revealing such a brand in front of the influential auction crowd would be a devastating blow to the man's social standing. With a faint, knowing smile, the director posits that this would be a truly satisfying revenge, leaving the young mage silent as the weight of the plan sinks in. Questioning the very foundation of the plan, he remains skeptical of the rumors, wondering if the entire mission rests on a falsehood that could lead to a disastrous public failure. Throwing himself into a fit of dramatic protest, the boy finds the idea of such a public display utterly mortifying, insisting that he simply cannot go through with something so embarrassing. Returning to the present moment, the weight of the task ahead settles over Rude as he pulls his hood low, masking his identity before stepping into the heart of the auction house. As his companion offers a final word of encouragement, he tries to convince himself that things will work out, even as the uncertainty of the mission continues to gnaw at him. Inside the grand hall, the air is thick with the sounds of laughter and the clinking of glasses, as the elite gather beneath the watchful gaze of marble statues. While elsewhere in the bustling venue, a young girl's eyes widen with pure, unadulterated joy at the sheer scale of the gathering, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Ignoring the stern reminders of her attendant, she barely listens as he insists that their presence is strictly professional, reminding her that they are not there for mere amusement. Settling into her seat with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she clarifies that they are merely there to observe the unfolding drama, certain that the night will be full of surprises. Looking out over the balcony, the princess feels the mounting tension in the air, sensing that many interesting things are about to happen. Until a sudden shout rings out across the room, calling for Tessie and drawing eyes toward the grand entrance where a new figure has appeared. Causing her to look up with a radiant smile, she greets the newcomer as the evening's true events begin to take shape. As the grand event begins, Teshiana has drifted off into a quiet slumber, her eyes closed as the bustling atmosphere of the auction house fades into the background. Noticing her sudden lapse, a soft comment follows while a hand steadies a silver goblet, acknowledging that she has finally succumbed to exhaustion. Nearby, Lapis stands at attention, his sharp gaze momentarily broken by a sudden realization as his name is called out. Quickly regaining his composure, he is reminded to pull himself together and observe the proceedings with absolute focus. The grand hall fills with an unprecedented gathering, as mages from all over have converged, promising a spectacle that few will ever forget. The air thickens with anticipation, mirrored in the tight, white-knuckled grip of a hand against the velvet arm of a chair. Acknowledging the gravity of the moment, the young man offers a brief affirmation, his eyes narrowing as he refocuses on the stage. Away from the opulence of the auction, leaves drift lazily through the air, marking a shift to a much more somber setting. Shik breaks the silence, his voice low and steady as he addresses his companion with a sharp call for attention. He issues a stern reminder of their objective, emphasizing that they are there to protect their target, not to destroy it, despite any personal inclinations. The beast man turns to leave, leaving the seated figure in a state of quiet friction as the two prepare for the coming conflict. His silence is heavy, a dark cloud hanging over him as a voice calls out, demanding his attention. Broken only by a sharp retort from his companion that clearly hits a nerve, sparking an immediate and indignant defense of his age. The reminder of their objective is stern, a cold reiteration that their sole purpose here is protection, regardless of any personal friction. While a single leaf clings to a barren branch, a fragile thing in a place of such high stakes, the man's gaze remains distant and calculating. Until it finally loses its grip, drifting slowly toward the cold ground below as the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. It is crushed instantly underfoot, obliterated by a sudden surge of restless energy that signals the end of their waiting. As a predatory smile spreads across the man's face, his eyes narrow with anticipation, sensing a shift in the air that others have yet to notice. Something is approaching, a presence that demands immediate attention and promises to disrupt the orderly proceedings. And from their vantage point high above the crowd, the two observers watch the spectacle unfold, their hidden agenda contrasting with the public display below. The air itself seems to shimmer, distorted by a dangerous, swirling heat that hints at the magical power gathering in the hall. While down in the grand hall, the auctioneer's voice rings out, finalizing the sale of a precious artifact to a young noblewoman amidst polite applause. With a flourish, he prepares to unveil the next item, his gaze sweeping across the expectant audience as the tension continues to mount. As the grand event reaches its peak, the auctioneer's voice booms through the hall, announcing the arrival of the evening's true centerpiece, while two observers watch silently from the shadows of a high balcony. He speaks of a treasure beyond compare, describing a legendary magic stone imbued with the ancient power of a mighty sorcerer, drawing every eye in the room toward the stage. The name, Shazan's Heart, hangs in the air, a title that commands respect and fear, guarded by armored sentries who stand ready to defend the artifact at any cost. With a dramatic flourish, the orator sweeps away the silk covering, revealing a radiant red gem that pulses with a light so intense it seems to breathe. A collective gasp ripples through the audience, their faces illuminated by the crimson glow as they marvel at the sheer magnitude of the power contained within the small stone. Seizing the moment, the auctioneer pushes his pitch to a fever pitch, reminding the wealthy patrons that this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to claim such a relic. Away from the spectacle, Rin leans toward her companion, her voice a low whisper as she asks if he has managed to locate their target amidst the crowd. The boy remains still, his gaze distant as he admits that his vision is clouded, the overwhelming presence of the artifact making it difficult to focus. He explains the situation, noting how the energies of everyone in the room are swirling together in a chaotic mess, or perhaps their mark simply failed to appear. Refusing to ignore the reality of their predicament, she decides that she must also prepare for the worst, her expression hardening as the weight of the mission settles on her shoulders. Beside her, Rude pulls back his cloak, his eyes sharpening with intent as he readies himself to step out of the shadows and into the fray. As the command to awaken resonates through the air, he feels the surge of power as dark energy begins to coil around him, solidifying the identity he must now assume, the one known as Blow. Watching the swirling shadows from the edge of the balcony, Rin finds the process endlessly fascinating, a spectacle that never loses its intrigue no matter how many times she witnesses the transition. She muses on the sheer rarity of mages capable of such physical shifts, her gaze fixed on the shifting silhouette as she wonders at the magic that allows a mere child to shed his form so completely. The shadows finally recede to reveal a striking young man, a formidable figure with piercing blue eyes that signal the completion of his metamorphosis. As the confrontation escalates, the soldiers declare their claim with a shout of triumph, their blades drawn as they close in on the group. Watching from the shadows, Ren and Rude remain unnoticed, their eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos as they wonder who these newcomers could be. In the heart of the courtyard, the guards bark orders at Shik, demanding he drop his weapon and release the young girl he holds so tightly. Unfazed by their threats, he offers a chilling retort, suggesting that it is the soldiers themselves who should be reconsidering their position. With a sudden, violent surge, the mercenary unleashes a wave of raw mana that ripples through the air like a physical weight. The force of the impact sends the armored men flying backward, their cries of shock drowned out by the roar of the magical discharge. Clutching their heads in agony, the guards struggle to remain conscious as the overwhelming pressure of the mana crushes their resolve. As the chaos intensifies, the attacker moves with blinding speed, seizing one of the soldiers before they can even register the threat. The entire hall is thrown into disarray, the man standing tall amidst the wreckage of the formation he just dismantled. Collapsing under the strain, the remaining guards fall to the floor, their armor clattering against the stone as they succumb to the magical weight. Just as the dust begins to settle, shimmering golden rings manifest in the air, pulsing with a strange and ancient energy. As the whispers circulate through the crowded hall, the mages can't help but discuss the sudden shift in the air, noting how the motivation to capture the target has all but vanished among the ranks. Their conversation turns toward the association's most volatile asset, wondering if the outcome would have been any different had he faced the infamous Black Mage sooner. Disbelief colors their voices, as they question what kind of madman would actually dare to provoke Shikmuin in such a public display of power. A sudden realization strikes the onlookers, leaving them stunned as the reality of the situation begins to set in. High above the ground, the provocateur stands atop a frozen pillar of mana, a glowing orb of light held casually in his hand as he stares down at the chaos below. A dark, knowing smile spreads across his face, his confidence bordering on madness as he prepares to escalate the confrontation. With eyes glowing with a predatory intensity, he scoffs at the idea of fear, taunting his opponent to stop hiding and face him directly. From below, Dan Marcel screams for him to cease these reckless stunts, but the young mage merely dismisses the veteran, telling him he's only getting in the way of the real fun. The air suddenly fractures, as a violent surge of blue energy cuts through the atmosphere, interrupting the taunts with lethal precision. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the provocateur finds himself face to face with the very shadow he had been seeking, the Black Mage appearing like a ghost in the midst of the storm. The resulting impact shatters the surrounding space, sending ripples of distorted mana through the air as the two powers collide with devastating force. As the dust begins to settle, the very structure of the arena seems to have been rewritten by the sheer intensity of their magical exchange. As the frozen monument looms over the arena, he stands atop the icy crown, surveying the chaos below with an air of detached superiority. But the atmosphere suddenly shifts, and a look of genuine confusion flickers across his face as the mana begins to churn violently beneath his feet. A blinding radiance erupts, swallowing the entire scene in a wash of pure, white energy that threatens to erase everything in its path. The force of the impact is staggering, ripping through the air with a deafening roar as the shockwave expands outward. Ice and stone are pulverized instantly, shattering into a million fragments as the core of the explosion reaches its peak. The great statue's head cracks and falls, reduced to rubble as the dust begins to settle over the devastated landscape. Through the haze of the settling debris, a silhouette begins to take shape, standing unmoved amidst the wreckage. An elegant figure steps forward, her presence commanding and calm, a sharp contrast to the violent destruction that preceded her arrival. With a fluid motion, she draws her blade, the steel catching the light as she prepares to address the stunned onlookers. The beastfolk mage can only stare in disbelief, his voice cracking as he demands to know who has dared to interrupt his battle. Ignoring his outburst, she simply states her purpose, declaring that she has come to participate in the auction, fair and square. Holding up a single silver coin, she offers her payment with a faint, knowing smile, leaving the entire arena in a stunned silence. A violent surge of crimson energy erupts from the center of the courtyard, spiraling upward with a force that threatens to tear the very air apart. Followed by a deafening roar of destruction, the shockwave levels everything in its path, sending debris flying into the hazy sky. As the dust begins to settle over the ruins, the observers can only stand in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the epicenter of the blast. Surveying the wreckage of the once grand courtyard, the true extent of the power unleashed becomes chillingly clear. A sharp, metallic ring cuts through the silence, signaling that the confrontation is far from over. Emerging from the thick plumes of smoke, a lone silhouette stands defiant, a sword gripped firmly in hand. The figure remains shrouded in a lingering haze, her presence radiating a cold, focused intent that chills the air. Shikmuin stares through the gloom, his voice carrying a weight of recognition, as he calls out the name of the princess, Teshiana. Deep within the swirling vortex of mana, a single eye snaps open, glowing with a brilliant, otherworldly light. A silent command echoes through her consciousness, urging her to finally awaken her true potential. In an explosion of azure light, the transformation completes, revealing the girl in a state of ethereal power, her hair streaming like starlight in the wind. The mercenary remains unimpressed by the display, questioning with a scoff if she truly believes this change will be enough to alter the outcome. With the glowing magic stone finally secured in his grasp, Shikmuin's voice drips with a lethal arrogance as he makes his intentions clear. declaring that anyone who dares to covet the artifact will find only death at his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of purple mana, sending lethal projectiles raining down on the startled group below. The air screams as the energy tears through the space, a blur of violet light signaling the end for those caught in its path. Impact follows instantly, the force of the mana shattering the ground and kicking up a thick veil of dust and debris. But through the chaos, a dark silhouette emerges to meet the strike, as rude Krish interjects with a calm, chilling skepticism. The sudden counterpressure catches the aggressor off guard, his eyes widening in genuine shock as his momentum is violently halted. A pained grunt escapes him as the force of the collision pushes him back, the sheer weight of the opposing mana straining his very limits. A blade bites into the earth between them, marking a definitive line in the sand that cannot be crossed. Standing amidst the swirling shadows, the young mage remains unmoved by the display of divine wrath. With eyes glowing and intense, ethereal blue, Rude delivers his final verdict, making it clear that victory is far from certain. The darkness around him begins to coalesce, swallowing the light as the true depth of his power begins to manifest. As the tension reaches a breaking point, Shikmuen's gaze hardens, his eyes burning with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Watching the atmosphere warp, he stands amidst the rising dust, witnessing the sudden shift in the magical current. At the center of the storm, the young mage's eyes ignite with a brilliant, piercing blue light. Surging outward in violent waves, the azure mana erupts, dwarfing everything else in the courtyard. The sheer force of the release tears through the air, a chaotic vortex of energy that leaves no room for resistance. Unable to withstand the crushing weight, Ren is forced to the ground, his own mana flickering weakly against the overwhelming tide. Whispers of terror ripple through the crowd as they recognize the dark, oppressive nature of the energy filling the sky. Even the seasoned mercenary is left speechless, his instincts screaming at him to flee from the presence of such a monster. The realization finally dawns on them all, that the figure standing before them is none other than the feared Black Mage. Standing firm amidst the swirling debris, he remains unmoved, his presence anchoring the chaotic energy around him. Desperate to maintain control, the red-haired warrior clings to the magic stone, claiming it as his own despite the obvious power gap. With a cold, dismissive glance, the mage clarifies that the artifact is of no interest to him, his true objective lying elsewhere. The atmosphere fractures under the weight of a sudden, violent impact, sending shockwaves through the chamber as a blinding light erupts from the center of the room, forcing a realization to dawn upon the man standing opposite him, whose eyes widen in a mix of terror and recognition as the true scale of this power becomes clear. A chilling brilliance flares within his eyes, the iris glowing with an otherworldly intensity that suggests he is no longer holding anything back. Erupting into a cyclonic storm of raw, unbridled mana, the swirling energy consuming the air and distorting the very fabric of the surroundings. The spectators are frozen, their breath caught in their throats as the reality of the situation sinks in, watching as he stands calmly at the heart of the devastation. Interrupted only by the sudden, sharp descent of a blade into the fray, the weapon piercing the floor with a resonant clang that echoes through the silence. He remains focused, the weight of his power manifesting as a physical pressure, his expression unreadable and cold as he prepares for the next move. Shifting his weight as he prepares to bridge the gap between them, he blurs into motion, leaving only a trail of light in his wake. His focus narrows to a single point, the intensity of his gaze locking onto his target with predatory precision. And with a sudden surge of speed, he makes his move, his hand snapping forward to seize the moment with violent, decisive force. A dark amusement flickers across his face as he speaks, offering a casual greeting that carries a heavy, mocking weight. The sheer intensity of his aura leaving no room for doubt, as the world trembles in the wake of the Black Mage's absolute authority. Leaning in with a predatory grace, he locks his gaze onto his opponent's startled eyes as a single, mocking name hangs in the air, calling out to the one he knows as Blackie. Without warning, a hand clamps down with bruising force, crimson mana flaring at the point of contact as the world seems to narrow down to this single, aggressive gesture. Leaning in with a chilling familiarity, a mocking greeting escapes him, his presence heavy with the promise of impending chaos. The energy begins to swirl and churn, a violent tempest of red light that threatens to consume everything in its immediate wake. Fixing his gaze with predatory intensity, the mercenary known as Blackie makes it clear that he has no intention of letting his prey escape. Recognition hits like a physical blow, the name Shikmuen escaping in a breath of pure disbelief as the gravity of the situation finally sinks in. Then, the tension snaps into a blinding detonation, a pillar of raw power erupting upward and tearing through the very fabric of the street. Debris and shattered stone are hurled into the sky, the sheer force of the blast leaving nothing but destruction in its expanding radius. Cries of terror erupt from the surrounding crowd, civilians and guards alike thrown backward as the shockwave washes over them. As the initial roar fades into a heavy silence, a thick shroud of dust and smoke begins to settle over the ruined plaza. Amidst the settling haze, a lone figure remains, their head bowed in a mixture of shock and simmering resentment. A fist slams into the cracked earth with a dull thud, the realization that their weapon was taken in the chaos fueling a cold, sharp anger. Looking up with eyes that burn with a new purpose, a silent vow is made that the next encounter will not end so easily. As the dust begins to settle over the fractured earth, the blue-haired figure remains rooted in the center of the devastation, their silent fury radiating through the cooling air. Amidst the lingering heat of the explosion, the true culprit of the chaos begins to emerge from the haze, clutching a prize that doesn't belong to him. Gazing down at the stolen magic stone, the man with the goatee can hardly contain his triumph, his eyes gleaming with the promise of forbidden power. He breaks into a sudden sprint, declaring the artifact his own as he weaves through the ruins with practiced agility. Shouts erupt from the pursuing guards, desperate to reclaim the stone before the thief can vanish into the labyrinthine city. A sneer twists his features as he halts, turning to face the approaching nobodies with a flare of violet mana that crackles with lethal intent. With a violent sweep of his arm, he unleashes a wave of destructive energy that tears through the air toward his pursuers, sending the soldiers flying backward, their cries of pain drowned out by the thunderous impact of the magic as it shatters the ground beneath them. He lands gracefully amidst the chaos, his momentum unchecked by the brief skirmish as he prepares to make his final escape. Looking back with utter disdain, he scoffs at the weakness of those who dared to challenge him, convinced that no one left can match his strength. But his arrogance is short-lived, as a shadow looms directly behind him, a presence far more formidable than the guards he just brushed aside. A familiar voice cuts through the air, mocking the thief's assumption that only the weak remain to guard this place, as Rude makes his move. Standing his ground against the mounting pressure, he meets the volatile mage's gaze with a cold, unwavering focus. Shikmuan lets out a sharp, expectant breath, the air between them crackling with unspoken threats. Unfazed by the intimidation, Rude issues a demand of his own, his voice steady as he challenges the other to reveal the full extent of his power once more. As the tension peaks, a dark memory surfaces, recalling a sight so profound and terrifying that it seems to swallow the very light of the room. The silhouette of that day remains etched in his mind, a lingering shadow that sent a primal shiver down his spine, marking the moment his understanding of fear truly began. The memory is shattered by a sudden eruption of force, as a blinding crimson light tears through the hall, signaling the end of all restraint. Amidst the swirling debris and shattered stone, the two mages collide in midair, their conflicting energies grinding against one another with violent intensity. With a look of pure, unadulterated malice, the crimson-haired mage makes his intent clear, his voice dripping with the promise of a lethal conclusion. The threat is punctuated by another shockwave, a thunderous impact that sends cracks spider-webbing through the very foundations of the building. Below the chaos, the structure begins to fail, sending massive blocks of masonry plummeting toward the terrified onlookers who scramble for safety amidst the dust. Panic takes hold as the ceiling groans, the desperate cries of the trapped echoing through the crumbling corridors as the weight of the battle brings the world down upon them. Ignoring the collateral damage, a fist reinforced by raw, destructive mana punches through the falling debris, aimed directly at its target's heart. Surrendering to his primal instincts, the beast within the mage lunges forward, his form blurring into a lethal arc of energy as he closes the distance for the final strike. As the dust settles from the initial blast, he continues his reckless assault, seemingly indifferent to the structural integrity of the hall. Watching the carnage unfold, Rude can only marvel at the sheer audacity of the man's destructive impulses. With his beast-like instincts flaring, the mercenary acknowledges the absolute mess the auction has become, his focus narrowing despite the surrounding chaos. Calculating his next move, he realizes that retrieving the magic stone is the only way to justify this level of devastation to his superiors. Elsewhere in the crumbling facility, a wavy-haired mage finds himself caught in the crossfire, his confusion mounting as the situation spirals out of control. Staring at the unfolding madness, he can't help but wonder what on earth the others are thinking, his eyes glowing with a faint purple hue. Demands for the stone echo through the hall, but the mage insists that now is hardly the time for such questions, even as the pressure from the surrounding guards intensifies. Suddenly, a violent impact throws him off balance, cutting short his protest as a surge of energy erupts nearby, scattering the combatants. Amidst the ringing in his ears, a voice cuts through the din with a startling and bizarre accusation regarding the stone's whereabouts. Pointing frantically, the man with the goatee bellows that the artifact is hidden within someone's pants, a claim so absurd it momentarily halts the fighting. The wavy-haired mage can only stare in disbelief, recoiling at the sheer nonsense of the statement, while the guards around him seem equally stunned by the revelation. As the claim sinks in, a heavy silence falls over the witnesses, their expressions a mixture of shock and profound confusion at the turn the battle has taken. Desperation claws at her voice as she screams for the others to look up, wondering if they are even aware of the shadow looming over them. Her only thought is escape, a frantic hope to slip away before the inevitable descent. But the warning comes too late, as a violent streak of dark energy tears through the air with a deafening crack. The impact is absolute, crushing her into the stone floor, leaving her gasping in the dust as a silent silhouette stands victorious over the wreckage. Stepping into the light, The legendary black mage commands the room, his voice cold and steady as he orders everyone to step back. The mere mention of his title sends a ripple of shock through the gathered mages. He offers a grim ultimatum, suggesting that if they value their lives more than the magic stone, they should leave immediately. The onlookers hesitate, caught between greed and the overwhelming pressure of his presence. His gaze shifts to the surrounding chamber, sensing a deeper instability within the very foundations of the area. As magical seals flare beneath his feet, he realizes the entire structure is on the verge of a total collapse. Standing amidst the swirling haze, Rude offers a chilling observation about the nature of perception, his voice steady even as his opponent erupts in a confused, defensive snarl. A sharp intensity flares within his gaze, the brilliant blue of his eyes shimmering with a power that suggests he sees far more than he lets on. The cloaked figure recoils, noting the distinct mage's attire and demanding to know if there is an affiliation with the mysterious Kotal. Forced onto the defensive, the mage collapses against the debris, eyes wide with a sudden, sharp realization of the danger at hand. Desperation begins to seep into the mage's voice, taunting him about the massive bounty on his head and the sheer foolishness of returning to operate within Radin. Unmoved by the threats, the young man simply decides to verify the truth for himself, his calm resolve far more terrifying than any outburst. As he closes the distance, the mage panics, shielding a hidden treasure as if the mere sight of it would seal their fate. In a final, frantic bid for survival, the figure offers up a glowing magic stone, hoping the artifact's value will be enough to buy a moment of mercy. Observing the shimmering gem, he confirms that the item is indeed real, though his interest seems purely clinical rather than greedy. But before the exchange can even begin, a violent surge of dark energy tears through the air, striking with the speed and ferocity of a predator. The impact is catastrophic, erupting in a bloom of crimson and shadow that consumes the cowering figure in an instant. Watching the dust settle, the young man remains unfazed, his thoughts already turning to the unexpected turn of events and the lack of interest he supposedly held. With a heavy thud, the heel of a boot grinds into the dirt, pinning the defeated man's head firmly against the cracked earth. Looking down with utter disdain, Shikmuen scoffs at the idea of even calling this a fight, his voice dripping with boredom as he seeks validation for his contempt. While the ground smolders beneath him, the red-haired man's gaze remains fixed and predatory, his golden eyes burning with an unquenchable thirst for a real challenge. Across from him, Rude watches with a wary intensity, his blue eyes scanning for an opening or a way to de-escalate the rising tension. Attempting to find a middle ground, he suggests they talk first, but the words are cut short as a sudden shockwave forces him to leap back into the air. Frustrated by the hesitation, the beastfolk growls that trying to reason with his counterpart is like talking to a brick wall. With a violent snap of his leg, he lunges forward, his foot descending like a hammer toward the reaching hand of his target. Closing the distance in an instant, he pursues the retreating mage with relentless speed, refusing to let the gap between them widen for even a second. Desperate to halt the madness, the youth reaches out, a plea for a moment of sanity escaping his lips as the world begins to blur around him. Then, the atmosphere shatters, erupting in a violent, crimson explosion that consumes everything in its path with raw, unbridled power. Emerging from the swirling debris, the red-haired warrior stands tall, his cape fluttering in the heat of the blast he just unleashed. Fixing his gaze on his companion, Shikmuen makes his intentions clear, demanding that they stop wasting time on weaklings and play with him instead. Standing amidst a swirling vortex of crimson and shadow, Shikmuen draws in a staggering amount of mana, his eyes burning with a lethal intensity as the air itself begins to fracture under the pressure. With a deafening roar of released energy, the gathered power detonates in a blinding shockwave, tearing through the landscape and reducing the surrounding structures to mere dust. Watching the devastation unfold from the periphery, Rude can hardly believe the sheer scale of the destruction, his mind racing to comprehend the monster he's truly facing. As the smoke begins to clear and debris rains down, the silence that follows the blast is heavy, filled only with the sound of crumbling stone and the lingering hum of spent magic. Refusing to stay on the sidelines, he launches himself into the air, his silhouette cutting through the haze as he closes the distance toward the center of the chaos. In a split second of mutual recognition, their eyes lock, one pair glowing with a cold blue light, the other burning with a feral red, as a sudden realization of an outside presence hits them both. A blinding flash of white light streaks across the sky, moving with such incredible velocity that it seems to tear the very atmosphere apart. Before the two combatants can even react, a newcomer intercepts the beastfolk mid-flight, the sheer force of the collision sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The impact forces them both back to the shattered earth, where the teenager lands in a defensive crouch, his eyes fixed on the unexpected figure who has just seized control of the situation. Staring down at his trembling hands, he feels the mana he had painstakingly gathered simply vanish, leaving him vulnerable and confused as the magical energy in the area is suppressed. A sharp voice cuts through the settling dust, calling out the name of the aggressive mage with a tone that demands immediate obedience. Gripping the beastfolk by the collar, the red-haired noble stares him down with a mixture of annoyance and authority, his presence alone enough to halt the rampage of the man he calls a punk. Watching the scene with a sharp, calculating gaze, he remains remarkably composed despite the volatile energy swirling through the air. Suddenly, the ground beneath the courtyard begins to pulse, as vibrant purple light erupts in the form of complex geometric patterns. The mana thickens, manifesting into intricate circles, catching the nearby onlookers completely off guard as the stone itself seems to hum with power. Confusion quickly turns to dread, as more of these mysterious seals appear, illuminating the panicked faces of those trapped within the courtyard. From high above, the scale of the phenomenon is undeniable, with the entire plaza becoming a canvas for this massive, coordinated summoning. The realization that these are high-level magic circles hits like a physical blow, signaling that something far more dangerous than a simple spell is about to occur. Violent sparks of energy begin to arc from the center of the glyphs, tearing through the air as the summoning reaches its critical threshold. Then, from the depths of the glowing circle, a pair of malevolent, glowing eyes peer out, heralding the arrival of a monster. With a guttural roar that vibrates through the stone, the creature forces its way into reality, its jagged, rocky form emerging from the ground. The massive entity fully manifests, a towering nightmare of eyes and teeth, sending the terrified students scrambling for their lives as it looms over the courtyard. The sheer pressure of its presence is overwhelming, leaving the young noble paralyzed with fear as his companions cry out in desperation. Struggling to process the impossible sight, they can only stare in disbelief at the magic circle, wondering how such a horror could have been unleashed within their walls. A blinding flash of energy erupts as he channels his power toward the center of the courtyard, the air crackling with the sheer intensity of the discharge. Raising his hand to command the storm, the veteran mercenary stands firm amidst the swirling pink light, his focus absolute as he prepares to strike. The impact is instantaneous, sending the creature reeling backward as the magical surge tears through its defenses with a violent, wet thud. Watching with a cold, calculating gaze, he waits for the dust to settle, his eyes searching for any sign of movement within the wreckage. But confusion quickly replaces his resolve, as he stares at his empty palm, wondering where the target could have possibly been displaced so suddenly. His golden eyes darting across the courtyard, he realizes that someone else has intervened, shifting the momentum of the battle in an instant. Nearby, an urgent voice cuts through the chaos, as a woman frantically prepares a teleportation scroll, calling out to her companion to prepare for an immediate exit. Though Rude hesitates for a brief moment, she insists they leave this madness behind, her hand already glowing with the activation of the ancient magic. The magic takes hold of their forms, a sudden surge of light enveloping them as the world around them begins to blur and distort. And with a sharp crack of displaced air, they vanish from the academy grounds, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and the echoes of the battle behind. As the dust begins to settle in the courtyard, the air remains thick with hostility, the two mages locked in a lethal stalemate that threatens to boil over at any second. Breaking the silence, the noblewoman cries out in disbelief, her voice trembling as she questions the insanity of their continued fighting amidst such chaos. Desperate to de-escalate, she pleads with the younger mage to restrain his companion, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and frustration. However, his attention is elsewhere, drawn to the strange behavior of the surrounding energy. The mana isn't dissipating as it should, lingering in the air like a heavy shroud. Fixing his gaze on his rival, he calls out to Shikmuan, his expression shifting from combat readiness to a grim, analytical focus. The realization is mutual, as they both sense the unnatural stillness of the magical flow, confirming that the very fabric of the environment has been altered. A flicker of doubt crosses the elder mage's face, his aggressive posture softening slightly as he processes the implications of this sudden atmospheric shift. Glancing toward the monstrous shadows in the distance, he admits that the creatures are acting erratically, their presence signaling a disturbance that far outweighs their petty squabble. With a sharp exhale, he concludes that continuing their duel would be a foolish waste of time, given the looming, unknown threat that has begun to manifest. But before another word can be exchanged, a blinding flare of energy erupts between them, the ground beneath their feet beginning to tremble with violent intensity. A thunderous impact shatters the courtyard, sending a pillar of debris and raw power skyward as something massive strikes the earth with the force of a falling star. Left reeling from the shockwave, the noblewoman can only stare in horror, her knuckles white as she grips her scroll, witnessing the arrival of a power that defies all logic. The heavy atmosphere is suddenly shattered as a violent pillar of light erupts from the center of the courtyard, the sheer force of the mana surge sending debris flying into the air. Shielding his eyes from the brilliance, the mercenary can only watch in grim silence while his companion stands frozen, his wide eyes reflecting the terrifying scale of the anomaly unfolding before them. Amidst the settling dust, the red-haired woman stands frozen, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and growing dread as she surveys the aftermath. While in the air, residual mana flickers and dances, a silent testament to the violent clash that just occurred. Locking eyes with his opponent, Shikmuan looms over the younger mage, his presence heavy with an unspoken challenge. Caught in the intensity of that gaze, the youth can only offer a sharp, silent reaction as the weight of the beast folk's power settles over him. A cold smirk begins to form, the older man's confidence bordering on absolute arrogance as he prepares to speak. Dismissing the struggle with a scoff, he remarks that a man who is too persistent simply isn't attractive, his body glowing with a menacing golden light. Breaking the tension with a frantic warning, the woman points out that the tower's mages will arrive any moment, and being caught in this chaos would be disastrous. Observing the beast folk's unnatural durability, the youth realizes with a start that the man stopped the impact using nothing but his own physical form. With eyes flaring a dangerous crimson, the warrior issues a low, guttural command for the boy to step aside immediately. His voice drops to a lethal whisper, promising that there will be no forgiveness if another attempt is made to interfere. Questioning the man's sanity, the youth is suddenly pulled back to reality by the woman's desperate cry of his name, Blow. Urging them both to move, she agrees that they must vanish quickly before the reinforcements from the tower descend upon them. While he remains wary of the approaching tower mages, Shikmuan offers only a cold, haughty dismissal, his voice dripping with contempt as he labels everyone else as nothing more than small-minded beings. Whispers of a certain eccentric family continue to circulate, their reputation for instability preceding them in every conversation. Pondering the weight of those words, she finds herself questioning the true nature of such a powerful and unpredictable lineage. Within the quiet confines of the office, the consensus is that they must endure the current friction and avoid further trouble, even if the situation feels inherently unfair. It is a necessary compromise, partly to shield their interests and partly to give their operative a much-needed reprieve from the mounting pressure. Scanning the documents with a critical eye, the official notes the suspicious timing of the Magic Stone's announcement at the public auction, followed by an inexplicable mana blackout. The report details a horrific mass summoning, where grotesque, multi-eyed entities emerged from the void, defying any standard classification. These are not incidents that can be easily dismissed, as the sheer scale of the chaos suggests a far deeper and more dangerous conspiracy at play. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she acknowledges that both the association and the tower will soon be thrown into a state of total uproar. A heavy silence falls as the word failed stares back from the parchment, a blunt and undeniable testament to the mission's disastrous outcome. Tossing the half-hearted report aside in frustration, the official looks around the now emptying room, his thoughts turning to the one person missing from the aftermath. Where did Rude go? Searching through the archives, he finds absolutely no mention of the recent summoning, a gap in the records that feels far too deliberate. Flipping through the heavy volumes, the young man realizes that ordinary references are simply insufficient for an anomaly of this scale. His concentration is broken as a young boy arrives at the table, carefully balancing a tray with the drink he had ordered earlier. With a bright, freckled smile, Ben greets him warmly, his youthful energy a sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the research. Noticing the mountain of literature, the boy wonders aloud why a student would be so buried in books lately, his curiosity piqued by the sheer volume of work. Peering at the complex diagrams, he finds the arcane scripts and geometric patterns utterly dizzying, unable to comprehend how anyone could make sense of them. Admitting his admiration, the child remarks on how intelligent his customer must be, though the praise is met with a humble, almost dismissive response. Despite the crowd filling the room, the boy insists he isn't too busy to chat, even as the surrounding tables begin to buzz with a very specific kind of gossip. The air grows heavy with intrigue as the researcher overhears the patrons discussing the legendary power of the Black Mage, a name that clearly strikes a chord. Listening intently, he catches the awe in their voices as they debate the sheer scale of the magic that was unleashed. The stories paint a vivid picture of a dark figure standing triumphant over those who tried to steal his strength, a legend growing more formidable with every retelling. Listening to the local gossip, he can't help but feel a jolt of surprise at how his own deeds are being retold, the stories of the Black Mage growing more legendary with every breath. The young waiter's eyes shine with genuine admiration as he speaks of the mysterious figure as if he were a hero straight out of a storybook, completely unaware of who is sitting right in front of him. The boy's pride extends beyond just his heroes, shifting the focus to his own family as a bright smile spreads across his face. It seems the legend of the Black Mage has inspired more than just tavern talk, fueling the dreams of those closest to him, including a sister who aspires to reach those same heights. The mention of a prestigious name causes a flicker of recognition as the conversation turns toward the elite halls of Helios, the renowned magic school. It isn't just any institution, but a place where the exceptional are forged, a name that carries weight even in the most remote corners of the kingdom. The sheer scale of the academy's reputation is daunting, a bastion of magical prowess known throughout the land for its exclusivity and the caliber of its students. Yet, behind the prestige lies the sting of separation, a bittersweet reality for a brother left behind while his sibling pursues a path of greatness. Acceptance settles over the young boy, who understands that some sacrifices are necessary for a brighter future, even if it leaves him feeling a bit lonely. Watching the child's resilience, the traveler offers a silent, knowing smile, perhaps seeing a bit of his own complicated journey reflected in the boy's earnestness. The peaceful moment is abruptly shattered by a booming call from the kitchen, pulling Ben back to the reality of his chores, and ending their brief respite. With a final, hurried encouragement, he scurries away, leaving Rude to the quiet weight of his research and the lingering echoes of the boy's admiration. As the conversation winds down, he offers a simple affirmation, the weight of his hidden identity lingering in the air. Leaving him alone at the table, the young waiter heads back to his duties, weaving through the crowded tavern floor. Settling into the quiet moment, he lowers his gaze to the papers in front of him, his expression unreadable. The tavern hums with life around him, a sea of strangers oblivious to the powerful figures sitting in their midst. Fragments of gossip drift over from nearby tables, debating whether Shikmuin truly won or if the mysterious black mage was the real savior. The stories grow more outlandish with every telling, some even whispering that the mage is actually a woman, or that a man named Cloak is the sole mastermind. Listening to the cacophony of misinformation, the young researcher feels a surge of irritation at how easily the truth is twisted. It seems the world is content to pin everything on one person, ignoring his own involvement and, more importantly, the total silence regarding the creatures that appeared. Scanning the official report, he notes the details of the auction house explosion, wondering if the tower itself had a hand in the disaster. The presence of those monsters is the true anomaly, as no creature should have been able to manifest within a city shielded by the tower's legendary barrier. A chilling possibility begins to take root, narrowing his focus as he considers the unthinkable. He wonders if the barrier has finally failed, only to quickly dismiss the thought, though the seed of doubt has already been planted. A harsh voice cuts through the air, demanding to know who dared to interfere as orders are barked to seal off the entrance. Standing his ground against the group, the boy remains silent, his gaze fixed forward as the men loom over him with clear intent. Showing no sign of fear, he looks away with an air of quiet indifference, as if the threat before him is merely a nuisance. The leader of the group sneers, mocking the youth's perceived ignorance of how the world truly operates. Internalizing the situation, he decides that causing a scene isn't worth the trouble, his mind already searching for an exit. With a final thought to simply leave, he ignores the man's shouting, prepared to make his move. In a sudden burst of motion, his foot pushes off the stone with a sharp crack, launching him into the air. The thugs are left gaping in shock, completely blindsided as the boy blurs past them, defying their attempt to contain him. Soaring through the open sky, the world below becomes a distant rush of wind and light. Plummeting toward the street, he descends from the high balcony, the ground rushing up to meet him with dizzying speed. As a carriage rattles along the cobblestones, a mysterious figure watches from beneath a heavy hood, hidden within the shadows. Landing gracefully, the youth finds himself face to face with Shikmuin, whose golden eyes lock onto him with intense curiosity. The descent ends in a jarring flash of motion, as he hits the ground with enough force to rattle the very air. Inside the plush confines of the carriage, the sudden jolt catches the noblewoman off guard, her composure momentarily shattered by the violent interruption. Recovering quickly, her sharp, teal eyes narrow as she scans the street, searching for the source of the disturbance with cold, calculating curiosity. As the journey begins, a noblewoman sits in the quiet luxury of her carriage, her expression unreadable as she stares into the middle distance. Her sharp gaze remains fixed, suggesting a mind heavy with calculation and the weight of her station. Outside, the escort maintains a vigilant watch, with Rude keeping a steady pace among the other guards as they navigate the estate grounds. One of the riders glances back, ensuring the perimeter remains secure while the rhythmic thud of hooves echoes against the stone. High above the ground, the young boy balances precariously atop the moving vehicle, seemingly unfazed by the height or the motion. The wheels rumble steadily, carrying the group past the imposing architecture of the manor. It is a grand display of status, a small army moving in perfect synchronization to protect their charge. Ben offers a cheerful smile, his lighthearted nature providing a stark contrast to the grim determination of the guards. He laughs to himself, marveling at how remarkably sturdy the carriage feels beneath his feet despite the uneven path. The procession continues its steady pace, moving toward the horizon as the morning sun casts long shadows across the road. With a sharp thud, the small figure hits the ground, the impact echoing through the quiet street as the boy makes his move. And Ben immediately bolts toward the nearby buildings, leaving the confused guards and the heavy carriage behind in his wake. Watching the escape with wide, golden eyes, the silver-haired mage registers the intrusion with a flicker of genuine surprise. Confusion ripples through the escort, the guards struggling to process the sudden disruption to their orderly procession. Before anyone can react, Shikmuin is already in motion, blurring past the horses like a ghost as he pursues the source of the disturbance. A sharp metallic ring cuts through the air, signaling the drawing of a blade with lethal intent. The cold steel comes to rest against Rude's throat, a silent command to halt that leaves no room for negotiation. Staring down the length of the sword, the boy can't help but acknowledge the sheer, terrifying speed of his opponent. Shikmuin's voice is low and dangerous, demanding to know if the intruder understands exactly whose carriage he has just disturbed. Maintaining a calm demeanor despite the threat, the young mage admits his ignorance of the carriage's occupant, but his tone remains steady. Then, in a move that catches the silver-haired man completely off guard, the boy bows deeply, offering a sincere and humble apology for the intrusion. He continues his explanation with quiet dignity, acknowledging that regardless of the circumstances, his actions were inexcusable given the importance of the carriage's passenger. Bowing his head in a display of profound regret, Rude Krish offers a sincere apology for the commotion he caused, promising to be far more cautious in the future. Clasping his hands together with an expression of wide-eyed innocence, the boy pleads for forgiveness just this once, his voice soft and pleading. Caught off guard by the child's respectful demeanor, Shiknyuan relents with a simple, curt agreement, lowering his guard just enough for the tension to break. Seizing the opportunity to escape, the child offers a quick word of thanks before bolting down the alleyway, his small form quickly disappearing into the distance. As the silence returns to the narrow passage, the mage stands motionless, his gaze fixed on the spot where the boy was just standing. A hand suddenly rests upon his shoulder, belonging to a noblewoman who approaches with a playful, knowing smile. Teasing him for his aggressive display, she questions why he felt the need to point a blade at such a polite and well-mannered child. Looking up toward the high rooftops, she marvels at how perfectly the boy landed after falling from such a staggering height. His golden eyes narrowing with renewed intensity, Shiknyuan mutters that there is absolutely nothing normal about that child, regardless of how he presents himself. Dismissing his concerns with a wave of her hand, the woman reminds him that he was just as formidable at that age, having defeated mid-tier creatures all on his own. Seeing a spark of potential in the fleeing boy, she suggests that Shiknyuan should consider taking the talented youngster under his wing as a disciple. Remaining silent as a dark shadow crosses his face, the mage continues to stare into the distance, his suspicion only deepening as he contemplates the true nature of the boy. With reports surfacing regarding the internal state of Helios, the young heir stares blankly into the distance, his eyes clouded by a weight far too heavy for his years. A full month has passed since he entered those walls, yet the silence from within remains deafening as the children sit before their enigmatic host. Deep within the shadows of the academy, a word begins to circulate that no one would dare utter to a noble's face: abomination. Shiknyuan remains the only one privy to the boy's true status, watching from the periphery as the weight of his heritage becomes a cage. The isolation is a slow, agonizing process, leaving a pitiful child to wither in the loneliness that has defined his existence since infancy. Regret begins to fester in those who looked away, realizing too late that the attention he craved was never given, leaving him to grow up in a void. The scars on his heart have become invisible to the world, tucked away behind a mask of fragile composure that threatens to shatter at any moment. But the time for passive observation has ended, as the noblewoman vows to ensure that the boy will never have to endure such pain again. The insult to their bloodline is a bridge too far, and the nobleman's eyes burn with a cold fury, declaring that such treatment of their family will not be tolerated. Continuing his dramatic display, Shiknyuan erupts in a theatrical wail, clutching his chest as if physically wounded by the boy's defiance. He recounts the years of supposed sacrifice, pouring his heart out in a desperate attempt to guilt-trip the young heir. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the child remains unmoved, his small frame silhouetted against the grand architecture of the room as he prepares his rebuttal. With a sharp cry of frustration, Ben demands to know why school is even necessary, questioning what possible knowledge could be gained from such a place. The elder's eyes widen, his expression shifting from feigned agony to a frantic, wide-eyed insistence as he searches for a way to make the boy understand. Recasting his demands as a personal favor, he pleads for compliance, only to be met with a flat, unwavering refusal that leaves him reeling. Losing the last of his composure, he lunges forward and seizes the boy's hands, his voice rising in a desperate pitch as he asks if his intentions are truly that hard to grasp. Clutching his head in a moment of raw vulnerability, he confesses that despite the chaos of their situation, his only true desire is for the child's well-being. The sudden shift in tone leaves the young heir utterly bewildered, staring at the man's back with a look of pure confusion as the logic of the conversation spirals away from him. The heavy atmosphere is suddenly punctured by a calm, authoritative voice from the doorway, as a woman with vibrant hair observes the chaotic scene with a touch of dry amusement. Standing with her hands on her hips, she commands the room's attention, forcing the two bickering figures to acknowledge her presence. Letting out a weary sigh, Shiknyuan addresses the newcomer as Ruan, chiding her for the lack of a knock while lamenting the interruption of his supposedly profound speech. As the scene fades into a cosmic void, a heavy truth lingers in the silence, speaking of one who endures the pain of being branded an abomination, the figure known as the Arshan's second lord. As the day begins to fade, the sky is painted in soft, ethereal shades of pink and gold, signaling a quiet end to the afternoon. Casting long shadows over the academy, where the grand stone spires of Helios stand tall against the twilight, a bastion of order and tradition. Inside the administrative hall, Ben stares up in utter disbelief, his voice trembling as he tries to comprehend why his simple request is being denied. Looking down at the bundle of letters, the child learns that the academy maintains a strict policy on external items, requiring a formal certificate of authorization for even the most personal correspondence. Met with a polite but firm apology, he stammers, searching for any alternative that might allow his words to reach their destination. Standing small before the massive desk, the boy asks how one even obtains such a document, his confusion growing with every bureaucratic hurdle placed in his path. The clerk remains indifferent, suggesting that if his sister is truly a student, his parents should already be well aware of the necessary procedures. At the mention of his family, a shadow falls over his face, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated sorrow that suggests the solution is far more complicated than the clerk realizes. Despite his desperate plea to send the letters at any cost, Ben is met with a final, sympathetic refusal, leaving him alone with his undelivered messages and a heavy heart. Just as hope seemed lost, he watches in stunned silence as a certificate of authorization is produced, cutting through the administrative red tape that had blocked his path. Overjoyed by the sudden turn of events, Ben calls out to Rude, pleading for the letters to be sent along with the rest of the luggage to ensure they finally reach their destination. A sense of pure wonder washes over the young boy, his eyes widening as the weight of the situation sinks in. The impossible task has been made simple. Looking down at the correspondence, the young man reflects on the importance of these letters, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the journey ahead. The scene shifts to the grand, imposing spires of Helios Academy, a bastion of prestige where the air itself seems heavy with the expectations of the elite. Within the polished hallways, whispers begin to circulate among the students, a ripple of curiosity spreading through the ranks. The talk of the day is a certain newcomer, a mysterious figure whose arrival has been anticipated with a mix of dread and fascination. Rumors of a perfect score on the admission test have the instructors in a frenzy, setting a standard that few can hope to match and fueling the competitive fire of the student body. While some plot to gain favor with the new prodigy, others dismiss the hype as mere illness or luck, though the constant chatter clearly grates on those seeking a moment of peace. Amidst the growing excitement, Varys remains blissfully unaware, slumped over his desk in a deep sleep while his classmates wonder about their next lesson. While some students lose themselves in the excitement of new trinkets, the classroom buzzes with the shallow energy of those returning from their time away. Sharing stories and showing off recent purchases, they remain blissfully unaware of the shift about to occur. Until the arrival of Rude Krish brings the entire room to a sudden, jarring standstill. He moves through the rows of desks with a quiet confidence, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps the only thing breaking the silence. Ignoring the weight of a dozen curious gazes, he reaches out to claim a place at the back of the room. As he finally takes his seat, the tension in the air becomes almost palpable. Varys, who had been sleeping through the earlier commotion, now watches the newcomer with an intensity that mirrors the rest of the class. His expression remains unreadable, shadowed by a mix of curiosity and perhaps a hint of wariness. The boy at the center of it all remains stoic, his gaze fixed forward as if the scrutiny doesn't affect him in the slightest. The silence that follows is heavy, thick with the unspoken questions of his peers. A girl nearby finally exhales, grateful for the sudden end to the noisy gossip that had filled the room. As the classroom settles into a tense, expectant quiet, the true weight of the new term begins to sink in. Standing before the gates of his new life, the young man carries the weight of a reputation that has already begun to precede him. As he meets with an academy official in the quiet courtyard, the air is thick with the unspoken expectations of the faculty. The official jokes about the necessity of effort, suggesting that even a genius might need a firm hand if they falter. A sudden burst of laughter follows, breaking the initial tension of their introduction. With a friendly pat on the shoulder, the man admits he finds the boy's presence quite intriguing. While the official offers words of welcome, the boy realizes that his perfect score might be a higher hurdle than he initially anticipated. Smiling warmly, the instructor offers a sincere welcome to Rude Krish. The gates open wide, inviting him into the heart of Helios. Stepping into the grand lecture hall, the boy is met with the sight of dozens of students already settled into their studies. This is the proving ground, a place where those born with innate ability are gathered from across the land. Here, they are taught to sense and manipulate the flow of magic, honing their skills to eventually become true mages. The hierarchy is strict, categorized by raw power, with the most elite among them designated as the upper class, known as Hurries. A quiet curiosity lingers in the air, a silent question regarding the boy's true age as a hidden observer finally confirms his target. Focusing with predatory intent, a sharp, calculating gaze locks onto the newcomer, dissecting his every move. Unaware of the eyes upon him, the young man stands at the threshold of the grand hall, the weight of the academy's expectations stretching out before him. The silence of the room is punctuated by a name that carries its own authority, echoing through the halls as the identity of the observer begins to take shape. Seated with composed poise behind an ornate desk, the figure waits, his presence commanding the space even before his face is revealed. Lydersis Diane Artian finally reveals himself, his calm exterior masking a depth of scrutiny that few could withstand as he stares down the academy's newest student. In the quiet halls of the academy, Lydersis Diane Artian sits with a composed, almost regal air at his desk. His presence is undeniable, marked by a stillness that suggests a mind constantly at work. Looking up with piercing purple eyes, he maintains a neutral expression that masks his true thoughts. Across the room, the boy known as Krish stands quietly, his blue eyes reflecting a calm that belies the whispers following him. Directed to a vacant seat by an unseen instructor, he offers a simple acknowledgement before moving to comply. Watching him closely, the silver-haired noble finds it hard to reconcile the boy's sturdy appearance with the label of abomination. The question lingers in his mind, gnawing at his curiosity as he wonders why such a harsh term was ever applied to him. Deciding to withhold judgment for now, he resolves to study the situation and the newcomer from a distance. It is a game of patience, taking the time to observe every movement and reaction. But the silence is suddenly broken, as a voice calls out a greeting that startles the boy from his thoughts. Under a clear, expansive sky, the grand spires of the academy rise with an imposing elegance, marking the beginning of a new chapter within these storied walls. As they stroll along the sun-drenched balcony, Lydersis notes how the sheer scale of the school can be overwhelming for a newcomer, though he offers reassurance that the confusion will fade within a few days. With a friendly smile, the blue-haired student asks if he might use the name Rude, receiving a quiet, permissive nod in return. Leaning back with a sigh of shared experience, he recalls his own early nerves, acknowledging the immense pressure placed upon any noble entering such a prestigious institution. He confesses that he once believed admission was the final hurdle, imagining a life of ease and happiness would follow the hard work of getting in. But that illusion shattered quickly, leaving him slumped in despair after placing dead last on the recent test, a stark reminder that the struggle had only just begun. In contrast to his own failure, he looks at his companion with genuine awe, marveling at the fact that Rude is the first student to ever achieve a perfect score. Deflecting the praise with a humble shrug, the blonde youth insists it was merely a stroke of luck, though Lydersis finds such modesty hard to believe. Playfully pleading for some of that fortune to rub off on him, the blue-haired boy wonders aloud about the sheer volume of new faces filling the academy halls. As the conversation turns toward the crowd, the observation of the growing student body hangs in the air, suggesting a shift in the school's usual atmosphere. Lost in his own quiet contemplation, the blonde youth stares ahead, his calm expression masking whatever thoughts the mention of these new arrivals might have stirred. Standing amidst the towering shelves of the grand library, the weight of the academy's history seems to press down on the two students as they overlook the vast hall. Clutching at his chest as if to steady a racing heart, the dark-haired boy admits that the sheer scale of the institution is making his pulse skyrocket. Noticing the visible tremor in his companion's posture, the blonde noble wonders if the presence of those in the higher classes is the true source of such nerves. Adopting a tone of seasoned wisdom, he addresses Rude as a young soul who has yet to experience the harsh realities of true society. With a sharp tug to straighten his collar, the blonde student prepares to impart a crucial lesson on the hierarchy of their new home. Grasping the boy's shoulders to ensure his full attention, he explains that navigating Helios requires understanding the elite who stand above the rest. Listening intently to the gravity in his friend's voice, the dark-haired student waits for the first revelation of this hidden social order. As if a magical seal were being unveiled, the discussion turns to those possessing talent and skills officially recognized by the school. A small, exclusive circle of less than 20 individuals, they represent a tier of power that dwarfs the average student body. Endowed with extraordinary skills and unique privileges, these figures are said to be capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly. Despite the impressive description, he can't help but feel skeptical, questioning how such status is possible for those who haven't even awakened. Dismissing the doubt with a grand gesture, Lydersis identifies them as the Hurries, the unreachable sky and stars of the academy. Reflecting on the arduous task of persuasion, Lydersis considers the effort it took to get this far, hoping the outcome will justify the struggle. Stepping toward the heavy doors, he prepares to meet the primary focus of his current mission. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind, as the young noble wonders if the room might actually be empty. The soft click of the latch, however, signals that the way is clear. Grasping the handle, he pushes the door open to reveal what lies within. A sudden wash of warm light greets him, spilling out from a room that is far more grand than expected. The interior is a display of staggering opulence, filled with gold-trimmed furniture and expansive windows. The sheer scale of the quarters is breathtaking, stretching out into multiple luxurious sections. Stepping further inside, he can't help but note how excessive such luxury is for a mere two-person residence. His gaze eventually settles on the ornate bed, where a figure lies motionless beneath the heavy covers. Stunned into a momentary silence, he stares at the sleeping form with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. He can hardly believe his eyes, questioning how anyone could still be asleep at this hour, like some newly hatched chick. As night settles over the sprawling academy grounds, the quiet exterior belies the tension brewing within its stone walls. Inside, beneath the warm glow of ornate chandeliers, the atmosphere remains heavy with unspoken secrets. The young noble paces nervously, his voice a hushed whisper as he pleads with an unseen presence, desperate to avoid any further trouble. With wide, frantic eyes, he insists on the need for more time, terrified of the watchful gaze of those within the tower. Desperation colors his every word, as he reaffirms his commitment to a contract he clearly fears he cannot fulfill. Suddenly, a movement at the window catches his attention, a dark silhouette that sends a jolt of pure shock through his system. He bursts into the office without a second thought, calling out to Professor Hale in a panic that borders on hysteria. The academic looks up from his work, utterly confused, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the young man's frantic state. Adjusting his spectacles with practiced ease, he questions the reason for such a violent intrusion into his sanctuary. The young noble falters, his breath hitching, as he realizes the shadow he saw is nowhere to be found in the quiet room. Pointing desperately toward the corner, he insists that a black shadow was lurking there just moments ago. But as he scans the shadows once more, the chilling silence of the office offers no confirmation of the terror he just witnessed. Moving through the academy halls, the young noble tries to ignore the sudden, heavy hush that falls over his peers as he passes. Shock ripples through the crowd, leaving a trail of wide-eyed stares and frantic whispering in his wake. From a secluded window overlooking the grounds, Rude Krish watches the scene unfold with a quiet, calculating intensity. The gossip is relentless, focusing on the anomaly of a student who swept the admission tests with a perfect score, only to willingly tether himself to the one they call the abomination. Standing on the stone walkway, the boy realizes that his choice was not just noticed but scrutinized, as the news that he requested this arrangement himself has already spread. It is a far more precarious situation than he initially calculated, threatening the low profile he intended to maintain as his hope of remaining an enigma begins to crumble. Looking down at the sea of judgmental faces, Rude decides that passive observation is no longer an option and that he must take an active hand in resolving this crisis. The hallway air turns cold as a group of students corners a lone figure. Their voice is sharp with a frustration that borders on malice as they demand to know why their previous warnings went unheeded. Forced onto the ground, the target of their ire remains motionless, his posture a silent testament to the weight of the harassment he endures daily. With a mocking finger jabbed at his temple, the lead bully spits out the word abomination, ordering him to crawl back into the shadows like a rat to avoid polluting their sight. The silence from the floor only fuels the antagonist's irritation, who finds the mere presence of the boy unpleasant and demands an answer for his perceived defiance. Lydersis keeps his head bowed, his silver hair shielding eyes that reflect a deep, simmering exhaustion as he refuses to give his tormentors the satisfaction of a plea. A cruel smirk spreads across the bully's face, a precursor to the more personal barbs he is about to unleash. The crowd of onlookers scoffs at the mention of his lineage, mocking the idea that being born into the prestigious Artian family offers him any protection when his own kin seem to despise him. Turning his back to the boy, the student reveals the most cutting rumor of all, that his own brother, the family's chosen successor, publicly denies having a younger sibling. The word abandoned strikes with more force than any physical blow, hanging in the air as a definitive sentence on his worth within the noble house. As the label of pitiful is thrown at him, a sudden, eerie violet glow ignites within his eyes, a flicker of something dangerous stirring beneath his passive exterior. Dismissing the moment, the brown-haired student continues his tirade, seemingly oblivious to the brief manifestation of power. He leaves Lydersis with a final, biting remark, expressing a twisted gladness that the boy's family has no interest in him, leaving him isolated in the cold light of the corridor. His hand is pinned ruthlessly against the cold stone, the weight of a heavy boot crushing his fingers as he lies helpless on the ground. As the group above him scoffs at the idea of mercy, dismissing him as nothing more than an abomination despite the warnings of their peers. The leader of the pack grins, savoring a rare chance, relishing the opportunity to humiliate someone from such a prestigious noble house. But his taunt is violently interrupted, as a heavy book hurtles through the air and slams directly into his skull with a sickening thud. The force of the impact sends him reeling, leaving his companions staring in stunned silence at the mysterious projectile. Confusion ripples through the small crowd, their eyes darting upward to find the source of the sudden intervention. They scramble to understand what just happened, shouting in disbelief as they realize a simple book was enough to topple their leader. High above them on a stone ledge, a calm voice claims ownership of the object, cutting through their frantic questioning. The young man looks down with an air of detached politeness, simply asking for his property to be returned as if he hadn't just used it as a weapon. Without waiting for a response, he leaps from his perch, descending toward the group with effortless grace to settle the matter in person. Standing amidst the aftermath of his entrance, he remains perfectly composed, his presence radiating a quiet but undeniable authority. As his gaze sharpens, a cold, violet light glints in his eyes, betraying the dangerous level of focus hidden beneath his calm exterior. Delivering a biting insult with a voice like ice, he steps over the groaning students as if they were nothing more than uneven pavement, casually remarking that he'd mistaken them for the ground. Challenging the very hierarchy of the academy, he stares down the lead bully, his steady gaze making it clear that he is the one in control of this confrontation. Igniting a fuse of pure indignation, the bully's face twists with outrage, his pride wounded by the sheer audacity of someone he considers a mere Eden, which explodes into a violent grab as he lunges forward to seize the boy's collar, snarling in a desperate attempt to reclaim his lost dominance. Followed by a desperate, swinging strike, a fist whistles through the air, fueled by blind rage and the desire to humiliate the one who dared mock him, which is met with an impossible defense, as the strike is intercepted with a blur of motion, caught effortlessly in a palm that doesn't yield an inch. Holding the attacker's momentum in a dead stop, the bully's arm is locked in a vice-like grip, his strength completely neutralized by a power he cannot comprehend. Leaving the bully trembling in shock, confusion turns to genuine fear as he realizes the person he's attacking isn't just strong, he's overwhelming. As a chilling realization dawns, a thin, predatory smile touches the boy's lips, the atmosphere around them growing heavy with sudden, suffocating pressure. That the tables have completely turned, he whispers a final warning, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent as he prepares to deliver his own brand of justice. "What are you?" The bully gasps, his voice trembling as he realizes the power dynamic has shifted completely. Before he can finish the thought, a heavy impact cuts through the air with a sharp, violent crack. The force of the blow sends a shockwave of white light and dust through the stone corridor. As the dust settles, the boy stands tall and unbothered while his opponent crumples helplessly to the floor. With a heavy thud, the last of the bravado leaves the bully's body as he hits the cold stone. Sprawled unconscious, he lies defeated, a small trickle of blood escaping his lips as the fight ends instantly. Silence descends over the scene, leaving the remaining onlookers frozen in disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming display of force. Looking down at his hand, he realizes the boy was even weaker than expected. He hadn't even intended to hit him that hard. His gaze shifts toward Lydersis, contemplating the state of the other student who has been watching the entire exchange. Without another word, he turns and begins to walk away, his footsteps echoing against the quiet walls of the academy. A sudden shout rings out, calling for the noble student and shattering the tense atmosphere of the courtyard. The sound causes a figure in the distance to freeze in their tracks, their attention drawn to the aftermath of the brief but violent encounter. As the dust settles from the brief confrontation, a strained plea for distance escapes Lydersis' lips. His voice is barely a whisper, warning the other not to get any closer. However, Rude remains entirely unfazed, simply stating that such a warning is unnecessary. Turning away without another word, he leaves the hallway in a heavy, contemplative silence. Nearby students stop in their tracks, their expressions twisting into shock as they witness the aftermath. From the balcony above, he watches as a crowd gathers around the fallen bullies, their voices filled with concern. The boy's words echo in his mind, replaying the moment he was told that getting close shouldn't be an issue. The morning sun bathes the academy grounds, yet the peaceful scenery feels at odds with the morning's events. Life continues as usual for the rest of the student body, unaware of the shift in power that just occurred. Blending back into the crowd, he remains silent, his thoughts consumed by the strange encounter. It's clear that the boy is reacting differently, showing a side of himself that wasn't there just yesterday. As a classmate wonders where Lydersis has vanished to, the mystery surrounding the new student only deepens. Absorbing the weight of the rumors, Rude Krish lets out a quiet, skeptical breath, questioning the validity of what he's just heard. Before a blue-haired student leans in with an urgent intensity, demanding to know if he truly understands the danger of being involved with someone linked to Shevel. The warning becomes explicit as the boy identifies the target of the school's hatred, naming Lydersis Dain Artian as the one everyone calls an abomination. Staring off into the distance, the young man remains silent, the gravity of the social stigma beginning to sink in. His thoughts begin to churn, wondering how such a reputation could be justified by mere association. A sharp disbelief colors his response, as he struggles to reconcile the boy's words with the reality he's seen. He finally voices his challenge, asking if any of this truly justifies the way Lydersis is being treated by the entire student body. Standing alone in the dim corridor, he feels the isolation of the situation pressing in on him. A sudden realization strikes, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sheer speed of the gossip. He wonders if the hostility is simply a byproduct of their living arrangements, questioning if being roommates is enough to make him a target as well. The gravity of the situation finally settles on Rude Krish, who realizes that the poison of these rumors has already spread far deeper than he imagined. Hoping to resolve the matter without drawing attention, he quickly realizes that the growing commotion in the courtyard below will require a more direct approach. As whispers of madness ripple through the halls, students hurry toward the scene, urging each other to move faster so they don't miss the unfolding drama. Caught in the center of the storm, Dain Artian keeps his head low, his silence only fueling the predatory questions of those surrounding him. Watching from the safety of the balcony, Rude becomes the subject of hushed debate among the onlookers, who wonder if the situation has escalated beyond their control. Despite the obvious tension, most choose to remain bystanders, dismissing the cruelty as a common occurrence not worth the risk of involvement. The verbal abuse suddenly turns physical, as a sharp shove sends the young master reeling backward, the force of the impact echoing through the courtyard. Landing hard on the stone floor, he is met with a wall of cold indifference and the demanding voices of those who refuse to understand his plight. His hands press against the cold ground, a physical manifestation of the isolation that has defined his time at the academy. With a final, pointed insult, the students demand he vanish from their sight, treating his very presence as a stain upon the school's central aisle. The heavy silence is pierced by a sharp, mocking voice, demanding to know why he continues to linger in their sight, as if his very presence is an affront to them. Lydersis remains motionless, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground while a single bead of sweat traces a path down his pale temple. A cruel smirk spreads across his tormentor's face, dismissing the boy's silence with a casual, practiced wave of indifference. The group closes in like a pack of wolves, their shadows stretching over him as they question the worth of a noble born into a family that clearly doesn't want him. The words cut deeper than any physical blow, revealing the bitter truth that even his own brother has publicly denied his existence. The realization of his total isolation is laid bare, the harsh reality of his abandonment echoing through the courtyard. His eyes flare with a sudden, violet intensity, as the mock pity of his peers becomes a suffocating, unbearable weight. The lead student merely scoffs, unmoved by the flicker of defiance, and continuing his verbal assault with renewed vigor. He finds a twisted sense of joy in the boy's misery, relishing the fact that there is no one left to come to the young master's rescue. Suddenly, a heavy boot descends with cruel intent, grinding the boy's hand into the cold stone with a sharp, painful impact. Despite a momentary warning about potential consequences, the leader dismisses any fear of retribution, labeling him as nothing more than a worthless abomination. A predatory grin widens across his face, as he savors the rare opportunity to humiliate a member of a ducal house without fear of reprisal. Standing his ground despite the weight of the boot on his hand, he looks up with a chillingly calm gaze, questioning who truly has the right to be making demands in this situation. The retort strikes a nerve, sending the student into a sputtering rage as he finds it impossible to believe such insolence could come from someone he considers beneath him. Blinded by his own arrogance, the aggressor draws back a fist, his face contorted with the intent to beat the defiance out of the young noble. The blow is launched with lethal intent, cutting through the air with a speed that suggests a complete lack of restraint. But before the strike can land, the momentum is halted instantly as Lydersis catches the fist in his palm, his strength far exceeding anything the bully anticipated. His grip is like iron, crushing the student's knuckles and making it clear that the power dynamic has shifted irrevocably. Confusion quickly turns to fear as the attacker realizes he is no longer the one in control of this encounter. A faint, dangerous smile plays on his lips, the young noble's expression hardening as he prepares to return the favor. With a voice as cold as ice, he declares that it is his turn now, his violet eyes narrowing with a predatory focus. The student's desperate pleas go unheard, his voice cracking in terror as he tries to pull away from the crushing force holding him in place. The silence is shattered by a thunderous impact, a single, devastating strike that carries the weight of all the humiliation he has endured. The force sends the bully hurtling backward, his body slamming into the stone pillar with enough violence to crack the masonry and leave him slumped in the dust. As the echoes of the impact fade, a heavy silence descends over the academy grounds, broken only by the rhythmic sound of retreating footsteps. In the nearby corridors, students freeze in their tracks, their faces contorted with a mixture of disbelief and sudden apprehension. High above the courtyard, Lydersis stands like a silent sentinel, staring down at the crumpled form of his former tormentor while the crowd whispers in hushed, frantic tones. His expression remains unreadable, even as the professor's warnings about restraint echo in the back of his mind, a stark contrast to the violence he just unleashed. The vast expanse of the institution, usually a place of rigid order, now feels charged with an electric tension that spreads through the stone walkways. From the manicured gardens to the grand fountains, the news of the abomination's sudden strength begins to travel like wildfire among the elite student body. Groups huddle together in the shadows, their eyes following the boy as he moves past, their murmurs confirming that he is undeniably different than he was only a day ago. He can feel their judgment, yet he walks with a newfound purpose, his gaze fixed forward as he processes the shift in his own reality. Searching through the crowd, the blue-haired youth scans the area frantically, his thoughts racing as he wonders where the young master could have disappeared to so quickly. A sense of missed opportunity lingers, leaving him to question if he should have acted sooner to prevent the boy from isolating himself further. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the hallway, startling the nearby students as a figure bolts toward the interior of the building with desperate speed. The heavy wooden doors swing shut, closing with a definitive thud that signals the end of the public spectacle and the beginning of a private reckoning. Approaching with a sense of mounting dread, a fellow student calls out to Rude, his voice trembling as he seeks confirmation of a disturbing rumor. Clutching his chest in disbelief, he asks if it's true that he is actually sharing a room with the one they call the abomination. With a calm that stands in stark contrast to the other's panic, the young man offers a simple, blunt confirmation. The response sends his companion into a spiral of regret, as he laments not warning him sooner about the gravity of the situation. Desperation colors his voice as he pleads for an immediate room transfer, his eyes wide with genuine fear for his friend's future. Ignoring any confusion, he insists that this is for the sake of a peaceful school life, promising a full explanation of the danger. The weight of his words hangs in the air, a grim reminder of a warning already given but perhaps not fully understood. Staring intently, he warns that any association with that individual will turn his daily existence into a living hell. The conversation shifts to the dark legacy of the Artian family, a name that carries a heavy burden of infamy within these walls. Processing the gravity of the revelation, the student listens as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The warning reaches a fever pitch with the mention of Shevel, a connection that seems to justify the extreme fear and social isolation. Finally, the identity is laid bare, confirming that the shunned abomination is none other than the young master of the Artian family. As the harsh reality of his reputation is laid bare, he remains remarkably still, his expression a mask of quiet contemplation as the weight of the world's judgment settles over him. A fractured question escapes Lydersis, a desperate attempt to find logic in a situation that leaves even the most stoic observer reeling in disbelief. Standing alone in the dim light, the young master is the very picture of isolation, prompting a bitter realization that no amount of justification can truly excuse branding a person an abomination and casting them into such profound loneliness. In the heavy silence of the storage room, Lydersis listens as the conversation takes a sharp, personal turn, questioning his own place within the Academy's hierarchy. With his eyes shadowed by his messy fringe, Rude doesn't mince words, bluntly addressing the rumors that label his companion an abomination to be ignored by all. Surrounded by stacks of crates, the three of them stand in a small pool of light, the weight of the accusation hanging in the dusty air. The blue-haired student beside them falters, trying to find the words to deny such a cruel assessment, but the truth seems to catch in his throat. Surprisingly, the blonde youth simply nods, agreeing with the harsh reality of his situation with a calm that borders on indifference. His expression remains unreadable, showing no sign of hurt or anger as he accepts the label that has defined his life at the Academy. Seated atop the crates, Rude leans forward, pressing Lydersis to explain how he truly feels about being cast aside by everyone around him. The bluntness of the question leaves their companion stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he wonders how Rude can speak so openly about such a painful subject. A sharp sound cuts through the silence of the warehouse, signaling a sudden, decisive movement. Reaching out with practiced precision, a hand firmly catches the fabric of a passing sleeve. Lydersis brings the silver-haired youth to a halt, his grip steady as he forces a confrontation in the dim light. Wearing a polite, almost eerie smile, the blonde youth suggests that a conversation is necessary, while their companion watches tensely from behind. The only response is a heavy silence, as the target of his attention remains motionless, offering no verbal acknowledgement. With a sharp, dismissive swat, he rejects the contact entirely, making it clear that he has no interest in whatever is being offered. Turning his back without another word, the youth begins to walk away, leaving the others standing among the shadows of the crates. A frustrated shout of Rude echoes through the room, but the blonde student simply stares after him, his expression unreadable as he processes the cold dismissal. Their companion rushes forward, demanding to know why he would even bother trying to speak with someone so difficult, insisting that a transfer should have been the only option after such a blatant display of disrespect. Ignoring the frantic advice, the young master sinks into a quiet contemplation, his gaze drifting as he dwells on the interaction. It feels strange to him, wondering why, of all things, he is the one labeled an abomination by those around him. He wonders what could have shifted so drastically in a mere month to turn the world so completely against him. As he walks through the academy halls, the air is thick with the sound of hushed murmurs and judgmental glances. The students part like a tide, unwilling to even brush against his shadow. Their voices rise in a chorus of disdain, questioning why someone so unsettling is still allowed to walk among them. The word abomination rings in his ears, a label he cannot escape no matter how far he walks. It grows louder, more distorted, becoming a deafening roar that drowns out the present. Suddenly, the present fractures, bleeding into a memory of a child's desperate tears and a life slipping away. He sees the cold, imposing silhouette of the estate, where he sat alone amidst the ruins of his childhood. The shadows of the past loom large, threatening to swallow him whole. A soft, haunting voice calls out a name, Lise, a fragment of a self that no longer exists. Then comes the crushing weight of the ultimate accusation, demanding to know if he was the true cause of her death. A sharp gasp escapes him as his vision blurs, his eyes flaring with a sudden, unstable light as he staggers under the burden of his own existence. Left alone in the oppressive silence of the hallway, Lydersis leans heavily against the wall, the weight of the whispers and his own fractured memories threatening to crush him. Elsewhere, the air is thick with gossip as a student leans in close, wondering aloud about the true reason young Master Artian is branded with such a loathsome title. A playful shrug accompanies his initial denial, as if the dark history of their peer is nothing more than a passing curiosity. Stopping his companion with a firm hand on the shoulder, he urges Rude to wait, his expression shifting from casual amusement to something far more serious. The details are hazy, but he traces the beginning of the infamy back to Shevel, noting that the hostility toward the boy wasn't always this intense. The mention of a specific incident catches the listener's attention, prompting him to question what exactly could have turned an entire student body against one person. Relying on the whispers that haunt the halls of Helios, he recounts a day shortly after enrollment when a massive gathering in the library took a terrifying turn. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air as he waits for the final, shocking revelation of what occurred in that sacred hall of learning. The rumor reaches its dark climax, claiming that before the eyes of his peers, the boy had supposedly transformed into a monstrous, terrifying creature. Listening to the whispers circulating through the halls, he hears the most absurd descriptions of the supposed monster. 3 eyes, fur-covered skin, and 8 limbs splitting from its torso. Skeptical of the tall tales, he fixes a cold stare on his companion, threatening a swift strike if the boy is merely playing a prank. Internalizing the sheer nonsense of the claim, he finds the idea of a human transforming into such a beast completely illogical. However, the fact remains that the library was sealed for days, a detail that lends a disturbing weight to the otherwise unbelievable stories. Noticing the visible anxiety on the face of his blue-haired peer, he realizes just how much these rumors have shaken the student body. Softening his tone slightly but maintaining his authority, he addresses Dio directly, noting that despite their short acquaintance, he expects better than mindless gossip. The boy offers a hesitant confirmation, his nerves still clearly frayed by the intensity of the conversation. As they step out into the main thoroughfare, the atmosphere thickens with the collective gaze of dozens of students. He observes that the attention he draws hasn't changed, though the nature of the stares has shifted from simple curiosity to something far more pointed. While his companion frets about the unwanted spotlight, Rude remains inscrutable, his mind already several steps ahead of the surrounding crowd. When asked if he intends to challenge the Hurries, he offers a calm, definitive denial, leaving the true extent of his intentions hidden. The quiet of the hallway is broken as he calls out to Dio, stopping the young man in his tracks. Pausing at the threshold, the blonde student hesitates, his hand lingering on the doorframe, as if weighing the gravity of the conversation to come. Stepping inside together, Lydersis follows close behind, their synchronized movements suggesting a bond forged in shared adversity. With a grim look of resignation, the blue-haired noble reminds them that they are all in the same boat now, bound by the same precarious fate. A sharp crack echoes through the room as a hand slams against the cold stone table, a physical manifestation of the frustration boiling beneath the surface. The memory of a girl's piercing gaze returns, her silent judgment questioning why they continue to do nothing while the world shifts around them. Images of past confrontations flicker in the mind, haunted by the accusation of their collective silence in the face of injustice. The hand lingers on the surface, trembling slightly as the weight of their inaction becomes almost too much to bear. With a heavy sigh, he finally settles into his seat, the sound of the chair scraping against the floor punctuating the grim atmosphere. A single, intense eye narrows, reflecting a resolve that is beginning to harden despite the uncertainty of their path. Seated together in the grand hall, the three of them maintain a facade of normalcy, though the distance between their desks mirrors the walls they've built around their true intentions. For now, the truth remains hidden, a secret that Rude intends to keep until the time is right for the full revelation. As the weight of the situation settles in, Lydersis Artian finds himself lost in thought, the silence of the room doing little to quiet the questions mounting in his mind. Pondering the sheer absurdity of it all, he can't help but wonder how a single month could have twisted his reputation so thoroughly, leaving him branded with such a vile title. Walking through the crowded halls of the academy, the young noble is met not with greetings, but with a wall of hushed whispers and judgmental glares that follow his every step. The distance between him and his peers feels like an unbridgeable chasm, as they watch him pass with a wary intensity, their conversations dying out only to be replaced by venomous remarks. They question his very presence among them, wondering aloud why someone so unsettling is still allowed to walk these halls instead of simply disappearing. A single word echoes louder than all the rest, beating against his resolve until he can do nothing but stare at the floor, the label of abomination sinking into his very soul. Suddenly, the present fades into a dark, suffocating void, where the screams of the past drown out the whispers of the hallway, and the word abomination takes on a far more literal, terrifying meaning. Fragmented images of a weeping child and a fallen figure flicker through his mind, a memory of blood and despair that he can neither escape nor fully understand, locked away behind a veil of shadow. The grand architecture of the academy stands indifferent to the tragedy, serving only as a cold backdrop to the moment his life was irrevocably altered, leaving him alone amidst the ruins of his innocence. Returning to the harsh reality of the present, he stands isolated, a dark aura of misery clinging to him as he continues his lonely walk through a world that has already condemned him. Watching from the shadows with a gaze that sees far more than the others, Rude Krish quietly speaks the boy's name, his voice a soft anchor in the sea of hostility surrounding his friend. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air, as a cold, accusing voice echoes through the darkness, demanding to know if he was truly the cause of her death. Stumbling under the pressure of those words, the boy clutches his head, his vision blurring as the memory of that trauma threatens to overwhelm his senses. Even within the grand halls of the academy, he finds no sanctuary, leaning against the cold stone as other students pass by, their presence only heightening his isolation. Seeking answers to the mystery surrounding him, a conversation begins to unfold, starting with a simple, lingering question. Dio considers the reputation of the young master, musing on the exact reason why the name Artian has become synonymous with the word abomination. With a casual shrug and a light-hearted chuckle, he admits that even he doesn't have the full story, his lack of certainty only adding to the enigma. The white-haired student listens intently, absorbing the information as his companion suddenly remembers a crucial detail, urging him to wait. Searching for the right words to explain, the boy notes that while his knowledge isn't exact, the trouble definitely began with something called Cheval. Reflecting on the early days of the semester, he points out that the atmosphere wasn't always this hostile, suggesting a sudden and violent shift in perception. The turning point was a single, dark event, after which everyone began using that hateful label, leaving the listener to wonder about the nature of that specific incident. Admitting the limits of his own perspective, he confesses that he only knows what the rumors have whispered through the corridors. The story leads back to the Grand Library of Helios, to a day shortly after Lydersis enrolled, when a massive gathering of Edens set the stage for the tragedy that would define his life. As the weight of the rumors begins to settle, the young master finds himself at the center of a story he hardly recognizes, his gaze fixed on a truth only he truly understands. Recounting the whispers of the academy, his companion describes a terrifying transformation into a monster, a shadow of malice looming over their shared reality. With details that border on the grotesque, the description grows more absurd, painting a picture of a creature with 3 eyes and 8 limbs, a fascinating yet horrifying fabrication. Sensing the skepticism in the air, the blue-haired student quickly becomes defensive, admitting he wasn't there to witness the event himself, but merely passing on the chaos he's heard. Listening to the blatant nonsense, the young master can only wonder how such a ridiculous tale could ever be taken seriously, his expression remaining unreadable. Pointing to the library's sudden closure, the evidence seems to mount in the eyes of the public, turning a simple coincidence into a confirmation of the supernatural. Navigating through the cluttered storage room, his friend suggests a change of scenery, urging him to move rooms before the social contagion of the rumor takes hold of his own reputation. With the news reaching the highest ranks, the shift in the atmosphere is palpable, as the reactions of those around them have turned cold and distant overnight. Falling into a heavy silence, the young master considers the weight of the choice before him, his eyes searching for a sign of true loyalty. Posing a question that cuts to the core, he asks if his companion would also turn his back on him, testing the strength of a bond forged in the shadow of such dark accusations. Caught off guard by the sudden vulnerability, the blue-haired student can only stare in shock, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. Softening his expression with a gentle smile, the young master dismisses the fear, trusting that his friend isn't the type to abandon someone, even after only knowing each other for a few short days. Standing beside his friend, Dio can't help but feel the weight of the silence between them, his gaze lingering on the young noble who has become the center of such dark rumors. A sense of duty begins to stir within him, realizing that to do nothing is to agree with this unjust situation. After all, beneath the labels, he sees only a lonely child. The image of that isolation haunts his thoughts, picturing the boy standing amidst the shadows of a world that has already branded him an abomination. The cold reality of that title hangs in the air, a jagged, frozen barrier that threatens to consume everything the young master once was. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, a soft voice calls out, pulling his companion back to the present moment. Stepping forward with a newfound resolve, the young noble reaches for the door, ready to face the whispers that surely await them on the other side. They enter the hall together, their footsteps echoing against the polished floors as they move toward their destination, side by side. A quiet smile touches his lips, knowing that regardless of what happens next, they are already in the same boat, bound by a choice that cannot be undone. The sharp sound of a hand striking wood demands immediate attention, signaling that the time for passive endurance has come to an end. Addressing the startled students, he calmly requests a seat change, the mere mention of House Artian serving as a reminder that his lineage is not to be trifled with, even in his current state. As the classroom erupts into hushed whispers, the students exchange bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why Lydersis would suddenly act with such uncharacteristic boldness. Unfazed by the scrutiny, he looks back with a cold, detached gaze, wondering why they simply stand there in silence instead of challenging him. A haunting memory flickers through his mind, recalling a time when he was the one cornered and silenced, a stark contrast to the authority he now commands. Shaking off the ghosts of the past, the young master places his hand firmly on the desk, claiming the seat as his own by right of his family name. With a heavy thud that echoes through the silent room, he finally takes his place, the physical weight of his presence settling over the stunned onlookers. A sharp intensity flares within his iris, betraying a hidden depth of resolve that suggests his current actions are only the beginning of a much larger plan. As the rest of the class slowly follows suit, an uneasy peace descends, though the hierarchy of the room has been irrevocably shifted by his singular act of defiance. The silence of the Grand Library is heavy, settling over the empty desks and rows of books like a physical weight. Breaking the stillness, a soft plea is made for Rude to reconsider his position, the words hanging in the air alongside a half-eaten meal. Despite the urgency, there is a sense of futility in the conversation, as if nothing they do will truly change the path they are on. Looking across the table, the blue-haired student questions the necessity of their own actions when the person at the center of the storm remains so passive. His gaze remains distant, offering only a non-committal response that suggests he is far from convinced by the argument. A heavy yawn escapes him, the sheer boredom of the situation seemingly more pressing than the social consequences they face. Turning back to the books, they fall into a strained silence, the rustle of turning pages the only sound in the cavernous room. As he stares down at the text, it becomes increasingly clear that his focus is entirely elsewhere. The absurdity of the moment is revealed, as Rude is found to be staring intently at a book held completely upside down. It was a definitive sign, a clear indication that his mind was occupied by thoughts far more complex than the lessons before him. With a faint, mocking smile, he acknowledges their concern with a touch of irony, as if the very idea of them being worried is misplaced. The social isolation is palpable, as the blue-haired youth laments that even those who were laughing with them just yesterday will no longer meet their eyes. Continuing his urgent plea, he leans in, his voice a low whisper as he tries to make his friend understand the gravity of their isolation. Barely looking up from his own thoughts, the other boy offers only a distracted murmur, seemingly detached from the social consequences being described. The quiet of the hall is suddenly broken as a disciplined group of students marches toward their table, their collective footsteps drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Sensing the shift in the room's energy, the young mage finally looks up, his gaze meeting the approaching figures with a flat, unbothered expression. A cold realization settles over him, confirming that the time for turning back has long since passed, and the path forward is now set in stone. The group looms over them, effectively cutting off any escape and creating a wall of hostile presence that leaves the two friends surrounded. The leader of the pack steps forward, his voice steady and demanding as he singles out the boy by name, his eyes narrowed in a cold appraisal. Unfazed by the intimidation, he gives a simple, blunt confirmation, challenging the newcomer to state his business without wasting any more time. The lack of deference sparks an immediate reaction, as one of the followers, his face still marked by a previous encounter, bristles with indignation at the perceived arrogance. Despite the outburst from his subordinate, Manon remains perfectly composed, his focus entirely on the student before him as the weight of his affiliation with Eden becomes clear. With the air of someone used to being obeyed, he issues a curt directive for the boy to accompany him, leaving no room for negotiation or refusal. As the tension reaches its peak, the surrounding students watch in silence, waiting to see if the confrontation will escalate into something far more dangerous. Walking with a steady, rhythmic pace, Rude and his companion move forward with a quiet intensity, their footsteps echoing through the silent corridor. Suddenly, a sharp, ominous declaration cuts through the air, carrying the weight of a direct threat that halts them in their tracks. The leader of the Eden faction looms over them, his gaze cold and unyielding as he delivers his ultimatum, while the boys stand their ground against his imposing presence. The weight of the situation is made clear, as an offer of help is extended with a heavy caveat, suggesting that one must first be willing to help themselves. Standing before the authority figure, the young master listens in a heavy silence, his posture rigid as he absorbs the gravity of his isolation. The finality of the words sinks in, leaving him to face the harsh reality that the Academy's protection has reached its absolute limit. Elsewhere in the bustling corridors, the atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension as students go about their day, oblivious to the drama unfolding in the shadows. Breaking the flow of the crowd, a hand reaches out to catch a passing student's attention, seeking answers in a place where questions are unwelcome. The simple inquiry for a friend's whereabouts is met with a sudden, jarring flash of terror as the boy asks after Lydersis. Fleeing as if from a plague, the student leaves behind only a frantic denial and a lingering sense of isolation for the one left standing. Walking through a gauntlet of whispers, the young mage endures the stinging labels of abomination and the fearful, judgmental gazes of his peers. Each step forward only seems to widen the chasm between him and the rest of the student body, marking him as an outsider in his own school. Despite the palpable hostility, a lead finally emerges from the shadows, pointing toward the western storage as the likely destination. Following the trail to a quiet corner, he finds himself face-to-face with a girl whose calm demeanor stands in stark contrast to the frantic fear of the others. With a knowing look, she provides the final piece of the puzzle, mentioning a mysterious magic box that might confirm his suspicions about the missing student. Scanning the grounds from the high balcony, he considers the timing of the journey, hoping to intercept the target before it's too late. Below, the courtyard is a sea of movement, filled with the constant hum of students going about their day, oblivious to the search. Doubt begins to creep in as his eyes dart across the crowd, wondering if the person he seeks has already slipped through his fingers. Narrowing his gaze with renewed focus, he refuses to let the frustration of the search cloud his judgment. Suddenly, a flash of recognition strikes, cutting through the noise as he finally spots the familiar figure. Walking with a steady, purposeful gait, Lydersis moves through the open space, the mysterious box held firmly in his arms. Watching from his vantage point, the young mage prepares to call out, his breath hitching in anticipation. But a sudden realization halts him mid-motion, a sense of hesitation washing over him as he reconsidered the situation. The distance between them feels insurmountable, and he wonders if his voice could even reach his friend over the din of the crowd. Among the many faces below, others seem to be watching as well, their expressions unreadable and potentially hostile. A chilling sensation takes hold, as if a silent warning has been issued, demanding his absolute silence. He remains still, processing the threat, his mind racing to find a way to reach the boy without drawing unwanted attention. His knuckles whitening against the cold stone, he feels the weight of the moment pressing down on him as he stares at the scene below. Watching the blonde boy from his vantage point, he realizes that his target has no intention of making this easy, clearly planning to avoid any confrontation until the very end. Casting aside his doubts, he launches himself over the railing, the wind whipping past as he commits to the descent. Therefore, with a bone-jarring thud, he strikes the ground, the sheer force of his landing sending a shockwave through the dirt and scattered leaves. Rising through the swirling debris, his gaze remains locked on his objective, his resolve hardened by the necessity of the chase. Navigating the startled crowd, he pushes past the other students, ignoring their confused glances as he narrows the gap. The boy ahead remains oblivious for a moment longer, his pale eyes reflecting a calm that is about to be shattered. Driven by a singular purpose, he vows to chase him down, no matter how far he has to go or what obstacles stand in his path. Finally calling out the name, he sees Lydersis freeze, the sudden shout cutting through the ambient noise of the courtyard and forcing him to turn. But before he can reach him, a sharp command rings out, ordering him to stop right where he is as the surrounding students look on in shock. Stunned by the sudden intervention, he can only stare in disbelief as his momentum is ground to a violent halt. As the dust settles from the impact, the courtyard falls into a heavy, stunned silence. The students stand frozen, their breath hitching as they struggle to process the spectacle that just unfolded before them. Amidst the quiet, a trembling voice breaks through, whispering to Rin in a desperate attempt to confirm that what they saw was real. The disbelief is etched into their features, a shared realization that they have just witnessed the impossible. Gazing up at the dizzying height of the academy's upper balconies, the sheer recklessness of the act becomes clear. It seems inconceivable that anyone could have survived a leap from such a distance, yet the evidence stands right there in the center of the courtyard. As the day begins to fade, the golden light of the setting sun bathes the academy grounds, casting long, dramatic shadows across the ornate architecture. Tearing through the quiet gardens, two figures blur past in a desperate sprint, their footsteps echoing sharply against the stone paths. Drawing the eyes of everyone nearby, the sudden commotion causes students to pause their conversations, whispering in confusion at the sight of the high-speed pursuit. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lydersis locks his gaze onto the back of the boy ahead of him, pushing his body to its absolute limit. Realizing he has become a public spectacle, he finds himself annoyed by the unexpected agility of his target, unable to close the distance despite his best efforts. Ignoring the absurdity of the situation, the drive to catch the elusive runner overrides any sense of embarrassment as he continues the chase. Reaching out as if to bridge the gap, his fingers strain toward the retreating figure, desperate to make contact. Glancing back over his shoulder, Rude maintains a sharp, focused expression, showing no signs of slowing down or surrendering. Diving his hand into a container, his fingers brush against smooth, dark spheres as he prepares his next move. Gripping the stone tightly, a sudden surge of magical energy causes the object to pulse with a brilliant, ethereal light. As the pursuit reaches its peak, Rude suddenly unleashes a surge of mana, catching his pursuer completely off guard. The ground erupts in a cloud of dust and debris, masking his movements as he continues his frantic sprint across the academy stones. Lydersis skids to a halt, his eyes widening in genuine shock, hardly expecting the boy to resort to such blatant displays of magic within the school grounds. Before he can even process the surprise, a stray clump of earth launched by the blast strikes him squarely in the back of the head. A low growl of irritation escapes him, his purple gaze sharpening with a new, more dangerous edge of annoyance. From a distance, a muffled apology drifts back through the air, though the fugitive shows no signs of actually slowing down. Nursing his bruised head, the blonde youth scoffs, demanding to know why they are even bothering with this pointless chase in the first place. The boy pauses for a brief moment, looking back over his shoulder, noting with dry logic that the only reason he's running is because he's being followed. Lydersis bristles at the remark, shouting back across the courtyard, insisting that the flight began long before the pursuit ever did. Rude mutters something under his breath, his words lost to the wind, leaving his frustrated opponent straining to hear the quiet admission. A shadow crosses his features as his expression hardens, the weight of the situation finally beginning to settle over him. The tense standoff is suddenly broken by a familiar voice from above, as their classmates look down from the balcony, having witnessed the entire spectacle. Continuing from the tense standoff, he reaches out, his fingers brushing against the small, round object resting on the ledge. With a sharp flick, he sends it tumbling away, his voice rising in a sharp, defensive challenge. The sudden movement behind him catches Rude off guard, a startled gasp escaping as Lydersis looms over his shoulder. Confusion clouds his features, his mind racing to process the sudden intrusion into his space. Before he can react, a firm hand cinches around his collar, the fabric bunching under the force of the grip. The question hangs heavy in the air, a direct challenge to his resolve as the distance between them vanishes. Pinned by the intensity of the confrontation, the boy finds himself staring directly into the eyes of his pursuer. There is a cold, calculating focus in that gaze, one that demands an answer without uttering a single word. A heavy silence falls between them, the weight of the moment stretching out as they stand locked in this tense proximity. The grip suddenly loosens, the aggression replaced by a surprising admission of a simple desire for conversation. The word echoes with a hint of disbelief, the idea of a peaceful dialogue feeling entirely at odds with the preceding violence. Their private standoff is cut short as Rin approaches from the distance, her presence signaling the end of their isolation. As the confrontation reaches a boiling point, he remains remarkably still while the older student suggests moving to a quieter location, a firm hand resting atop his head to emphasize the lack of choice. But the demand is suddenly cut short by a sharp voice from above, where Rin has appeared, perched casually yet menacingly upon the stone railing. Her gaze narrowing with lethal intent, she poses a single, blunt question that causes the very air to grow heavy with the threat of violence. Leaning down with a predatory intensity, the woman replaces the previous hand with her own, her eyes burning with a dark light as she asserts a far more dangerous dominance over the situation. While the shift in power leaves the others stunned, Manon can only watch in silence, the weight of the newcomer's presence and her recognition of his affiliation leaving him frozen. Standing firm under scrutiny, Rude offers a flat denial, his expression unreadable as he maintains his cover. The official lets out a hearty laugh, amused by the boy's insistence while the whispers of other students echo the sentiment of disbelief in the background. Adjusting his glasses, the man notes that a month-long delay in admission due to a chronic illness makes any physical feat seem impossible. He concludes with absolute certainty, stating that the boy's current condition simply wouldn't allow for such actions. As they sit in the quiet office, the realization dawns that the official has completely overlooked a crucial detail. With a jovial warning, the man advises him to remain cautious, noting how a relapse could jeopardize his standing at the academy. The weight of the warning hangs in the air, leaving the young student silent as he absorbs the implications for his future. Turning to leave, his footsteps echo through the grand hall as he reflects on the inconclusive end to the meeting. Passing through the corridors, he ignores the hushed voices and pointed glances of his peers. Regretting the missed chance to speak with Lydersis, he is suddenly startled by a familiar presence closing in from behind. A frantic classmate lunges forward, grabbing him by the shoulders with a look of sheer panic etched across his face. Calling out his name in desperation, Dio demands to know what happened, his voice trembling with concern for his friend. In the heavy silence of the storage room, he remains slumped against the crates, his gaze fixed on the floor as Lydersis stands over him, dismissing the trivial rumors of monsters. Shifting the focus of his inquiry, the young master brings up the name of Cheval von Hedelio, his eyes searching for a reaction. The question hangs in the air, probing into why such a man would label him a monster in the first place. A long pause follows, the boy on the floor barely acknowledging the words until the question is repeated with even more weight. His eyes flash with a sudden, sharp intensity, a cold dismissal cutting through the noble's persistence as he declares that his nature is none of anyone's business. The plea for isolation grows stronger, a desperate demand to be left alone and for the constant prying to finally stop. Frustration boils over into a shout, his voice cracking as he lashes out, telling the persistent student to mind his own business. The outburst leaves a stunned silence in its wake, the noble standing frozen as he processes the raw emotion behind the rejection. Watching from the shadows, Dio remains silent, his expression unreadable as he witnesses the crumbling composure of his friend. Refusing to back down, the question is posed again, asking if he truly intends to live this way, accepting the world's cruel labels. A somber realization settles over him, his voice dropping to a whisper as he admits the painful truth that he is, indeed, an abomination. Covering his face in a gesture of exhaustion, he tries to brush the entire conversation aside, desperate to move past the vulnerability of the moment. High above the academy grounds, a conversation turns toward the monster currently sharing a room with Dio Varus. The revelation of his top-tier admission scores doesn't seem to impress his peers, who view his success with a mixture of skepticism and disdain, eliciting only a scoff of derision from the long-haired student, who wonders what could possibly justify such arrogance from a mere newcomer. His companion watches him closely, curious about how he intends to handle a threat that seems to be built on nothing more than a single test result. A cold smile plays on his lips as he formulates a plan, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. With a chilling promise to ensure the newcomer never rises again, a dark, wispy energy begins to coil around a blue gemstone resting on the table. The shadow intensifies, thickening into a cloud of malevolent intent that seems to have a life of its own. Detaching itself from the artifact, the darkness slithers away, leaving the gemstone behind as it seeks its target. It drifts over the balcony railing, a silent, predatory mist descending into the gardens below. Moving with unnatural speed through the foliage, the curse weaves through the trees, invisible to all but the most sensitive eyes. Nearby, a gloved hand tightens on a stone railing, as the sudden shift in the atmosphere triggers an immediate reaction. Lydersis pauses, a sense of unease washing over him, his sharp gaze searching the shadows for the source of the disturbance just as a voice calls out his name. High above the academy grounds, a playful shout rings out across the balcony as a young woman excitedly calls for attention. But the lighthearted moment is quickly tempered by a stern reminder from the man seated across the table, who cautions the girl against playing with her food. Bristling at the formal address, she snaps back with a sharp rejection of her royal title, though her companion is quick to point out her own hypocrisy in naming others. Ignoring the reprimand, a slender hand reaches toward the precarious tower of cookies stacked high on the fine china. For her, these walls represent a sanctuary where the weight of her lineage can be set aside, a place where she can simply exist without the burden of her true name. Taking a quiet bite, the young noble maintains a stoic and distant gaze, her elegance remaining undeniable even as she seeks to hide within the academy's ranks. Even amidst the weight of his secret duties, Rude is reminded that his life at the academy shouldn't just be about the mission. His handler insists that making friends is just as vital as the work itself. But as night falls over the campus, the social expectations of a student are set aside as he crouches on a secluded rooftop, his focus narrowing on a pulsating blue gem. Just as his fingers graze the cold surface of the artifact, a startled voice rings out from the shadows, calling his name and forcing him to freeze in his tracks. The sudden intrusion leaves him visibly tense, his expression clouding with a mix of annoyance and caution as the quiet of the night is irrevocably broken. Abandoning the immediate objective, he retreats across the slanted tiles of the roof, the mission compromised by an unexpected witness. Pausing for a final moment, he casts a sharp look back toward the source of the disturbance, his mind already calculating the fallout of this encounter. The realization that things have ended on poor terms lingers, prompting a silent vow to keep a closer eye on the situation before it spirals out of control. As the darkness of the night gives way to a brilliant morning sky, the scene shifts far from the academy, where the clouds drift lazily over a vast, sunlit horizon. Nestled against the rugged cliffs of a coastal paradise, an elegant estate overlooks the churning blue waters of the sea, bathed in the warmth of the new day. On one of the high balconies, a hand clad in a deep violet sleeve grips the stone railing, the tension in the fingers slowly beginning to ebb away. Standing tall against the ocean breeze, a man in a sharp violet suit exhales a long, weary sigh of relief, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Standing amidst the opulence of the estate, he muses aloud about the unexpected excitement of the human realm, his gaze fixed on the bizarre creature resting on the rug before him. Clutching a book tightly, he questions if the creature truly swam all the way there, only to be met with a simple, nonchalant confirmation. The creature's large eye narrows in distaste, as it retorts that it doesn't appreciate his tone, even going so far as to complain about a fishy scent clinging to him. Stunned by the sheer audacity of the remark, the man can only sputter in disbelief at being insulted by the very creature that embodies the scent. Settling into an armchair, he demands to know why the creature hasn't maintained its human form as Miss Ruby instructed, wondering if it simply hasn't adjusted yet. His irritation becomes palpable, as he explains that having the creature suddenly burst into the room is nothing short of annoying. While the creature suggests he should enjoy his time in the human realm, he coldly dismisses the idea, insisting that his presence here is strictly professional. A sharp, mocking smile plays on his lips, as he scoffs at the creature's nonchalance, his patience finally reaching its breaking point. With a sudden, violent movement, his hand shoots out and clamps down on the creature's fin, catching it completely off guard. Towering over the startled beast, he claims that as a colleague, he simply cannot stand to see it so frustrated and intends to help it vent. He begins to spin with incredible force, lifting the massive creature off the ground as the purple fabric of its fins whips through the air. Ignoring the creature's panicked cries, he releases his grip, sending his colleague hurtling across the room in a blur of pink and purple. With a casual, almost bored toss, he sends the creature hurtling toward the shimmering expanse below, his voice carrying a mocking lilt as he bids the big fish farewell. Watching the descent with detached interest, he observes the frantic struggle of the falling figure against the backdrop of the sheer cliffs. The silence of the heights is shattered as the impact sends a massive plume of white spray erupting from the surface, the water churning violently under the force. A sharp, genuine laugh rings out from the balcony, where the man in the purple suit peers over the edge, his face lit with a sadistic delight as he asks how the experience felt. For a moment, the ocean seems to swallow the disturbance, the ripples smoothing out into a deceptive, sparkling calm under the bright sun. Then, breaking the surface with a sudden surge, a shock of vibrant pink hair emerges, the creature's eyes narrowing as it adjusts to the light. Glowering with a cold, supernatural intensity, the submerged figure spits out the name Elzebul, his voice thick with a resentment that has clearly simmered for a long time. Leaning further into his disdain, the man on the heights retorts that his companion remains as annoying and rude as ever, even in this realm. The distance between them does nothing to dampen the tension, as he continues to mock the other's dull personality, only to be met with a blunt command to shut his mouth if he values his life. Feigning a dramatic shudder of fear, he lets out a theatrical gasp, clearly finding the death threat more entertaining than intimidating. Stepping closer to the edge, he suggests that Gamode should simply embrace his new environment and change his name to Fish, a suggestion met with a cold, final wish for his death. A heavy silence follows the exchange, as he stands silhouetted against the vast, churning sea, the two of them locked in a stalemate of mutual hatred. In the upper echelons of society, the Helios family stands as a pillar of prestige, renowned for producing a lineage of exceptionally powerful mages. At its helm is the current Marquis, a man whose influence is as active as it is formidable, often seen manipulating the very essence of mana at his desk. His presence is felt throughout the capital, where he serves as a central figure in the complex web of noble engagements. Yet, beneath the composed exterior, there is a sharp, questioning intensity in his gaze that suggests he is always several steps ahead. This ambition has naturally led to friction, most notably with Duke Artian, as the two powerful houses have long been on notoriously bad terms. It is a rivalry rooted in history, a clash of legacies where neither side is willing to yield an inch of ground. Caught in the periphery of these grand machinations, the young mage listens as the nuances of this conflict are laid bare. Walking through the quiet corridors, he considers the reports of one-sided attacks and the personal stakes involved for those caught in the crossfire. The situation is far from simple, prompting a resolve to investigate both families to uncover the truth hidden behind their noble facades. Despite the gravity of the task, Rude is cautioned not to let the seriousness of the mission overwhelm his youth. He is reminded that while the client's needs are paramount, he should still find time to experience the normalcy of school and the value of making friends. Under the cover of darkness, he sets aside the talk of social lives, reaching out to claim the glowing artifact that marks the next step in his investigation. Standing on the balcony and looking out over the grounds, Elzebul scoffs at the lack of sense displayed by those he's observing. As he reaches out to touch the cold stone wall, he muses that if a certain someone hopes to adapt to this environment, they'll need to rein in that volatile temper. A single bead of sweat rolls down his cheek, betraying a flicker of unease beneath his composed exterior. Suddenly, the air shifts, and a strange, vibrant presence manifests within the room. Instantly shifting his tone to one of forced cheer, the man calls out for the one he expected to find, his voice dripping with mock affection. He pulls his cheeks into a wide, exaggerated grin, masking his true intentions behind a mask of childish playfulness. The pink creature looks up in genuine surprise, noting Elzebul's unexpected arrival with wide, unblinking eyes. They stand in the center of the grand hall, the floor littered with open books as the two unlikely companions face one another. The playful mask slips for a moment as he rubs his forehead, the mark on his temple catching the light as he sighs in quiet frustration. Breaking the silence, the creature informs him that Miss Rubamontaire has stepped out for a while. He considers this news with a thoughtful hum, remarking that the human realm is proving to be far more interesting than he had initially anticipated. Looking down at the small being, he asks with a hint of disbelief if it truly swam all the way to this location. Standing beneath the ornate chandelier, he fixes a sharp gaze on his companion, his voice dripping with a cold, singular focus. The response is immediate, a blunt observation about a fishy scent that seems to hang heavy in the air of the lavish room. Questioning the man's current appearance, the creature reminds him of the instructions left by Miss Ruby to maintain a human form while navigating this realm. A flicker of irritation crosses his face, the sheer inconvenience of their current situation clearly weighing on his patience. While he suggests making the most of their time in the human realm, his pink companion remains steadfast, insisting that he didn't come here for mere games. A dangerous smirk tugs at the corners of his mouth, acknowledging the creature's serious tone with a low, mocking hum. Suddenly, his hand lashes out, clamping down on the creature's hide with a grip that leaves no room for escape. Claiming to act in the interest of a colleague, he stands tall, his expression shifting into something far more predatory. With effortless strength, he hoists the creature up, ignoring the wide-eyed shock and the frantic fluttering of fins. Despite the creature's panicked protests, he prepares to help clear that frustration with a sudden, violent heave. Sending him hurtling through the open air, he bids the big fish a mocking farewell as the creature blurs against the bright sky. The descent ends with a massive splash, the creature disappearing into the depths of the lake, far below the cliffside. Accepting the inevitable, he grips the report tightly, his mind already moving toward the next phase of the operation. As his golden, slitted eyes narrow, a cold resolve settles over him, acknowledging that the first hurdle has been cleared. High above the city, the sun glints off the majestic spires of Helios Academy, a bastion of knowledge now compromised from within. Within the bustling corridors, a student calls out urgently for Professor Rowell, her voice echoing through the hall. Hearing the commotion, a man with sharp features and spectacles turns his head, his expression unreadable behind his lenses. Realizing her mistake, the girl bows respectfully to Professor Hale, quickly shifting her inquiry to him. When he admits he hasn't seen the woman all day, confusion and worry cloud the student's face as she wonders where on earth her teacher could be. The professor offers no further explanation, his focus returning to the papers in his hand, as if the matter were already closed. Resting his hand upon a glowing runic surface, he remains silent, the faint hum of magic the only sound in the room. He remains hunched over the intricate patterns, working with a quiet intensity that draws a sharp gasp from the student standing behind him, as she realizes this is the teleportation circle for Eden's field training. Marveling at the sheer complexity of the runes, the young woman asks if this massive undertaking is truly all his own work, to which Professor Hale offers a calm, affirmative response. As the conversation continues, she mentions the rumors circulating through the academy, that this time, the field training will be conducted in direct connection with the tower. Considering the weight of those words, the student gazes upward, her expression reflecting a mix of anticipation and the daunting reality of what lies ahead. Suddenly, the air hums with latent energy, and a brilliant blue light begins to saturate the chamber, illuminating the grand architectural marvels of the academy's inner sanctum. Standing before the finished masterpiece, the two figures appear small against the scale of the magic, contemplating the incredible potential of the teleportation they are about to witness. Whispers of the upcoming field training at the tower ripple through the group, as the students gather with a mixture of nerves and excitement. Gazing in awe at the massive, glowing teleportation circle that dominates the center of the grand hall. A sense of professional pride swells within the instructor, his confident smile reflecting the success of the intricate array. Despite the excitement, he maintains a serious tone, reminding everyone that this first training session of the year must be handled with precision. Professor Hale emphasizes the need for thorough preparation, insisting that every detail be checked to ensure the safety of all involved. His dedication earns him the enthusiastic praise of his pupils, who recognize him as a true master of his craft. Elsewhere, far from the bustling hall, a firm hand descends, pressing down upon the cover of a weathered, mysterious book. The sudden movement draws the immediate attention of Dio, whose wide eyes reflect a mix of curiosity and apprehension. He stares at the intricate seal on the cover, quietly questioning the nature of the object placed before him. Searching through the quiet corridors, a group of students hunts for their target with predatory intent. Without warning, a sudden, cold deluge erupts through the air. The force of the water leaves Rude drenched and grounded, the hollow clatter of an empty bucket echoing against the stone. Mockery drips from their tongues as easily as the water from his hair, as they sneer at the pathetic sight of the so-called young lord. He remains silent under their gaze, enduring a cruel reminder that having a few allies won't change the reality of his isolation. As the group looms over him in the shadowed archway, a voice calls out to maintain order among the ranks. Manon steps forward with a chilling sense of purpose, declaring that simple harassment is no longer the objective. His words carry a weight of expectation, questioning if the others truly understood the gravity of their task. The subordinates defer to him immediately, waiting for the next move from the one they call master. Leaning in close, a whispered confidence passes between them, sealing a dark pact. A predatory smirk spreads across his face, reveling in the control he holds over the situation. With a final, cold command, the order is given to haul the monster away. The grand hall hums with the low murmur of 100 voices, the air thick with a growing sense of unease. As students exchange puzzled glances, they whisper amongst themselves about the professor's unexplained absence and why the elite students, known as the Clads, have suddenly taken center stage. At the front of the assembly, a line of these high-ranking students stands poised and imposing, their presence commanding the attention of the entire room. Standing at the forefront, Manon remains unreadable as he confirms the readiness of their plan with a simple, cold affirmation. A dark, predatory smile tugs at the corners of the elite's mouth, noting with satisfaction that every single student from the target class has been successfully corralled. With a chilling finality, the young leader signals the start of whatever dark game he has orchestrated. Meanwhile, in a far quieter part of the academy, a lecture hall sits in eerie silence, its ornate desks and chairs unoccupied. Professor Hale stands alone at the front of the room, his brow furrowed in confusion as he stares at the empty seats where his students should be. Exhausted from a grueling day of investigation, he slumps over the desk, admitting that gathering this information was a struggle as most students simply ignored his attempts to talk. Looking over the extensive list, the blonde student remains skeptical, questioning if everyone named truly possesses the strength to stand against Cheval. Shaking his head to clarify his methods, the researcher explains that he didn't just pick names at random. He focused specifically on the nobility and those with the highest academic standings. A heavy silence falls between them, as the blonde youth stares back with an unreadable expression, waiting for a more convincing argument. In the background of the ornate room, other students move about their business, seemingly unaware of the high-stakes recruitment happening at the center desk. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, one of the girls nearby pauses, though she quickly dismisses her concern when asked if something is wrong. Suddenly bursting with renewed energy, the blue-haired student slams his hands onto the paper, insisting that while others might be questionable, 2 specific people are guaranteed to be of help. His confidence is palpable, catching the blonde's attention as he prepares to reveal the first of these elite candidates. The first name on the list is revealed with grand importance: Yushrin Maria Kanziel, a name that carries the weight of an entire empire. A vision of the girl appears, dressed in an elegant, flower-adorned gown that signifies her status far beyond that of a typical student. She is the only royalty attending Helios, an imperial princess of direct lineage who is treated with the utmost reverence by everyone at the academy. Because of her bloodline, she is constantly accompanied by a bodyguard from the imperial castle, ensuring that even the professors wouldn't dare to cross her. With a sudden, violent motion, a wall of water slams against the cold stone, the sound echoing through the corridor like a physical blow, leaving Rude Krish slumped on the floor, drenched and shivering as an empty bucket clatters away across the tiles. Looking down with a sneer of pure contempt, the orange-eyed student remarks that the wet rat look suits the abominable young lord perfectly. As the boy stares silently at the ground, he is warned that having a few idiots on his side won't change the reality of his pathetic situation. The tension is broken when Manon calls for the group to take it easy, prompting the students to turn their attention away from their victim. Fixing his gaze forward, the leader clarifies that today's goal isn't merely to harass that monster bastard. Questioning if the others truly understood the plan, the young lord is approached by his subordinates as they prepare for the next phase. A whisper is shared in confidence, the words obscured from prying ears as a secret update is delivered. Listening intently, he absorbs the information with a stoic expression, his mind already calculating the variables. With a sharp, decisive command to drag the monster, his eyes narrow, reflecting a ruthless determination to see the plan through. Walking away with an air of absolute confidence, he notes that the stage is finally ready for the spectacle to begin. Moving through the dense foliage of the academy grounds, Dio pushes forward with a sense of purpose, his mind lingering on the weight of the upcoming lesson. However, the path is not as clear as expected, and Manon pauses, noting with a frown that the door ahead has been intentionally locked, a detail that feels out of place. A flicker of unease crosses his features, as the young man considers the implications of such secrecy within the school's walls. Brushing off the concern with a light-hearted chuckle, his companion gestures toward their destination, though the underlying tension remains. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the academy, the atmosphere is thick with academic rigor as students gather for a fundamental lecture on the mechanics of mana. At the center of the discussion is a small, dark sphere, a conduit that serves as the primary tool for those yet to master their internal energy. Holding the object aloft for all to see, Professor Hale explains that until a mage is fully formed, they are incapable of manifesting magic without the aid of such a stone. The lesson continues with a focus on technique, emphasizing that the very first step on their long journey is learning how to draw out the latent power stored within these orbs. Continuing the lesson, the professor stands beside a crate of shimmering green orbs, preparing the class for the rigors of practical training. He explains that this special session is designed specifically to evaluate their innate capacity to manifest their internal power. His gaze is piercing as he utters the single word that defines their entire existence at the academy: mana. The pristine white of his uniform serves as a stark reminder of the authority he wields over every student in the room. Suddenly, a voice cracks the silence, a desperate plea for a moment of hesitation before the assessment begins. Raising a trembling hand, Dio speaks up, questioning whether the faculty is truly aware of the methods being employed. The air pressure in the room shifts instantly, as a blur of motion cuts through the rows of desks toward the dissenting student. With a sickening thud, the boy is violently silenced, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding classmates. Horror washes over the faces of the onlookers, their breath hitching as they witness the brutal consequences of questioning the professor's orders. A heavy, suffocating silence follows, broken only by the cold, measured command to proceed with the lesson. Standing tall once more, the instructor scans the room with a chilling indifference, daring anyone else to voice their concerns. Not a single soul moves, the weight of fear pressing down on them as they realize the true nature of the training they are about to endure. Stepping before the gathered students, Professor Hale begins his address with a chillingly calm demeanor. Gesturing toward the rows of carts, he introduces the mana orbs that each student will be required to use for the upcoming assessment. Holding one of the spheres aloft, the instructor explains that these orbs are specifically crafted for testing and cannot be utilized for standard spellcasting. His gaze remains fixed and unyielding, noting that the orbs only activate once the mana within them is properly stimulated. The mechanics of the test are simple, as the brightness of the orb's glow directly correlates to the level of control and power the wielder possesses. Therefore, their skills will be measured, based entirely on the magnitude of force they can channel into the glass sphere. As he prepares to reveal the final component, a heavy mechanical grinding sound begins to resonate through the hall. The method of assessment, he declares, is simply a matter of successfully hitting the designated target. The wall slides back to reveal a horrific sight, where Rude Krish hangs suspended, bound tightly by thick iron chains and restrictive ropes. The boy can only stare in silent shock, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer cruelty of the position he has been forced into. The instructor continues without a hint of remorse, explaining that unless the force is mana-based, it won't leave so much as a scratch on the captive. With the stage set for a brutal display, he issues the final command to manifest their mana and hurl the orbs directly at the boy. Standing before the gathered students, The professor presents the task with a chilling simplicity that leaves the room in a stunned silence. As whispers of confusion ripple through the crowd, the students exchange uneasy glances, struggling to comprehend the true nature of the assessment. Pausing for a moment of dark inspiration, he decides that a simple exercise isn't enough to truly test their resolve. Clutching a mana orb tightly, the instructor reveals a sadistic bonus for those who can strike the target's head. Gesturing toward the bound boy, he singles out the helpless figure of Rude, who remains motionless against the target board. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the professor signals the start of the trial, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the hall, causing a momentary lapse in the professor's commanding presence. As mana orbs begin to roll aimlessly across the floor, the rhythmic clicking of glass on stone suggests that something has gone fundamentally wrong. Ignoring the disturbance for a moment, the instructor scans the crowd, looking for the first student brave enough to take the shot. But his words trail off, replaced by a look of dawning confusion as he senses a shift in the room's energy. Turning back toward the target, he finds only empty chains and a vacant board where his prisoner should have been. As Manon rushes forward to report the impossible, the professor can only stare in disbelief at the spot where his target once stood. Surveying the room with a cold, expectant gaze, the professor calls for a volunteer to step forward and begin the assessment. When no one moves, he decides to take matters into his own hands, pointing directly at a student in the crowd and demanding she take the mana orb. The weight of his attention is suffocating, leaving the chosen girl frozen in place as her classmates look on with a mixture of pity and relief. As she stammers out a desperate refusal, the instructor's expression hardens, offering a chilling alternative: participate or become the target herself. The ultimatum leaves her breathless, her eyes widening in sheer horror as the reality of her situation sinks in. Tears begin to well as she silently begs for someone to intervene, but the rest of the class remains motionless, unwilling to draw the professor's ire. With no other choice left, she prepares to face the impossible task, her spirit breaking under the pressure. Her hands shake violently as they close around the dark sphere, the orb beginning to pulse with a faint, ominous light. Watching her every move, he notes that she knows exactly what is expected of her next. A flicker of disappointment crosses his features, observing that the mana she's channeled into the device is barely enough to register. Dismissing the poor performance for now, he turns back toward the target board, announcing that the most critical part of the lesson is about to begin. As the tension reaches its peak, Manon offers a final, sharp piece of advice, emphasizing that accuracy is the only thing that matters when facing such a monster. A blinding flash erupts, cutting through the air with a violent, singular purpose. The force of the blow is staggering, shattering the stone wall into a jagged crater as purple energy ripples outward from the point of impact. Watching the destruction unfold, Dio can hardly mask his shock, while Rude stands nearby, his gaze fixed elsewhere as if calculating the result. His mouth hanging open in disbelief, the blue-haired student stares at the aftermath, unable to comprehend the scale of the power he just witnessed. Sweat beads on Rude's brow, his eyes narrowing as the weight of the moment settles heavily upon him. Despite the display of strength, he remains tightly bound in heavy iron chains, standing before the very destruction he caused. A bitter realization sinks in, as he admits to himself that the strike failed to find its mark. Surrounded by his peers, the young mage bows his head, the silence of the crowd amplifying the sting of his perceived failure. From the sidelines, Professor Hale watches with a grim expression, his concern evident as he evaluates the unfolding situation. Disbelief flickers through his mind, struggling to accept that his calculations were so far off. But then, a glimmer of hope appears, as he feels the iron links around his chest begin to give way, loosened by the sheer vibration of the impact. A firm grip tightens around the dark sphere, the weight of the object grounding the tension in the room as the first move is made. As a cold smirk plays on his lips, Manon dismisses the previous failure with a casual scoff, his eyes devoid of any real concern. Determined to rectify his aim, the elite student summons a pair of glowing white orbs, his focus narrowing on the target before him. With a sudden, violent flex, he begins to crush the magical construct, the shell of the orb spiderwebbing under the sheer pressure of his palm. Shattering the energy directly in front of the terrified boy, the display of power leaves Dio frozen, his eyes wide as the shards of magic fly past his face. Leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned silence, the green fragments dissipate into the air, leaving behind only the ringing echo of the impact. Breaking the silence with a mocking laugh, the aggressor turns away casually, claiming the tool must have been defective to further belittle the situation. While panic begins to spiral in the target's mind, the realization hits that a direct strike from such power would be nothing short of lethal. As a nearby student attempts to intervene, the tension only thickens, the air heavy with the threat of the next move. Paralyzed by the sheer malice directed his way, the silver-haired boy can do nothing but watch, his body refusing to obey his instinct to flee. Raising a new orb that pulses with a dangerous light, the elite student issues a final, cold warning, making it clear that his patience has reached its limit. And as the glow reflects in his trembling eyes, the sheer terror of the moment is etched into every line of his face, a silent plea for the nightmare to end. Without a moment's hesitation, Manon releases the glowing green orb, a sharp warning to dodge echoing through the hall as the projectile tears through the air. The sphere accelerates, swirling with volatile magic that leaves a trail of light in its wake. Caught in the sudden glare, Rude Krish can only gasp in shock, his eyes widening as the danger closes in faster than he can react. While the surrounding students watch in frozen terror, the attacker maintains a cold, unwavering gaze, showing no sign of restraint. Beads of sweat rolled down the boy's face, his breath hitching as the sheer pressure of the incoming spell overwhelms his senses. Then, the impact occurs, the orb slamming directly into Dio's face with a sickening crack, sending a spray of blood into the air. Stunned by the brutality, the white-haired youth stares at the scene, his mind struggling to process the sudden turn toward violence. The force of the blow is absolute, snapping the victim's head back as his consciousness fades instantly, his body beginning its limp descent. Standing amidst the silence, the attacker simply shrugs, offering a hollow apology that carries no weight of regret. From a distance, the fallen student lies motionless on the floor, a stark contrast to the indifferent figure standing over him. With a heavy thud, the boy's head meets the cold stone, the sound echoing through the now silent training hall. Looking down at the carnage, Rude Krish whispers a single, desperate question, unable to fathom why such cruelty was necessary. A firm hand suddenly clamps down on the boy's collar. Professor Rowell looms over him with an expression that betrays nothing of her intent. Startled and unable to find his voice, the student can only stare back in shock as he recognizes the woman standing before him. Collapsing to his knees in a wave of pure relief, Dio offers a desperate prayer of thanks, believing his ordeal is finally over now that help has arrived. However, that sense of security quickly begins to fray, replaced by a growing confusion as he notices the strange intensity in her gaze. He stammers out a question, wondering what she could possibly be doing, only for her to respond with a chillingly calm statement that they are being watched. As he tries to warn her about the danger nearby, she moves with startling speed, her hand snapping up to silence him before he can utter another word. Muffled protests die in his throat as she pulls him closer, her grip unyielding as she forces him to remain quiet and still in the face of the unknown. Ignoring his confusion, the professor keeps her focus locked on the distance, her sharp eyes scanning for the slightest movement in the shadows. Her eyes widen in sudden realization. The professor can only watch as the situation spirals out of control. A sharp, heavy impact echoes through the hall, cutting through the silence with violent intent. Shimmering under the harsh lights, the Academy's crest on a white sleeve becomes a blur of motion. Sending Dio crashing to the floor, he clutches his head as the dust settles around his defeated form. Standing motionless beside the glowing green sphere, the boy remains silent, his expression unreadable despite the growing tension. The surrounding students erupt into a panicked frenzy, their voices rising in a chorus of accusations to stop him from taking the orb. Hands reach out from the mob to seize him, pinning his arms as they attempt to subdue the supposed thief. Believing the struggle is over, one student boasts of his success, a smirk playing on his lips. A sickening crack echoes as the assault continues, yet the young mage doesn't even flinch under the weight of their numbers. Even as they hold him fast, a sudden flicker of doubt crosses the faces of those standing directly before him. The air grows heavy with a sudden surge of mana, catching his captors completely off guard. With an explosive burst of power, he sends the entire crowd reeling backward, clearing the space in a single, devastating motion. The sudden eruption of mana is absolute, sending the aggressive crowd sprawling across the floor like discarded dolls as the shockwave clears a path. As the dust begins to settle, he stands amidst the wreckage of their failed assault, his presence looming over those who dare to lay a hand on him. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, the boy offers a quiet, chilling greeting that freezes the blood of the student standing directly in his path. His voice drops to a chilling register, making it clear that his patience has reached its absolute limit and that any further provocation will be met with disaster. With a final, icy request to be left alone, he turns his back on the trembling crowd, walking away with a calm that is far more unsettling than his previous outburst. Behind him, the hallway is a scene of quiet devastation, littered with the bodies of those who learned the hard way that some lines should never be crossed. Watching from the shadows, Rowell remains silent, her crimson eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and a deep, growing concern for what has just transpired. The surrounding students can only stare, their previous bravado replaced by a hollow, lingering fear as they realize how outmatched they truly are. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Manon struggles to process the humiliation, his anger simmering beneath the surface as he looks down at the scattered artifacts. A tentative voice breaks the silence, drawing his attention toward the orbs that were the catalyst for this entire disastrous confrontation. Looking down at the ground, the students begin to gather the fallen items, though the weight of their failure hangs heavy in the air. The final blow to their pride comes with a realization, as frantic whispers reveal that the orbs they fought so desperately to protect are nothing more than useless experimental prototypes. Grip tightening around the smooth surface of the orb, he stares down in frustration, wondering if this meager display is truly the extent of their power. Turning his attention toward the distance, Manon declares that the next target is none other than the boy who has proven himself to be far from ordinary. Raising his voice to command the attention of the gathered crowd, he calls for everyone to listen closely to his next instruction. Pointing toward the isolated figure, he sets the bounty, promising that the one who manages to land a hit on Rude will be the victor. Dismissing any perceived threat, he scoffs at the boy's isolation, convinced that being alone leaves him completely vulnerable. As mana begins to surge from the orb in his hand, the air crackles with energy, reflecting the intensity of his resolve. Shouting over the rising hum of magic, the elite student reiterates that a grand reward awaits the one who succeeds. Driven by a singular, destructive intent, he vows to crush the composure of his opponent once and for all. Facing the hostility with an unbothered expression, the white-haired boy remains silent, his calm demeanor only further provoking his attackers. Taking a deliberate step forward, his gaze sharpens, focusing on the incoming threat with clinical precision. As the projectile blurs through the air, he makes no effort to evade, standing his ground as the magic closes the distance. With a heavy, resonant thud, the orb slams directly into his chest, the impact rippling through his uniform as he absorbs the blow. As the dust settles from the initial impact, Dio's voice is laced with a mix of confusion and concern as he questions whether his companion actually enjoys the sting of these attacks, or if he has simply grown accustomed to being a target. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of ease settles over the silver-haired youth, who simply remarks that the outcome is a relief, his stoic expression betraying nothing of the pain he should be feeling. The blonde student can't let it go, his voice trembling slightly as he demands to know why someone would step into the line of fire for his sake when they barely know each other. The response is cold and logical, turning the blonde's own words back on him. If one is to remain indifferent to another's fate, then that indifference must cut both ways to be truly fair. They stand amidst the tension of the arena, a strange pact of mutual disregard established between them as the surrounding students watch the unfolding drama with bated breath. Guilt begins to gnaw at the blonde youth, the weight of the situation pressing down on his shoulders as he takes the blame upon himself for the violence directed at his companion. But the assault isn't over, and as another projectile streaks through the air with lethal intent, the crowd gasps at the relentless nature of the bullies. The silver-haired youth moves with a speed that defies the eye, his hand snapping shut around the pulsing green energy of the magic orb, halting its momentum instantly. He turns back, his expression unchanged by the display of raw power, looking at his companion with a gaze that is both piercing and calm. Dismissing the other's guilt with a few sharp words, Rude insists that this isn't his fault, while the surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief at the feat they've just witnessed. There is no grand heroism in his actions, only a simple, driving motivation that has guided him through countless confrontations. A deep-seated loathing for those who use their power to trample over others. He admits that his intervention stems from a pure, unadulterated hatred for people who act like the bullies before them. The air in the training hall thickens with disbelief as a student stammers out the impossible truth of what they've just witnessed. Rude Krish has caught the projectile barehanded, his gaze hardening with a deep-seated loathing for those who rely on such petty, collective bullying. Ignoring the display of skill, the surrounding crowd erupts into a frantic frenzy, screaming for the assault to continue without mercy. Another orb is hurled with desperate force, trailing a streak of green light as it whistles through the air toward its target. With a casual flick of his wrist, the youth intercepts the next attack mid-flight, his movements almost too fast for the eye to follow. He coolly marks the first successful defense, mocking the sloppy efforts of his peers as he prepares to turn the tide. He doesn't stop at defense, lunging forward to strike down the next challenger with a precision that leaves them gasping on the floor. The sight of his comrades falling so easily draws a snarl from the long-haired elite watching from the sidelines, his irritation boiling over. But that indignation does nothing to slow the counteroffensive, as a third student is sent reeling from a heavy blow, the count rising steadily. Standing tall amidst the chaos, the young mage completes his fourth takedown, his voice cutting through the din as he demands to know who else is left to face him. Watching the scene unfold with wide-eyed disbelief, Dio can hardly process what he's seeing, his breath hitching as the dust begins to settle. As the courtyard remains littered with spent magical orbs, the young student wonders what could possibly be going through the mind of the boy walking so calmly toward them. Panic ripples through the gathered crowd, voices rising in a frantic chorus of confusion and fear as the perceived threat draws closer. Each step is heavy and deliberate, crushing the silence of the arena as he ignores the discarded weapons at his feet. Only now, as he turns his back to the light, does the true nature of his restraint become clear. His hands are bound tightly with coarse rope. The sight leaves the spectators in mute confusion, their arrogance replaced by a chilling realization of the gap in their abilities. He offers no word of explanation, his expression remaining stoic and unreadable despite the frantic calls to wait. As he passes through the ranks of the elite, a sharp gasp cuts through the air when someone notices the fresh crimson staining his uniform. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, he glances back, his movements fluid and unbothered by the physical toll of the fight. For one student, the sight of his blood is too much to bear, Rin's eyes widening with a mixture of worry and resolve. Breaking from the paralyzed crowd, She reaches out to offer aid, her hands trembling slightly as she moves to free him from his bonds. Her sudden initiative leaves the rest of the class frozen, their faces etched with a complex blend of guilt, fear, and utter disbelief. Staring down at the arena in utter disbelief, Manon can barely find the words to describe what he just witnessed. The question echoes through his mind, wondering just what kind of monster could possibly possess such strength. Surveying the aftermath, the sight of his fellow students scattered across the floor only deepens the sense of unreality. Gripped by a cold sweat, he begins to question if this is all some elaborate, impossible dream. A firm step breaks the silence, signaling that the demonstration is far from over. Standing alone in the center of the arena, the young man looks up at the spectators with a chillingly calm expression. With a faint, almost mocking smile, Rude asks if they are ready to continue the lesson. The weight of his words hangs in the air, leaving the room in a state of breathless anticipation. Glancing down at the floor, the discarded ropes serve as a silent reminder of how easily he broke his restraints. Approaching him from behind, Rin moves with a mix of hesitation and concern. He remains silent, his gaze fixed forward as if lost in his own thoughts. Finally reaching him, she speaks softly, her voice barely a whisper in the quiet arena. The air in the academy hall grows thick with suspicion, as the students whisper among themselves, wondering who among their number could truly be the monster. A heavy silence follows, shattered by a sudden, pointed realization that the culprit has been found. Shock ripples through the crowd, and Dio's breath hitches as he tries to call out in disbelief. But the name is cut short as Rude turns, his unreadable gaze meeting the collective weight of their doubt. In that instant, a violent surge of emerald energy erupts, swirling around a floating catalyst that pulses with raw power. The young mage stares upward, the brilliant light reflecting in his eyes as the artifact bathes the room in a sickly green hue. A magical crest on a nearby sleeve pulses in response, reacting to the sudden, overwhelming spike in mana. The display catches the attention of Manon, whose stern expression tightens as he observes the unexpected phenomenon. Staring at the swirling vortex, the young mage can only wonder what exactly has been unleashed. As the dust settles from the sudden mana eruption, the training grounds are left in a state of ruin, with a massive target cracked down the center and a student lying motionless on the cold stone platform. Amidst the confusion, he stands frozen, his mind racing as the faculty barks orders to summon medical aid and clear the area of onlookers. While the source of the anomaly is secured, the green gem is held firmly, its glow now contained, but its presence still heavy with the weight of the disaster it nearly caused. High above the academy, the sky remains deceptively calm, offering no hint of the turmoil brewing within the stone walls below. Stretching across the horizon, the sprawling spires of the institution stand as a silent witness to the growing unease among the student body. Whispers echo through the halls as students gather in small groups, their eyes darting nervously as they speculate on the identity of the monster hidden in their midst. Feeling the weight of their collective gaze, the blond youth closes his eyes in frustration, blaming his companion for the unwanted attention they are drawing. With a faint, knowing smirk, his associate dismisses the concern, suggesting they retreat to their own territory to escape the prying eyes. Settling into the quiet sanctuary of the library, the two continue their debate amidst stacks of ancient texts, the purple-haired youth insisting that the attention isn't his fault. Leaning back with an air of casual authority, he questions the very concept of his territory, his gaze sharp and calculating as he steers the conversation. Gesturing to the grand hall around them, Helios claims the entirety of the academy as their domain before casually mentioning a strange encounter with a small creature during his private training. As a look of disbelief crosses his face, the blonde student scoffs at the idea of a cute creature becoming a mid-tier monster, clearly annoyed by what he perceives as blatant bragging. Leaning in with a gaze that pierces through the quiet of the hall, his companion demands the truth, his purple eye narrowing as he insists on hearing every detail. Across the table, the atmosphere grows heavy as the question finally drops. He wants to know everything about the moment the blonde student encountered the black mage. Panic flares in his eyes as he frantically gestures for silence, hissing a desperate plea to lower the volume before the entire academy overhears their forbidden topic. Settling into a more somber mood, he stares off into the distance, the weight of the memory casting a shadow over his sharp features. Trying to brush it off as if it were nothing, he maintains that the whole ordeal really wasn't as significant as everyone seems to think. Concluding his brief summary with a shrug, he meets his friend's gaze, only to find a look of utter disbelief staring back at him. Unsatisfied with such a shallow report, the purple-haired youth leans over the table, demanding to know even the most trivial details of the mage's existence. His curiosity takes a turn for the bizarre, as he begins listing off questions about the mage's personality, his hobbies, and even his favorite foods. Stunned by the sheer absurdity of the request, he can only stare in silence, his blue eyes wide with a mix of confusion and genuine concern for his friend's sanity. Finding his voice at last, he asks what could possibly drive someone to want to know such useless, personal information. With a radiant, knowing smile that seems to glow with excitement, Lapis simply suggests that the answer should be obvious, his enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. A cold sweat breaks out as he looks away. Helios, realizing that the mage's master is a terrifying force who won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who pries too deep. Continuing his relentless prying, he muses aloud about the whims of fate, wishing for a chance encounter of his own with the elusive mage. As the conversation fades into the night, the scene shifts to the dark, quiet expanse of the surrounding woods, where magical residue flickers like dying embers, leaving a heavy silence in its wake that only adds to the growing unease. Sensing the gravity of their situation, Rin closes her eyes, her expression clouded by the realization that things have taken a turn for the worse. Standing nearby, Helios stares into the distance, his mind made up to have a long-overdue confrontation with his master once they return. The focus then turns to the young mage, as a voice calls out to Blow, checking to see if the ordeal left him with any injuries. With a calm, steady gaze, he simply assures them that he is fine, though the mystery of the night is far from over. As the dust settles, a quiet inquiry breaks the silence, checking for any lingering injuries. Offering a quick reassurance, the decision is made to head back, the immediate danger having passed. But before they can take a step, a desperate shout rings out, demanding they wait. Looking back with uncertainty, the weight of the moment begins to settle on the young noble. Realizing this might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance, hesitation wars with a sudden, burning resolve. Though the request feels sudden, he knows he cannot let this person walk away without speaking his mind. Dropping into a deep, respectful bow, Varus declares his desire to receive proper teaching. The sudden plea leaves the others stunned, caught off guard by the intensity of his conviction. With sweat beading on his brow, he forces the words out, his heart racing with anticipation. He makes his ultimate goal clear, vowing to become the disciple of the Black Mage. Acknowledging the long road ahead, he promises to work tirelessly to never tarnish the reputation of his desired master. Desperate to salvage his family's standing, Lenost is met with a frantic plea as the young noble begs for a chance to prove his worth. However, the response is cold and immediate, as Blow delivers a flat refusal that leaves the boy utterly stunned. Stepping in to soften the blow, she cites a convenient set of regulations that strictly forbid them from taking on any disciples. Accepting the defeat with a heavy heart, the boy watches them walk away, unaware of the quiet amusement shared between the two as they depart. As time passes and the scene shifts back to the academy, the weight of that encounter begins to settle in a far less heroic light. Replaying the moment in his mind, he is overcome by a wave of pure mortification at how foolishly he had acted. Burying his face in his hands, the student wonders if he was truly out of his mind, while a classmate nearby watches his distress with confusion. The quiet of the hallway is suddenly broken, as a hushed whisper ripples through the crowd, announcing a name that commands immediate attention. Striding through the corridor with an air of absolute authority, the man draws every eye, his presence alone enough to silence the surrounding chatter. While Anna offers a cheerful greeting to her friend, he remains lost in his own thoughts, barely noticing the world around him. The Marquis stops directly behind him, his voice dripping with a cold, calculated disdain as he questions the boy's choice of companions. Startled by the sudden confrontation, he can only listen as the older man delivers a stinging rebuke, accusing him of stooping to a pathetic level. The Marquis' attempt to exert dominance is met with a sharp retort, questioning who is truly the one playing petty power games and stooping to such a low level. Lenost finds the situation amusing, teasingly repeating the accusation that he is being quite childish, just as Lapis suggested. He scoffs at the group, dismissing them all as pathetic and refusing to waste another second of his time on such trivialities. As he signals for Anna to follow, the white-haired boy mutters a quiet challenge, wondering who is actually the pathetic one in this exchange. The weight of the nobleman's reputation hangs in the air, prompting silent questions about how much longer he can continue to live with such blatant arrogance. His companion catches up to him, her tone light as she wonders if a spark of genuine concern is finally showing beneath his cold exterior. She laughs off the suggestion with a sharp, dismissive bark, making it clear that worry is the last thing on her mind as she mocks the very idea. The silent girl follows behind, her expression unreadable as the confrontation ends and the group disperses. The atmosphere shifts to the quiet, ornate halls of the Academy's inner chambers, where the grandeur of the architecture reflects the weight of the decisions made within. Where a formal meeting is underway, with several figures gathered around a massive table to discuss pressing matters of the institution. A young woman with a sharp gaze breaks the silence, hesitantly bringing up the unsettling rumors currently spreading through the student body. She reviews the reports of the target board's destruction and the fate of the intermediate students, the details painting a grim picture of the chaos that unfolded. Noting the chilling conclusion that all of this was the work of just one individual. She leans forward, her gaze fixed on the boy slumped over the desk, her voice dropping to a low, accusatory tone. As the question hangs heavy in the air, directed straight at rude Chrissy. Feigning ignorance, he mutters a denial without even lifting his head from his arms, claiming to have no idea what she's talking about. While her expression remains sharp, unconvinced by the display of weakness, the interrogation continues in the quiet hall, as she asks point-blank if he is actually a mage, leaving the silver-haired youth to watch the exchange with a flicker of confusion, sensing the shift in atmosphere. The blonde student remains buried in his sleeves, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Until Professor Rowell finally interjects, her tone carrying the weight of her authority. She dismisses the accusation as nonsense, questioning why a powerful mage like Chrissy would ever act so pathetically. Yet despite the defense, a bead of sweat rolls down his face as he maintains his trembling facade. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Rude wonders if he acted too thoughtlessly, questioning if his actions were felt by those around him. Across from him, Lenost is equally certain that she didn't use even the slightest bit of mana, leaving the source of the power a mystery. Breaking the quiet, the blonde student clutches his head in apparent pain, his sudden distress drawing a sharp look from the professor. While Rowell expresses concern and suggests a trip to the infirmary, Lenost coldly dismisses the idea, insisting that the boy is perfectly fine. She questions how Rowell could be so certain of his condition, as the two students sit in uncomfortable silence under the weight of the scrutiny. Recalling the moment Chrissy collapsed earlier, the memory of the chaos and the professor's intervention flashes through their minds. The blonde student continues his plea, claiming total confusion about what is expected of him as he hides his face behind his hand. His voice wavers as he tries to explain his perspective, insisting that his reaction was nothing more than a natural response to the situation. He describes the shock of seeing the magic orb flying toward him, painting a picture of a helpless student caught in a moment of pure terror. But the performance is cut short when Lenost commands him to stop lying, her gaze piercing through his facade with absolute certainty. The sudden accusation leaves Rude visibly shaken, while the professor lets out a frustrated click of her tongue at the student's persistence. Rowell can only watch in uneasy silence, realizing that the situation is far more complicated than a simple misunderstanding. Reviewing the incident report, the professor notes that the disciplinary measures for the students involved will be handled by another department, specifically mentioning that Professor Hale will take charge of the matter. With the issue temporarily deferred, she dismisses the two students from her office, instructing them to leave until the situation is fully resolved. Questioning the sudden end to the interrogation, he meets her gaze with a defiant look, wondering if he is truly being let go so easily, or if there is a catch. The reprieve feels hollow, a mere pause in the scrutiny he's under as the professor maintains her firm stance. As they step away, the mention of Professor Rowell's involvement sticks in his mind, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding events. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips, anticipating the complications that are sure to follow as the situation becomes increasingly bothersome. Outside in the hallway, the atmosphere shifts abruptly as a sudden, heavy presence leaves the other students paralyzed with shock. A man of striking stature strides forward, his presence commanding immediate attention as he surveys the frozen crowd with a casual air. The name Cheval is whispered in disbelief. The students' faces pale as they recognize the high-ranking noble standing before them. As the door swings open fully, the weight of his arrival settles over the room like a physical force, silencing all conversation. He looks around with a touch of amusement, seemingly unaware of the sheer impact his presence has on those around him as he questions their reaction. The unexpected encounter shifts the dynamic entirely, leaving the previous tension forgotten in the wake of this new and formidable arrival. Standing as a golden wall in the center of the hallway, Marquis Helios looms over the two students, his presence casting a long, intimidating shadow across the polished floor. While Rude and Varys remain frozen, the weight of the noble's scrutiny feels like a physical force pressing down on them. Staring back with cold, calculating eyes, the noble searches for any sign of weakness or defiance in their expressions. As the silence stretches on, the blonde student seems to buckle under the pressure, his gaze fixed on the man who holds their fate in his hands. Sensing a shift in the air, he remains motionless, though the subtle tension in his shoulders betrays a growing sense of dread. Noticing something unexpected, the Marquis narrows his eyes in suspicion, wondering if he truly saw a flicker of a smile on the silver-haired boy's face. Before the noble can react, the silver-haired youth reaches out with a sudden, firm grip on his companion's shoulder, snapping the tension like a dry twig. With a quiet command to leave, Rude leads Varys away, their footsteps echoing through the hall as they pass the stunned onlookers. As they distance themselves from the noble's gaze, the name Lydersis lingers in the air, a silent reminder of the hidden authority that truly governs this academy. Leaving the tension of the confrontation behind, he leads the way down the quiet corridor, his footsteps echoing against the polished floor as they put distance between themselves and the Marquis. Yet, the weight of the name just invoked seems to manifest in the sharp, golden gaze of the one who truly carries it, his expression unreadable as he stares into the distance. As a thick, gray mist rolls across the landscape, the world seems to hold its breath, obscuring everything in a cold, silent shroud. Emerging from the silence, Helios stares into the distance, his voice dropping to a low, haunting murmur as he promises to bring nothing but misery. Startled by the sudden darkness in his companion's tone, Dio looks up, wondering aloud if he's being cursed right then and there. Dismissing the idea with a scoff, the silver-haired youth looks down, noting that after what happened earlier, such words are almost too much to even voice. Unfazed by the gravity of the situation, the blonde student stands firm, declaring that even 100 attackers would mean nothing to him. He continues with an earnest plea, insisting that whatever happens isn't his friend's fault, and that he should stop worrying about others and focus on himself. A silent question lingers about how such a gentle soul can survive in this harsh world, but Helios cuts through the thought with a sharp retort, claiming that his companion truly knows nothing. Standing before the ornate doors of the academy, the weight of the truth begins to settle between them. Admitting the point, Dio confesses that he has no idea what's going through his friend's mind or what the true nature of the situation is. Seeing the wall that's been built up, the blonde youth decides not to pry, acknowledging that if the information isn't being shared, he won't ask for it. But even as he yields, a single word hangs in the air, suggesting that he isn't quite finished with his point. Standing firm in the ornate hallway, he makes a simple yet profound offer, urging the other to reach out when the burden becomes too heavy, causing a flicker of genuine shock to ripple through the silver-haired youth's sharp gaze as the words sink in. The blonde student presses on, refusing to let the conversation die or allow for any self-deprecating excuses to take root. Vowing to be a pillar of support regardless of the nature of the trouble, his commitment unwavering. The weight of such sincerity is almost too much to bear, leaving the boy questioning the motives behind such unexpected kindness. Stammering through his defenses, Helios finally manages to spit out a rejection, his voice trembling with uncertainty, turning his back on the offer as if the warmth of it might actually burn him if he stays a moment longer. He begins to retreat, his steps heavy with a sudden, inexplicable urge to escape the vulnerability of the moment. A soft, knowing smile plays on the blonde youth's lips as he accepts the dismissal with surprising grace, his eyes closing in a moment of calm. Leaving the fleeing boy frozen for a heartbeat by the sheer lack of judgment in that response, his shadow stretching long across the floor. Panic finally takes hold, sending him bolting down the corridor while a confused call follows in his wake. Only a faint, whispered apology lingers in the air where he once stood, a final testament to his internal conflict. Within the ornate walls of the academy classroom, a heavy, suffocating silence is broken only by the low, anxious murmurs of the gathered students. Huddled in small groups, they exchange worried glances, their faces etched with a growing sense of uncertainty. The fear is palpable as they wonder what will become of them, questioning if the fallout from the hurries will drag their entire class into ruin. Listening to the mounting panic, Dio remains perfectly still, his orange eyes reflecting a deep, simmering frustration with the cowardice surrounding him. The whispers turn bitter as the students begin to point fingers, blaming their involvement on the existence of a monster who should never have been among them. They lament their fallen status, complaining that students from other classes now treat them like insects, avoiding them as if they were a plague. Desperation leads to talk of escape, with some suggesting they beg their professor for a transfer just to distance themselves from the stigma. But the conversation takes a darker turn, as a voice suggests it would be better to simply force the source of their problems to stop attending altogether. The malice is suddenly cut short, as the blue-haired youth bolts upright, slamming his hands onto the desk with a violent crack that echoes through the room. The sudden outburst leaves the room frozen, the students' breath catching in their throats as they stare in stunned silence at the unexpected display of fury. With a gaze that demands their full attention, he looms over his classmates, his silent indignation more terrifying than any shouted insult. Standing tall amidst the sea of his peers, Dio lets out a breath of pure exasperation, his voice cutting through the room as he asks why everyone has become so incredibly selfish. He challenges the shallow motivations behind their cruelty, wondering if their behavior is merely a defense mechanism because they felt slighted by others avoiding them. Turning his back to the front of the room, he forces them to confront the reality of the boy they've collectively branded a monster. Leaning heavily against his desk, the young man demands they put themselves in Arshan's shoes, asking how they think he feels under the weight of their scorn. A heavy silence descends upon the classroom, leaving Manon and the others staring back in stunned, wide-eyed disbelief at the sudden outburst. Continuing his relentless interrogation, he questions the logic of blaming a single individual for a situation they all helped create through their avoidance. The image of a lonely figure sitting in isolation flickers through their minds, a stark reminder that their actions have made them no better than the people they claim to despise. His voice softens but loses none of its edge, reminding them that despite the rumors, their classmate is still a human being with a heart. With a gaze that burns with conviction, he stares down his peers, waiting for even a single person to justify their cruelty. Finally, a girl breaks the silence with a desperate plea, clutching her chest as she reminds him that they all witnessed the same terrifying events. The grand architecture of the academy seems to shrink around them, the tension in the air becoming almost physical as the moral divide deepens. Across the room, faces are cast in shadow and regret, as the students are left to grapple with the uncomfortable truth that their fear may have blinded them to their own inhumanity. The memory of that day remains a jagged wound, a dark silhouette with eyes that burn like dying embers, haunting the edges of every thought. It was a manifestation of pure, unadulterated dread, a sight that defied logic and left an indelible mark on everyone who witnessed it. Even as the darkness recedes, the weight of that chilling presence refuses to lift from the academy's halls. In the bright light of the corridor, the argument continues, as Dio's companion questions how anyone could possibly ignore the discomfort that event caused. Nearby, Another student listens with a somber expression, the gravity of the situation reflected in her silent, wide-eyed gaze. Yet, amidst the growing panic, a calm and detached voice cuts through the whispers, originating from a figure seated further down the hall. It is Cheval von Helios, a young noble whose expertise in illusion magic gives him a far more cynical perspective on the day's horrors. With a sharp snap of his book, the illusionist suggests that a sufficiently skilled mage could have easily fabricated the entire spectacle to manipulate them. He points out the obvious flaw in their fear, arguing that if Artian were truly a monster, the Academy would never have allowed him to remain within its walls. Rising to his feet and turning away, the young noble leaves the group with a final, stinging remark about their lack of critical thinking. His words hit with the force of a physical blow, leaving the orange-haired student sputtering in indignation as the insult sinks in. Stunned into a resentful silence, the pair can only watch him depart, their fear now mingled with a burning sense of humiliation. As the echoes of the Marquis's dismissive words fade into the high ceilings, a heavy, suffocating silence settles over the gathered students, leaving them to stand like statues in the wake of his departure. Amidst the quiet, the young master remains lost in his own thoughts, his expression clouded by a flicker of genuine uncertainty as he wonders if even his own memories of the horror can be trusted. In the wake of the commotion, a blonde student offers a friendly introduction, asking to simply be called Julia. Her voice is quickly drowned out by a chorus of whispers and exclamations as the other students swarm, their minds racing with questions about the incredible feat they just witnessed. From the periphery, others watch the gathering crowd with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, wondering what could possibly be going through everyone's heads and questioning the value of associating with someone who draws so much unwanted attention. The stares are heavy, filled with an intensity that makes the air in the hallway feel thick and suffocating. At the center of it all, the young man remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes the sudden shift in his social standing. Hesitant voices break through the din, stuttering out inquiries about the way he managed to halt the magic so effortlessly. His gaze remains distant, his thoughts seemingly lingering back at the lecture hall where the orb had first appeared. Julia watches him closely, noticing the subtle tension in his posture that belies his calm exterior. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips for a fleeting moment, suggesting that perhaps things are unfolding exactly as he intended. As the sunlight streams through the tall windows, the hallway is bathed in a golden glow, marking the beginning of a new and uncertain chapter in his life at the Academy. Dismissing the warning with a cold edge to his voice, the Marquis questions why he should ever be wary of a mere child from Eden. Rin hesitates, her voice trailing off as she addresses him, but Cheval remains unmoved by her concern. Turning his gaze away, he offers a sharp piece of advice, telling her to stop wasting energy on such trivial matters and find her composure. Left in the wake of his dismissal, she can only manage a faint, unfinished response. As he walks away, his parting words carry a heavy promise of interesting news that will soon come to light. Under the quiet cover of the night sky, the world seems to settle into a deceptive calm. Staring up at the ceiling from the confines of his bed, Rude finds himself caught in a moment of deep introspection. Sitting up as the weight of his actions settles in, he wonders if he is truly handling this situation as well as he hoped. The echoes of the day's chaos still ring in his ears, recalling the way the students swarmed him, shouting his name with relentless curiosity. Exhaustion finally begins to take hold, as he sighs at the sheer absurdity of the day's events. Visions of the crowded hallways and the faces of his new peers flicker through his mind, reminding him of just how much attention he has managed to draw. Tossing and turning beneath the sheets, the young mage struggles to find rest amidst the swirling thoughts of what comes next. Retreating beneath the heavy covers, he finds no solace in the quiet of the room, his mind still tethered to the events of the day. Staring blankly into the dim light, he wonders about the weight that others might be carrying in secret, a burden far too heavy for a single soul. With a slow, deliberate blink, he finally lets his eyelids fall, hoping that sleep will finally grant him a reprieve from these nagging thoughts. The grand chamber remains still, the moonlight casting long shadows across the floor as the silence deepens. Suddenly, the air grows cold, and a wispy, dark mist begins to seep through the window, coiling like a living thing. It slithers across the floorboards, an unnatural shadow that seems to swallow the very light it touches as it approaches the bed. The darkness thickens, swirling into a dense, suffocating cloud that begins to envelop the sleeping figure. A sense of profound dread fills the void, as if a gateway to something ancient and forgotten has been pried open in the heart of the room. From the center of the gloom, a hooded silhouette takes form, its eyes igniting with a chilling, spectral blue light. It looms over the boy, a silent, malevolent presence watching him with an intensity that borders on hunger. The shadow reaches out, its form blurring as it prepares to bridge the final distance between them. Then, with a sudden, violent surge, the stillness is shattered by a strike that cuts through the air like a blade. The silence of the room is shattered by a heavy thud, as the dark manifestation lunges toward him with predatory speed. A cold, spectral hand cinches around his collar, forcing a gasp from his lungs as he stares into the void of the intruder's presence. Struggling against the sudden constriction, the young mage demands to know who would dare trespass in such a manner. But the entity offers no answer, only a deepening shadow that begins to coil around him like a living shroud, its blue-tinged energy crackling with malevolent intent. Confusion ripples through the academy halls as students find their path blocked by an unexpected crowd gathered in the corridor. Whispers of an impending duel spread like wildfire, with rumors circulating that Professor Rowell has challenged the mysterious new student known as an Eden. The identity of this newcomer remains a point of intense speculation, as those nearby struggle to recall the name of the boy everyone is talking about. Observing the commotion with a mix of curiosity and doubt, the students can hardly believe a faculty member would initiate such a spar. Lapis stands among them, her expression mirroring the general unease, as the weight of the situation begins to settle over the gathered crowd. Unable to remain silent, Dio steps forward in a bold display of defiance, shouting his protest against what he perceives as a blatant misuse of authority. The professor's response is cold and immediate, her icy gaze cutting through the boy's resolve as she commands him to step aside. As the tension reaches its peak, the silver-haired youth steps into the spotlight, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the surrounding chaos. With a steady gaze and an unreadable expression, he prepares to face the challenge, the weight of the Academy's expectations resting solely on his shoulders. As the duel commences, he finds himself immediately on the defensive, narrowly avoiding a strike that carries enough force to end the match instantly. The impact of the blade shatters the stone beneath his feet, sending a spray of debris into the air as the momentum of the attack carries through. Steeling his resolve, the youth realizes that a single lapse in concentration would result in far more than a simple injury. Across the wide arena, the spectators watch in stunned silence as the professor continues her relentless pursuit, her movements a blur of lethal intent. From the sidelines, Dio cries out in a desperate attempt to halt the violence, pleading for a moment of reason amidst the clashing steel. But as he watches, a new realization dawns on him. The student isn't just surviving, he is systematically evading every single one of Professor Rowell's attacks. Her expression remains cold, her focus narrowing as she prepares to escalate the confrontation even further. Declaring her intent, she lunges forward once more, making it clear that she has no intention of showing mercy to the newcomer. The tension in the air is palpable as the students whisper his name, their fear for his safety growing with every passing second. The exchange becomes a blur of motion and sparks, a high-speed dance where the slightest misstep would mean certain defeat. A sudden shockwave ripples through the arena, signaling a shift in the momentum of their fierce engagement. Locked in a silent struggle, the two combatants stare each other down, the true depth of their power still hidden beneath the surface. Desperate to avoid further scrutiny, he tries to play the part of the fragile student, insisting that his lack of skill makes such a duel impossible. His blue-haired companion quickly jumps in to help, emphasizing that his body is far too weak for such physical strain. However, a slip of the tongue almost ruins the facade, as his friend mentions how well he was moving just moments ago. He quickly dismisses it as a mere trick of the light, a desperate attempt to keep the lie alive. Watching from the sidelines, the blonde noble remains silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the boy. There is a growing suspicion in his eyes, a sense that the performance he's witnessing doesn't match the reality he saw. But the professor is not so easily swayed, flatly rejecting his excuses with a cold, unwavering stare. The other students watch in stunned silence, never having seen her get so worked up over a simple training session. The memory of their brief clash flashes back, vivid and undeniable. Despite the lack of magic, the boy had managed to block a strike of immense power, his physical instincts far exceeding those of any ordinary student. Even she has to acknowledge the anomaly, recognizing that he withstood her brute strength with ease. To her, he is no longer just a student, but an outstanding newcomer whose potential demands to be tested. A bead of sweat rolls down the noble's face, his anxiety mounting as the situation spirals out of control. He knows that if this continues, the secrets they're trying to hide might be torn out into the open. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the tension, calling out to the professor and drawing every eye toward the entrance. A new figure approaches, his presence commanding immediate respect from everyone in the arena. With a firm, deliberate step, he makes his stance clear, reminding her that it is beneath her station to force her will upon someone who has already refused. His tone is calm, yet it carries the weight of undeniable authority. The Marquis stands tall, his golden eyes narrowing as he suggests that there are far better ways to provide guidance than through a forced and unwanted spar. His intervention brings a sudden, heavy silence to the training grounds. With the nobleman's intervention bringing a temporary halt to the chaos, Lapis finds himself lost in thought, his sharp eyes narrowing as he studies the woman before him. It all makes sense now. He realizes she was the very same person he had encountered during that fateful night at the auction. The morning air is thick with the low hum of voices, drifting over the academy courtyard where students have gathered in restless clusters under a vast, clear sky. Standing amidst the crowd, Rude Krish remains unusually quiet, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular. The silence from his master has become a heavy weight, stretching into days without a single word of contact or guidance. A sudden announcement ripples through the courtyard, declaring that Professor Hale's class will be the first to depart for the training grounds. Sensing the shift in momentum, Dio rushes over with a bright grin, his energy a sharp contrast to his friend's somber mood. The blue-haired youth can hardly contain himself, his eyes wide with anticipation as he mentions the prestigious venue. The destination is confirmed as the Magic Tower, a place of legend that most students never expected to see from the inside. But for the young mage, the news brings only a sense of profound disbelief. He finds it impossible to reconcile, wondering why such a formidable institution would ever open its doors for beginner-level training. Recalling a visit from his childhood, he knows the tower isn't the type of place to offer such charity, his skepticism only deepening. The revelation unearths a buried memory, a glimpse of a dark, hooded figure that has haunted his thoughts since that long-ago encounter. A sharp focus settles behind the eyes of Rude Krish, his gaze narrowing as he processes the weight of the name. Beside him, Dio offers a casual smile, noting how walking together like this feels like a nostalgic trip into their shared past. But the white-haired boy is preoccupied, his eyes scanning the dense crowd of students for a glimpse of Lapis, who is nowhere to be found. A figure in a deep blue cloak moves through the throng, adding to the sense of mystery and organized chaos surrounding the event. A collective gasp ripples through the students, shocked by the sudden appearance of the Helios, whose presence confirms the unbelievable rumors. Leaving the young mage to ponder the implications, his mind racing as he realizes the scale of the forces gathering for this training. Whispers of Cheval von Helios' involvement only deepen the unease, prompting questions of whether his presence is a mere coincidence or a calculated move. Glancing back with a lingering suspicion, Rude Krish remains on high alert, certain that the shadows of the past are beginning to converge. Watching the frantic movement ahead, he can't help but wonder why anyone would be running with such desperate haste. In the distance, the lean figure of Lapis disappears into the crowd, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in his wake. A soft sigh escapes him, drowned out by the light-hearted laughter and chatter of the students nearby, who seem oblivious to the tension. His companion stifles a giggle, clearly finding the chaotic energy of the morning more entertaining than concerning. Suddenly, a firm hand grips his arm, snapping his attention back to the present moment. With an eager grin, she insists they join the others, pulling the boy along before he can voice his lingering suspicions. The scene shifts to the heart of the Magic Tower, where a grand hall stretches upward, its pillars framing a massive runic circle glowing with a faint, ethereal light. Standing at the center of it all, Professor Hale oversees the assembly with a cold, calculating presence. An assistant approaches with a report, confirming that every student, including the prestigious Helios, has finally arrived as planned. Adjusting his glasses with a subtle smirk, The professor notes that the rest of the faculty and the elite Edens are already on their way. A heavy silence falls as he declares the time has come, while dark, wispy shadows begin to coil around the edges of the room like living ink. His eyes flare with a blinding white light, a sinister grin spreading across his face as the shadows erupt into a violent, swirling vortex of dark energy. As the shadows begin to coil around them, Lapis's voice trembles with a mixture of confusion and growing dread as he looks toward the man he has served. Turning away with chilling indifference, the professor offers a dismissal so cold it feels like a physical blow, declaring that the young man's usefulness has finally reached its end. Stunned by the sudden rejection, the attendant can barely find the words to protest, his mind racing to grasp the implications of such a heartless betrayal. Before another word can be uttered, a violent eruption of ink-black energy tears through the air, a physical manifestation of the darkness that has taken hold of the hall. Standing unmoved amidst the swirling chaos, the traitor watches the destruction unfold with a terrifying calm, his true nature finally laid bare for all to see. The malevolent power continues to expand, looming over the gathered students like a great, hungry beast that threatens to swallow the entire magic tower whole. As the ancient mechanism hums to life, a brilliant golden light erupts from the center of the magic circle, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Staring into the heart of the radiance, Dio can hardly contain his amazement, never having seen a magic stone of such staggering proportions. A ripple of nervous energy passes through the group, the students whispering amongst themselves as the reality of their trip to the magic tower finally begins to sink in. Amidst the growing chatter, the blue-haired boy scans the crowd with a look of mounting confusion, wondering just how far Rude could have wandered off. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air as the students wait for the final command to proceed. Stepping forward to examine the runes, Professor Hale begins a technical breakdown, explaining that while a typical teleporter relies on standard mana links, this construction is far more complex. His scholarly composure falters for a moment, as he detects a combination of formulas that defy conventional theory, leaving him to wonder what exactly he is looking at. Behind him, the students exchange blank stares, completely lost in the technical jargon and unable to grasp the gravity of his discovery. While the professor's mind lingers on the anomalies of the past, a memory of a hooded figure with piercing blue eyes flickers through the consciousness of those who have seen the darkness before. Back in the present hall, the students' chatter is cut short by a sudden anomaly overhead, their eyes widening as they gaze into the rafters. Sparking a wave of uncertainty, they look to one another for answers, wondering if this is some unannounced spectacle or a sign of the professor's power. Suddenly, a rift of pure radiance tears open, illuminating the grand chamber with a blinding, unnatural light that silences the room. Discharging a mass of swirling, ink-black energy, a haunting silhouette manifests within the glow, hovering like a dark omen above the gathered mages. Its limbs are elongated and jagged, ending in sharp, predatory claws that seem to bleed darkness into the very air around it. Without warning, the creature dives with predatory grace, plunging toward the floor as a streak of shadow that cuts through the atmosphere. Tearing through the space with violent speed, the entity's descent creates a shockwave of motion that sends the students reeling. Shock turns to terror as the students scramble, questioning why such a presence would appear in this sanctuary of all places. While others desperately hope this nightmare is merely a test, they wonder if their field training has taken a sudden, lethal turn before it even began. As the dark entity looms overhead, the professor realizes with a jolt of dread that this is no longer the controlled exercise they had prepared for. Urgency sharpening his voice, his companion shouts for the students to evacuate immediately, sensing the malevolent shift in the air. But before they can move, a violent strike from the entity sends a shockwave through the crowd, drawing a scream of agony from one of the trapped youths. Thick, oily shadows lash out, coiling around the massive stone doors and sealing the only exit with a terrifying finality. Desperation takes hold of the hall, as students plead for guidance while the dark mass continues its relentless advance. Frozen in place, the younger students can only stare in wide-eyed horror, their breath hitching as the threat looms closer. Suddenly, a blinding surge of blue light erupts, tearing through the gloom as intricate magic circles begin to manifest across the floor. Standing amidst the swirling mana, a mysterious figure appears, his presence commanding the very energy that now floods the chamber. A collective gasp of recognition ripples through the crowd, as someone cries out the name of Professor Khan, the one man who might be able to stop this madness. With a calm, steady gaze, the professor introduces himself as Damien, his voice cutting through the chaos with absolute authority. Raising his hand to command the elements, he utters a single, powerful word that causes the dark energy to surge and reshape itself at his whim. Watching the display of overwhelming force, the onlookers can only conclude that while they don't know his full story, the sheer intensity of his power borders on madness. As the chaos in the hall intensifies, the professor's voice rings out with sharp authority, demanding to know how anyone would dare commit such an atrocity within the walls of Helios. Standing before her, the shadowy entity remains silent, its form a swirling mass of darkness punctuated only by two piercing, ethereal eyes. While nearby, the young mage notices a subtle shift in the air, realizing with growing dread that the very formula of the teleportation circle has been rewritten. The complexity of the runes suggests this wasn't a random attack, but a meticulously planned trap set in motion long before they arrived. Exchanging a grim look with his companions, he wonders if the betrayal stems from within the academy itself, or perhaps from an even darker source. The possibility that their own institution is linked to that malevolent black figure sends a chill through his veins. Suddenly, a desperate cry for Raoul echoes through the hall as she charges toward the center of the magical disturbance. However, her bravado vanishes instantly, replaced by a frantic plea for help as she admits she lacks the combat training to face such a threat. Seizing the moment of weakness, the entity lunges forward, its shadowy limbs stretching out like claws to ensnare the defenseless professor. Watching the horror unfold, the young man can only shout in warning as the trap finally snaps shut. As the mysterious presence looms, Lapis remains outwardly calm, placing his trust in the professors to manage the sudden intrusion. But the situation escalates rapidly as dark, swirling pillars of energy erupt around them, effectively cutting off any hope of a quick escape. Standing beside his hooded companion, the young man assumes the structures will remain passive as long as they stay perfectly still. That assumption is shattered in an instant when he spots Chul collapsed on the cold ground, forcing a grim correction of his initial assessment. A wave of sickening dread washes over the courtyard, the atmosphere turning heavy and oppressive as the students scramble in a blind panic. Looking down at the unconscious student, a glowing geometric seal pulses with an ominous light upon his chest, marking him as a victim of this strange power. Sensing a sudden shift in the magical pressure, the noble attendant's gaze sharpens as he prepares for the next inevitable strike. An unexpected burst of water cuts through the gloom, momentarily disrupting the flow of dark mana and catching everyone off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, he triggers the enchantment on his ring with a sharp command, calling upon the power of Belida. A translucent barrier flares into existence, acting as a vital bulwark against the encroaching shadows that threaten to consume them. He pours his focus into the spell, anchoring the shield against the turbulent energy as the courtyard trembles under the strain. Yet, as the situation continues to spiral, even his calculated mind struggles to grasp the true nature of this chaotic assault. As the dust begins to settle, he stands his ground while a heavy thud resonates through the courtyard, signaling the arrival of a force far greater than the dark energy pillars. Sensing the volatile mana in the air, the young mage shouts a desperate warning, fearing that destroying the active magic stone will trigger a catastrophic explosion. Ignoring the plea, the professor narrows her piercing blue eyes, her focus absolute as she prepares to unleash her own brand of devastation. With a sudden surge of power, jagged shards of azure energy erupt upward, tearing through the dark mist with surgical precision. Descending like a frozen comet, the spell strikes the intricate magic circle etched into the ground, overwhelming the corruption with pure, radiant mana. The impact is instantaneous, the central crystal shattering under the sheer weight of the strike as the surrounding energy is forcibly dispelled. A violent tremor shakes the hall, the very foundations of the academy groaning as the dark shadows recoil from the brilliant, freezing light. The explosion of mana clears the area, leaving only the remnants of the dark energy swirling in the air like dying embers. Stunned by the display, he can only marvel at the efficiency of the strike, realizing she destroyed the threat in a single, overwhelming blow. She remains poised, her long, glowing tresses flowing like liquid light as she surveys the lingering corruption with a cold, analytical gaze. Turning his attention to the fallen student, he calls out her name in a panic, shielding Tessie from the encroaching mist as he checks for signs of life. The professor doesn't let up, unleashing another command as she prepares to purge the remaining darkness once and for all. As the dark energy surges with renewed ferocity, Lapis cries out in a panic, his voice barely rising above the roar of the encroaching mist as he realizes the others have already been swept away. Desperation takes hold of the attendant, who stands frozen as the shadows coil around his feet, his mind racing for a solution that seems nowhere to be found. Rude remains eerily silent, the weight of the situation visible in his hollow gaze as the frantic pleas of his companion fade into the background. The darkness thickens into a physical barrier, swirling with a malevolent intent that seems to drown out all light and sound. The young master begins to drift away, leaving his companion behind in the gloom as the distance between them becomes an insurmountable void. Casting a final, lingering glance back, he watches as the last traces of his former reality are consumed by the encroaching blackness. Now standing isolated in the void, the boy is a small, solitary figure against the vast, churning landscape of his own despair. A sinister voice cuts through the silence, a single word echoing with a chilling clarity that demands his absolute attention. A shadow looms over him, whispering accusations of guilt that suggest everyone's suffering is a direct consequence of his very existence. The voice hammers home the cruel sentiment, insisting that his presence brings nothing but misery to those he cares about. Shaken to his core, the boy finds himself unable to find a retort as the shadow reminds him of warnings he chose to ignore. Overwhelmed by the psychological assault, he finally sinks to the ground, his strength failing as the darkness claims its victory. As the boy kneels in the crushing silence, the voice rasps, echoing through the suffocating gloom with the cruel decree that someone like him should never have been born. A shadowy figure looms over him, holding a flickering blue light in its palm while asking for his agreement in his own destruction. He remains motionless, the weight of those words pressing down harder than the mist itself as he sinks deeper into the void. But suddenly, a searing heat ignites, a complex sigil burning through the darkness on the back of his hand as a hidden power begins to stir. Accepting the blame as his own, he whispers that it is all because of him, even as a strange, violet hue begins to bleed into his vision. The air shatters as a surge of raw power erupts, the name, Blow, manifesting like a decree from the void as his true nature takes hold. A single eye snaps open, no longer human, but a piercing orb of crystalline blue energy that cuts through the gloom. The surrounding shadows are torn asunder, violently repelled by the sheer pressure of the mana radiating from his silhouette. Yet the ghosts of the past refuse to quiet, their distorted faces sneering with the accusation that he is nothing more than a monster. The darkness commands him to die, seeking to snuff out the light of his awakening before it can fully take hold of the world. A sharp, metallic ring cuts through the cacophony, signaling a shift in the very fabric of the space as the internal storm reaches its peak. Through the haze, the distant spires of the academy appear, silent and indifferent to the transformation that has just occurred. Standing amidst the echoing silence of the academy, the heavy realization settles in that everyone else has been forcibly removed from the space, leaving Rude entirely alone. A flicker of movement catches his eye, prompting a sharp glance into the encroaching gloom as he senses a presence lurking just beyond the veil of mist. The shadows themselves seem to come alive, coiling and snapping with a predatory intent that fills the hallway with a suffocating pressure. A jagged strike lances through the dark, but it is met with a violent eruption of azure mana that shatters the gloom and holds the darkness at bay. Emerging from the clash with a cold clarity, the young mage's gaze hardens, his voice barely a whisper as the weight of his previous hesitation begins to fade. A bitter realization takes hold, acknowledging that he has gravely misjudged the situation by attempting to restrain the power surging within him. With a final, resolute breath, he decides that the time for caution has passed, and that he should have ended this conflict from the very beginning. A heavy silence falls as a realization takes hold. Rude Krish stares into the distance, the weight of a grave miscalculation finally pressing down on him. Admitting to himself that he has misjudged the situation, he acknowledges the flaw in his approach with a quiet, internal admission. As cold determination ignites within his gaze, his eyes flare with a piercing blue light, signaling the end of his restraint. Fueled by the regret of not ending the conflict sooner, he resolves to finish what should have been concluded from the very beginning. Shadows begin to coil and thrash like living things, erupting in a violent surge of dark energy that tears through the air. Coalescing into a form that radiates an overwhelming pressure, the hooded figure of the black mage emerges from the vortex, his presence commanding the very shadows. Struck by a sudden, paralyzing dread, an unseen observer can only gasp in disbelief at the entity standing before them. Trembling as they question the nature of the monster, they wonder what kind of being could possibly possess such terrifying power. The darkness continues to surge forward, swallowing everything in its path as the true scale of his power is finally revealed. Confirming the gravity of the situation, he plants his foot firmly as the dark energy begins to churn violently around him. Addressing the unspoken query of his foe, he acknowledges that this display of power is exactly what was sought. As the shadows deepen, his silhouette becomes a mere suggestion amidst the rising tide of obsidian mist. Suddenly, the pressure detonates, sending jagged shards of magical force radiating outward in a blinding flash of blue and black. Emerging from the epicenter, he moves with a predatory grace, his every step cracking the foundation of the reality around him. With a flick of his wrist, the shadows lash out like whips, carving deep gouges into the stone and air alike. He leaps through the chaos, a blur of motion that defies the eye, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Towering pillars of darkness spiral upward, forming a cage of rotating energy that hums with a terrifying, low-frequency vibration. Landing amidst the swirling debris, he grips his weapon, his gaze fixed on the target with unwavering intensity. A final surge of blue light erupts, clashing against the dark mist in a spectacular display of magical friction. Suspended in the air, the figure of his opponent is momentarily visible, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the destruction. Staring directly into the abyss, his eyes glow with a fierce, electric light, signaling that the true battle has only just begun. Facing the hooded specter, he gathers a swirling vortex of dark energy between his palms, his eyes glowing with a cold, predatory light. With a sharp motion, jagged streaks of blue light tear through the darkness, seeking out the heart of the shadow. Moving faster than the eye can follow, the young mage blurs into the mist, his presence felt only by the sudden displacement of mana. The impact echoes through the void, shattering the silence as magical forces collide in a violent display of power. Sensing a shift in the flow, he pauses for a fraction of a second, his instincts screaming that something is fundamentally wrong. A snarl of indignation crosses his face, offended by the audacity of the trick being played upon him. He lunges forward again, his silhouette cutting through the dark clouds like a blade through silk. A massive eruption of energy follows, obliterating the immediate surroundings in a blinding flash of blue and black. As the dust begins to settle, the ground beneath him is scarred and broken, a testament to the sheer scale of the exchange. Confirming his suspicions, he looks down with a grim smile, his theory about the nature of his opponent finally proven correct. Gazing at the dissipating form, he realizes that this concentrated mass of mana couldn't possibly be the true body of his enemy. With a final, decisive strike, he shatters the remaining illusion, sending fragments of dark light scattering into the wind. Standing amidst the swirling darkness, Rude Krish demands to know the purpose behind the mass relocation, his voice steady despite the oppressive atmosphere. With his gaze narrowing, he searches the shadows for any sign of hesitation or truth in the entity's silence. Pressing further into the mystery, the young mage questions if Lydersis is the true target of this elaborate scheme. While the entity looms as a formless void, its glowing markers offer no comfort, only a chilling sense of being watched by something inhuman. Suddenly, a flicker of movement catches his attention, prompting a sharp realization that he might not be alone with just one adversary. Glancing over his shoulder, he senses the weight of a gaze pressing against his back, the air growing heavy with a new threat. In the depths of the shifting gloom, a silhouette begins to coalesce, emerging from the very fabric of the darkness itself. As the surrounding energy ripples and tears, the boundary between the physical and the magical seems to dissolve in a flurry of dark sparks. A voice, cold and detached, finally breaks the silence, claiming ignorance to the questions posed, yet dripping with a hidden agenda. It continues with a chilling finality, stating that it has no obligation to provide any answers to a mere mortal. While the shadows surge with renewed vigor, the atmosphere thickens, signaling the arrival of the true master of this domain. Leaning in with a ghostly whisper, a hooded figure appears directly behind him, its glowing eyes fixed on him as it utters a single, haunting word. As the shadows coil around him, the entity's voice rasps with a chilling curiosity, calling the boy a strange existence. Dismissing the cryptic questioning of his humanity, he scoffs at the sheer absurdity of the claim, his focus remaining sharp despite the pressure. Suddenly, the air itself seems to fracture, as a violent surge of azure energy erupts from the ground, swallowing everything in its path. Caught in the center of the blinding storm, his eyes widen in shock as the overwhelming mana begins to warp the very fabric of reality. The explosion of power tears through the grand hall, a pillar of light reaching toward the ceiling as the structural foundations groan under the pressure. White-hot brilliance washes over the scene, erasing the combatants and the shadows alike in a deafening roar of magical discharge. For a moment, there is only the blinding glare, a void of pure energy where time and space seem to lose their meaning. Then, as the resonance begins to fade, the silence that follows is heavier than the blast itself. The dust settles within the cavernous chamber, revealing a hollowed-out space where the confrontation had just been reaching its peak. Rushing into the aftermath of the magical surge, Lapis and Rowell scan the wreckage with growing dread, their voices echoing through the now empty hall. Stopping dead in her tracks, the professor's breath hitches as she realizes the impossible truth of what she's seeing. Looking at the spot where the boy once stood, the chilling realization sets in that everyone involved has simply vanished without a trace. Under a sky stained the deep, unsettling color of dried blood, the jagged silhouettes of a dead forest claw at the horizon. Within the depths of a desolate canyon, a pool of ink-black water sits stagnant among the sharp rock formations. The silence is broken only by a low, rhythmic churning, as the dark surface begins to bubble with an unnatural energy. Emerging from the spray of the dark liquid, Rude Krish stands at the water's edge, his gaze fixed on the ripples. Turning away from the shore, he moves in silence, the weight of the displacement settling over him. A flicker of frustration crosses his features, bitter that he was unable to uncover a single clue before the surge took him. Surveying the desolate expanse from a rocky outcrop, the young mage finds the entire situation increasingly troublesome. He pauses to consider the grim landscape, wondering if this outcome is exactly what he had expected. This is a land defined by its corruption, a cursed territory where the very water flows as black as shadow. The atmosphere is heavy and oppressive, with the red sky casting long, distorted shadows through the twisted trees. It is a place of legend and fear, known to the world as Ishuela. His expression hardens as he stares into the distance, his resolve tightening as he prepares to face whatever lurks in this cursed land. Standing alone in the heart of the desolate canyon, Rude remains perfectly still, his senses heightening as the silence is punctured by the sound of shifting stone. From the darkness of the jagged cliffs, a pair of crimson eyes ignites, followed by another, as predatory beasts begin to creep forward with lethal intent. He narrows his gaze, a flicker of arcane blue light dancing in his irises, quietly admitting to himself that he truly didn't expect this kind of welcome, the sheer number of predators emerging from the red-stained horizon catching him off guard. The trap is sprung in an instant, leaving the young mage completely encircled on a high precipice, with no clear path of escape through the snarling pack. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the air, the lead beast baring its teeth as the hunger of the wasteland prepares to strike. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by a soft, resigned confirmation. As the tea is poured, the patriarch's voice cuts through the room, questioning if his son truly encountered the infamous Black Mage of Ophion. Lapis admits to the conversation, but as he raises his cup, a sudden, sharp tremor takes hold of him, his composure fracturing in an instant. Without warning, the young master collapses, his body slumping lifelessly onto the table as the tea spills unheeded. The room falls into a grim stillness, the father and his attendants staring down at the fallen heir with unreadable expressions. Time blurs until he finally stirs, the familiar patterns of his bedroom ceiling slowly coming into focus through a haze of confusion. A familiar voice greets his return to consciousness, noting his awakening with a calm, professional detachment that belies the gravity of his collapse. The mention of a rune sends a jolt through him, his eyes widening as he realizes something fundamental has been altered while he was unconscious. The attendant doesn't mince words, bluntly stating that his performance at the auction proved he is utterly helpless without their constant intervention. Stunned by her audacity, he can only stare back in silence, the weight of his own vulnerability laid bare by her piercing gaze. She explains that for his own safety, she and Rand combined their strength to engrave a specialized emergency spell directly into his being. The mark resides over his heart, a hidden safeguard designed to trigger the moment he finds himself in true, mortal peril. Beneath a canopy of blood-red leaves, the forest remains eerily still, as if the very air is holding its breath in the wake of the recent violence. Amidst the twisted silhouettes of the trees, a lone figure sits in quiet contemplation, dwarfed by the vast, desolate landscape stretching out before him. Nearby, the remains of a fallen beast begin to dissolve, its physical form crumbling into a dark, shadowy mist that stains the rocky ground. Turning away from the dissipating carcass, the young mage shifts his weight, the sound of stone grinding against stone echoing in the hollow silence. Looking down with a furrowed brow, Rude realizes that something about this entire situation is fundamentally wrong, the normalcy he expected nowhere to be found. His attention is suddenly drawn to the gemstone in his hands, which begins to vibrate as a desperate plea for an answer rings out from within the crystalline depths. A brilliant flash of blue light erupts from the artifact, pulsing with a frantic energy that seems to mirror the urgency of the voice calling out to him. The air crackles with the sound of his name, as the unseen speaker cries out in a mixture of shock and relief, addressing him with a title of deep respect. Startled by the sudden noise, he stares at the glowing stone in disbelief, wondering if the entity known as Blow has finally awakened. The voice continues to bombard him with questions, demanding to know why he has awakened and if someone has been mistreating him during his silence. As the light within the gem intensifies, he can only offer a confused murmur, struggling to process the sudden chaotic shift in his solitary environment. Breaking through the confusion with a calm demeanor, Lapis offers a faint, knowing smile, preparing to shed light on the mystery that has just unfolded. Gazing intently at the glowing artifact in his palm, Lapis maintains a steady connection, his expression etched with a quiet, professional concern as he waits for a response. While behind him, the academy stands in ruin, its shattered windows and blackened walls serving as a grim testament to a problem far greater than initially anticipated. Miles away, amidst the jagged shadows of a desolate forest, the young mage questions the extent of the disaster, his voice echoing through the crimson haze of a land that shouldn't exist. The realization of his location brings a chill to the air, as the name Ishuela is spoken, a cursed territory where the very atmosphere feels heavy with ancient malice. A heavy silence follows the confirmation, the gravity of being stranded in such a place weighing down on both ends of the magical link. Shock ripples through the connection, as the impossibility of a student being transported to such a lethal environment begins to sink in. He recounts the events of the field training, explaining how a routine teleportation to the magic tower was intercepted by an unforeseen force. The mention of a familiar, blue-eyed figure causes a momentary pause, a brief confusion of identity before the truth of the encounter starts to take shape. Looking deeply into the orb with those piercing blue eyes, the young mage clarifies that it wasn't the man himself, but a hollow puppet made of mana that sabotaged their path. Confirming the grim reality of the situation, Root explains how the black water surged forth, sweeping everyone away and stranding him in the cursed land of Ishuela. The voice from the mana orb crackles with disbelief, demanding to know where the professors were while such a catastrophe unfolded. A heavy silence follows, as the young mage looks down, the weight of the accusation stinging despite the distance. Panic begins to set in for those at the academy, realizing that a routine training exercise has spiraled into a lethal disaster. Adjusting his collar with a steady hand, he tries to calm the frantic voices on the other side, specifically addressing Rin as she joins the call. Back at the academy, Lapis and Rin hover over the orb, reporting that the teleported students have been scattered across unknown coordinates. His eyes flare with a sharp, blue light, signaling a shift from mere survival to a cold, tactical analysis of the battlefield. Describing the horrors of the landscape, he warns them of the monsters prowling the area, suspecting that this entire ordeal was a targeted strike against Litterus. The realization hangs in the air that the second young master is the true prize in this elaborate and deadly game. Lapis stares into the orb with mounting dread, the mention of monsters in such a place defying everything he thought he knew about the training grounds. Struggling to process the information, the attendant whispers in disbelief, unable to reconcile the safety of the academy with the nightmare being described. Standing side by side, the two allies can only watch as the glowing stone reveals the terrifying truth of the conspiracy unfolding miles away. Gazing across the desolate landscape, the reality of Helios sets in, a cursed land where the sky bleeds red and the trees weep black blood, a place where monsters were never meant to roam. Isolated from the world for generations, this territory remains a mystery, its very atmosphere heavy with the weight of ancient abandonment. Through the glowing mana orb, Lapis explains that the tower's barrier is absolute. Nothing should be able to enter or leave this sealed place without high-level magic. He listens intently as he moves through the shadows, confirming that while the encounters so far have been low-level, the mere presence of these creatures defies the laws of the barrier. Deep within the twisted woods, a pack of red-eyed wolves prowls through the mist, their predatory gaze hinting at a much larger threat lurking in the darkness. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, he readies himself as dark energy begins to swirl around him, his instincts screaming that the true danger is finally revealing itself. His eyes ignite with a brilliant blue glow, piercing through the gloom as he focuses his mana, prepared to face whatever has breached the sacred seal. Elsewhere in the rocky expanse, a large group of students has gathered, their voices rising in a frantic murmur as they realize they are stranded in this hostile environment. Confusion turns to fear as they look around at the unfamiliar terrain, wondering how such a catastrophic failure in their transport could have occurred. Desperate calls for communication spheres go unanswered, leaving the young mages feeling vulnerable and abandoned, their cries for the professors lost to the wind. Amidst the chaos, Litterus remains silent, his long white hair catching the dim light as he stares ahead with an unsettling calm, seemingly unaware that he is the eye of the approaching storm. As the dust of the forced teleportation settles, the true intent of those who orchestrated this chaos remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the survivors to wonder if they can even endure long enough to find the answers. Standing amidst the confusion, Litterus maintains a sharp internal focus, reminding himself that in a place where anything can happen, carelessness is a luxury they cannot afford. The students gather in the rocky clearing, their silhouettes small against the jagged terrain as they try to make sense of their new, hostile surroundings. Under a sky stained a deep, bruised crimson, the desolate landscape offers no comfort, only the silent threat of the unknown. But the young master is not as alone as he thinks, as a mass of swirling darkness begins to coalesce directly behind him, a single blue eye igniting within the gloom. The entity observes the group with cold calculation, noting the presence of the two professors who were swept up in the teleportation alongside the students. Recognizing Professor Rowell as a potential complication, the shadow's focus shifts as it senses another presence nearby, one that feels far more significant. Sensing the malevolent gaze on his back, he turns slowly to find the creature looming over him, its silence more deafening than any roar. The entity's eye flares with an intense light, peering into him as if searching for the source of the strange energy it detected. Shadowy talons sharpen in the air, ready to strike at the slightest provocation as the tension between man and monster reaches a breaking point. Instead of recoiling in terror, the noble simply watches the manifestation with a calm, analytical curiosity. A dark, knowing smirk slowly spreads across his face, suggesting that whatever this entity is, it has just provided him with exactly the kind of entertainment he was looking for. Deciding it is time to move, the attendant prepares to depart from the desolate crags, his mind already turning toward the next objective. But the silence is shattered by a chorus of low, guttural growls as a pack of crimson-furred beasts emerges from the shadows, their eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. With a burst of speed that leaves only a blur behind, he leaps high into the air, effortlessly clearing the snapping jaws of the monsters below. Even in the heat of the moment, his thoughts remain sharp, fixated on the growing mystery surrounding Helios and the secrets it hides. The sheer scale of the magic used to bring them here is staggering, suggesting a level of preparation that must have spanned months. The realization that such massive quantities of mana are now saturating the campus air paints a grim picture of the forces currently at play. Mana flares around him in a swirling vortex of dark energy as he descends upon the pack like a vengeful shadow. Lethal arcs of blue light carve through the air, shredding the beasts before they can even register his presence. Each strike is delivered with surgical precision, the force of his movements sending shockwaves through the rocky ground. Standing amidst the dissipating remains of his foes, Lapis concludes that a betrayal of this magnitude could only be orchestrated by someone within their own ranks. The carnage left in his wake is a testament to his efficiency, yet the true threat remains unseen, lurking in the shadows of the academy. Turning his gaze toward the horizon, he acknowledges that the situation has escalated beyond his solo capabilities, requiring the direct intervention of his master. As the violent surge of mana erupts, the hooded figure stands firm against the blinding pillar of purple light, while his companions watch from the safety of the ridge. A sharp gasp cuts through the roar of the wind, marking the moment of pure, unadulterated shock at the scale of the unfolding power. With a focused effort, he channels the swirling energy, his hands steady as the dark mana begins to bend to his will. As the light finally fades, the clearing is revealed, littered with the remains of the fallen, leaving the two groups staring at one another across the devastation. Confusion flickers behind his dark gaze, the youth wondering how he managed to intercept such a massive force, yet sensing that something is still amiss. Watching from the shadows of his own thoughts, the director finds the confirmation he was seeking, his expression hardening as the truth settles in. A sense of awe washes over the observer, realizing that the figure before them isn't just a powerful mage, but something far more significant. The name escapes in a breathless whisper, as Lapis finally acknowledges the presence of the legendary black mage standing right before them. Gazing down at the aftermath, the blond man remains stoic, his mind already racing to calculate the implications of this revelation. Standing amidst the wreckage, the two companions can only stare in silence, the weight of the mage's true identity pressing down on them like a physical force. Recalling the chaos that erupted just as classes were set to begin, he remembers how a dark silhouette suddenly manifested within the academy walls. A deluge of ink-black water erupted from the teleportation circle, sweeping the group away in a violent surge of unknown magic. Staring into the distance with a troubled expression, the master admits his confusion over the unexpected turn of events. Stranded in a place they don't recognize, the group stands together in the dim light of the forest, far from their intended destination. Adjusting his hood as he contemplates their surroundings, the young mage notes the strange absence of monsters in a region known as Ishuela. Having pieced the situation together, the blonde noble declares that he cannot simply remain a bystander. With a subtle nod of agreement, the hooded figure decides it is time to intervene in the unfolding mystery. His piercing blue eyes reflect a calm intensity, the weight of his legendary reputation hanging heavy in the quiet air. Overwhelmed by the presence of such a renowned figure, the purple-haired student can hardly contain his excitement. Approaching with a mix of hesitation and eagerness, the boy prepares to introduce himself to his idol. With a respectful bow, he offers his name as Linus N. Graham, his eyes shining with admiration. The air crackles with the energy of this new alliance, as the group prepares to face the unknown dangers of Ishuela together. Extending a gloved hand, the young man requests the magic stone with a quiet, steady authority. Without a moment of hesitation, the student places the ring into his open palm, his movements careful and respectful. As their hands meet, he offers a brief explanation, acknowledging the weight of the request. Holding the small band aloft, he prepares to channel his own essence into the depleted stone. Dark, ethereal wisps of mana begin to swirl, coalescing around his fingers as he forces his energy into the artifact. Watching the display with wide-eyed wonder, the boy can hardly contain his excitement at witnessing such raw power firsthand. Returning the ring with a calm nod, he confirms that it is fully recharged and ready for use. But his expression suddenly sharpens, his eyes igniting with a brilliant, piercing blue light as he senses a shift in the atmosphere. A violent tremor suddenly rips through the ground, sending a shockwave of dust and debris into the air as the earth itself seems to scream. The force of the impact continues to expand, shattering the terrain and throwing the surrounding area into total chaos. Shouting a desperate warning to his companions, he commands them to dodge as he moves to intercept the source of the destruction. Narrowing his gaze at the settling dust, he realizes that the anomaly they were searching for has finally found them. As the dust begins to settle, a premonition of something truly massive manifests as a colossal, red-scaled serpent tears through the haze, its eyes burning with a malevolent crimson light. But as the beast fades into the shadows, the group finds themselves confronted by a far more chilling presence. A dark silhouette standing amidst the swirling smoke, clutching a staff as the air itself seems to grow heavy with an unspoken threat. Sprinting through the settling dust, Rude Krish keeps a firm grip on his companion, his boots skidding against the cracked stone as they flee the collapsing ruins. His eyes widen in sudden realization, looking back toward the chaos as a familiar presence begins to manifest amidst the destruction. The ground trembles under the weight of a massive, scaly limb, prompting a desperate cry for the professor that echoes through the shattered corridor. While a monstrous silhouette with burning red eyes emerges from the haze, the beast looms over the wreckage, its predatory gaze fixed on the retreating students. Before the creature can strike, a surge of frigid energy erupts from the side, slamming into the monster's head with bone-chilling force. Crawling up its throat and silencing its deafening roar, the frost spreads rapidly, turning the beast's aggressive snarl into a muffled, icy gasp. The ice spreads with unnatural speed, encasing the beast in a jagged tomb that locks its massive form in place forever. As a streak of brilliant blue light cuts through the air, the residual mana sparkles like falling snow against the backdrop of the frozen monster. Revealing the professor standing defiant, Professor Rowell stares down the threat, his form wreathed in a shimmering, icy aura that pulses with immense power. As the dust begins to settle, a massive, red-scaled beast emerges from the crumbling ruins, its presence heavy with a primal threat. Standing firm against the chaos, a lone, cloaked figure remains unmoved, dwarfed by the creature but radiating a quiet, dangerous confidence. Analyzing the threat with cold precision, Rude Krish notes that it is merely a mid-tier creature, his blue eyes glowing with an inner power. Clenching his hand as dark energy swirls, he decides that it's time to pick up the pace, unwilling to waste any more time on this encounter. Nearby, the blonde student watches in sheer terror, unable to even finish his sentence as the sheer pressure of the situation freezes the breath in his lungs. Clutching his head in agony, Linus winces as a sharp pain throbs through him, the atmospheric weight of the battle becoming almost unbearable. Staring at the impossible scene, the purple-haired boy realizes with a sinking heart that this nightmare is very much a reality. Ignoring the spectators behind him, the mage concludes that moving alone would be far more efficient, his focus narrowing entirely on the task at hand. With a gaze that pierces through the gloom, his eyes flare with a brilliant, unnatural light, signaling the activation of his true capabilities. Turning his back on the trembling students, he begins to walk toward the heart of the destruction, his silhouette a stark contrast against the pale dust. A gasp of recognition escapes them, as they finally piece together the identity of the legendary figure standing before them, the Black Mage. In a sudden, violent burst of motion, he vanishes from sight, leaving only a trail of displaced air as he launches himself toward the enemy. As the tension reaches its breaking point, he moves with a suddenness that leaves the students gasping in confusion. Before they can even process his disappearance, the ground beneath them trembles violently. A massive shockwave tears through the clearing, hurling the young mages backward like autumn leaves in a gale. Towering over the wreckage, the beast unleashes a frigid, piercing howl that freezes the very air. Its roar echoes through the ruins, a primal declaration of hunger and rage. Gravity claims one of the fallen students, sending him plummeting toward the monster's waiting, jagged maw. But the Black Mage is faster, snatching the boy from the brink of death and landing with silent, predatory grace. The creature's frustrated cry rings out, its prey having been stolen from its very grasp. Dust and debris settle slowly, coating the blood-stained earth in a fine, gray shroud. Amidst the settling haze, the survivors struggle to find their footing, their senses still reeling from the impact. Linus pushes himself up from the dirt, his eyes wide as he stares at the impossible figure standing before them. A single word escapes his lips, the weight of the Black Mage's presence finally sinking in. Staring through the settling dust, he can hardly believe his eyes as the legendary silhouette of the Black Mage stands firm against the crimson haze. While the student trembles in shock, the hooded figure remains stoic, his presence radiating an authority that dwarfs the chaos surrounding them. Meeting that piercing blue gaze, the youth quickly stammers out a confirmation of his safety, though his voice is thin with lingering terror. But the moment of respite is shattered as the beast lets out a deafening roar, only for its breath to catch in a sudden, unnatural chill. In a violent explosion of frost, jagged spires of ice erupt across the creature's massive form, silencing its cry with absolute, crystalline force. The sheer magnitude of the magic leaves the monster paralyzed, its once menacing frame now nothing more than a jagged monument of ice. Standing amidst the falling snow, the mage looks down at the boy on the ground, the immediate threat neutralized by the overwhelming display of power. Yet, the mana in the air continues to swirl, thickening with a brilliance that suggests the battle is far from over. Both of them turn in unison, their attention captured by a sudden shift in the atmosphere that leaves them momentarily breathless. A beam of pure, radiant energy cuts through the gloom, heralding the arrival of a force that feels fundamentally different from anything they've encountered. Emerging from the light, a figure with long, luminous blue hair stands before them, their very presence causing the surrounding frost to hum with power. As the figure moves with ethereal grace, the ground itself seems to yield, marking the beginning of a new, even more unpredictable chapter in this confrontation. As the freezing mist begins to settle, a figure of immense power descends, her long hair shimmering like a river of blue light against the darkness. Staring upward in total disbelief, the young mage finds his breath hitching in his throat as he recognizes the familiar face amidst the ethereal glow. The name escapes him in a stunned whisper, confirming that the one standing before him is none other than Professor Rowell. Beneath a sky choked with the color of dried blood, the jagged peaks of a desolate wasteland loom over a group of stranded students, their voices barely a whisper against the oppressive silence. Huddled together for warmth and comfort, they exchange anxious glances, the weight of their situation pressing down on them as they try to keep their mounting fear at bay. Among them, the white-haired girl stares into the gloom, her red eyes reflecting the unease of her companions who plead to simply go home, away from this creeping darkness. The uncertainty of their rescue gnaws at her, wondering just how much longer they can afford to wait in this godforsaken place before hope truly begins to wither. Just as the last embers of their resolve begin to fade, a sudden, violent flare of white light erupts in their midst, blinding the students and shattering the heavy silence. Shielding their eyes from the brilliance, gasps of shock ripple through the group as they realize they are no longer alone in the shadows. Stepping through the fading light, a man with sharp glasses holds aloft a glowing orb of mana, his presence radiating a calm authority that immediately cuts through the panic. A chorus of relieved cries erupts as they recognize him, shouting the name of Professor Hale with a fervor that speaks of their desperate need for salvation. Even as the initial wave of joy passes, the professor is immediately bombarded with frantic questions about the safety of the others who have yet to appear. Watching the exchange with wide, amber eyes, a blue-haired student remains silent, his gaze fixed on the figures who have just arrived to pull them from the brink. Turning his attention toward the blonde youth standing beside the professor, he calls out to Prince Artian, acknowledging the royal presence that has accompanied their rescuer into this nightmare. As the dust settles in the wasteland, a sharp, violet gaze narrows, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. Breaking the silence, Professor Hale turns to the gathered students, his voice steady as he outlines the need to regroup with those who were separated during the transit. Nodding in agreement, the young prince urges the group forward, though a lingering hesitation clouds his expression as he glances back one last time. Nearby, the boy in the silver cloak pauses, a faint sound, or perhaps a shift in the air catching his attention, leaving him to wonder what exactly is lurking in the shadows. As the professor continues his instructions, the students huddle together, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and growing dread under the oppressive red sky. Suddenly, the ground beneath them groans, and shards of brilliant blue crystal begin to erupt from the earth, shimmering with an intense, unnatural light. A massive pillar of frozen energy surges upward, dwarfing the rocky cliffs and bathing the entire ravine in a cold, ethereal glow that silences the group instantly. Within the swirling vortex of frost, the mana begins to solidify, forming jagged structures that pulse with a rhythmic, heartbeat-like power. High above on the ridge, a dark silhouette appears through the haze, standing motionless as it looks down upon the terrified students below. As the light fades, the figure is revealed, draped in flowing robes with long, radiant tresses that seem to catch the very mana lingering in the air. Staring down with an unreadable expression, the mysterious mage remains silent, his presence alone enough to make the air feel heavy and difficult to breathe. Stunned into a state of disbelief, the young prince can only stammer, his words failing him as he realizes the sheer magnitude of the power standing before them. As the crystalline mana erupts with a deafening roar, the very air seems to fracture under the weight of the sudden surge. Descending like a bolt of azure lightning, the mysterious figure closes in on Artian, who can only stare in paralyzed disbelief. Struggling to find his voice, he manages a desperate plea for the intruder to stop, though his words are nearly lost in the chaos. With a blur of motion that defies the eye, the blue-haired mage sweeps across the battlefield, a whirlwind of lethal grace. Before he can even react, the young noble is snatched up, his confusion turning to indignation as he is handled like a mere child. A sharp click of the tongue escapes Artian, his pride stinging as much as the sudden physical displacement. The impact of their movement sends a shockwave through the air, shattering the silence with the force of a thunderclap. Nearby, Linus cowers in terror, shielding his face from the blinding light and the overwhelming pressure of the mana. Professor Hale and Rin watch from the shadows, their expressions grim as they witness a level of magic that far exceeds their expectations. As the dust begins to settle, the true scale of the devastation becomes clear, leaving the group in a tense, breathless wait. Locked in a silent standoff, the young noble stares up at the silent mage, searching for any sign of intent behind those cold, blue eyes. The intruder remains motionless, his presence an enigma that hangs over the canyon like a gathering storm. Attempting to defuse the volatile situation, he holds up a hand, his voice steady as he urges the intruder to find a moment of calm so they might actually speak. But the mage's response is a single, piercing word, his glowing blue eyes locking onto the young noble with an intensity that borders on predatory. A flicker of recognition crosses the intruder's face as he admits that the boy's features are undeniably familiar to him. Closing the distance in a blur, the mage seizes him by the chin, forcing their eyes to meet in a silent, suffocating interrogation. Sweat beads on the student's brow, his confusion mounting as he stares back, desperate to know the identity of the man holding his life in his hands. The standoff is shattered by a sudden explosion of dust as Professor Rowell launches a reckless strike, ignoring the protests of the students who insist the mage is an ally. Rin and Linus cry out in indignation, appalled that their teacher would treat their savior with such blatant hostility. The mage offers no explanation, his expression remaining cold and detached as he prepares to depart the chaotic scene. With a dismissive thought regarding their ignorance, he vanishes in a sudden surge of mana, leaving the group reeling in the wake of his departure. The blue energy dissipates into the air, the physical weight of his presence lifting as quickly as it had arrived. Back in his true form, Rude's heart hammers against his ribs, a wave of genuine fear washing over him as he wonders if his disguise was truly enough to fool her. Standing before his companions once more, he maintains a stoic facade, though the shadow of his secret identity looms larger than ever before. The promise of a future reward is suddenly eclipsed, as a violent vortex of dark energy tears through the air, silencing all conversation. Caught in the wake of the anomaly, Rin and Artian cling to one another, their faces pale with the realization that the danger is far from over. Observing the phenomenon with a sharp, analytical gaze, he narrows his eyes, his mind already calculating the threat level of the encroaching void. The shadows lash out with predatory intent, forcing a sharp cry of terror from the young woman as the darkness closes in around them. With a thunderous roar of displaced air, the miasma expands violently, obscuring the horizon in a shroud of pure obsidian. Refusing to let the darkness claim its prize, the youth steps firmly into the path of the surge, his presence acting as a shield for his trembling companions. The energy begins to churn and solidify, twisting into a dense, physical form that pulses with a cold, unnatural light. Across the desolate, rocky expanse, the group stands paralyzed, watching as the scattered remnants of the void begin to coalesce into a singular entity. Rising from the heart of the smoke, a towering, humanoid figure takes shape, its form composed of shifting shadows and starlight. Staring up at the impossible sight, the young woman can barely find her voice, her breath hitching as she tries to make sense of the monster before them. The entity stands motionless, a spectral sentinel with eyes that burn like twin blue stars, radiating an aura of absolute authority. While she trembles and questions the creature's origin, he remains silent, inwardly scoffing at the entity's apparent facade of ignorance. Urging the group to maintain their pace, Rude notes that the enemy's decision to intercept them so early is a calculated move. As a shadowy figure looms ahead, it becomes clear that this entity is a deliberate roadblock designed to halt their progress. With eyes glowing like cold embers, the Guardian whispers a dark promise of what is to come. The ground begins to churn and groan, signaling the end of their journey in this desolate place. Rising from the shattered earth, a colossal stone golem takes shape, its massive frame radiating an oppressive power. Unfazed by the towering construct, the young mage questions the arrogance of his opponent. A smirk plays on his lips, sensing that Lydersis is hiding somewhere within this elaborate defense. The golem doesn't wait for a response, bringing its heavy fist down in a strike meant to pulverize everything in its path. As the shadow of the massive arm engulfs them, the group stands their ground against the impending impact. Drawing her blade with fluid grace, Rin channels her mana, her focus narrowing onto the descending threat. With a surge of ethereal energy, she meets the crushing weight of the stone fist, halting its momentum with sheer willpower. The resulting shockwave tears through the air, leaving the golem's attack shattered against her unwavering defense. Dropping into the heart of the chaos, the young mage lands with practiced grace, his silhouette framed by the jagged shards of dark energy that pulse around him. Above him, the Guardian's hollow eyes flare, and it brings a massive fist down, shattering the stone floor in a desperate attempt to crush the intruder. Watching the destruction unfold, Rin and the faculty members brace themselves, their expressions tight with the realization of the golem's sheer scale. From the periphery, Lydersis observes the struggle with a cold, calculating gaze, his long blue hair catching the light of the magical discharge. Turning his back on the construct, he concludes that engaging this mass of mana is a pointless diversion unless they can neutralize the one who summoned it. With a sharp command, he shouts to the professors to hold the line, entrusting the Guardian's containment to them as he prepares to move. The Guardian's fury boils over, a distorted voice echoing its outrage as the young man begins his sudden, high-speed advance. In a blur of motion, a streak of brilliant blue light carves through the air, marking the trajectory of his incredible speed. His eyes ignite with power, the usual red replaced by a piercing blue glow that reflects the sheer intensity of the mana coursing through him. He arrives instantly, skidding to a halt beside the blue-haired noble, the suddenness of his appearance catching the other completely off guard. The ground groans under the pressure, dust and debris kicking up as the momentum of his arrival settles into a tense, expectant silence. Meeting his gaze, the noble offers a single, sharp command to proceed, his eyes narrowing as he signals the next phase of their plan. Continuing from the chaos, a chillingly calm smile spreads across the man's face, his eyes glinting with a dark, predatory amusement. As Lydersis recoils in disbelief, he demands to know why such a horrific scene is unfolding, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and outrage. Stepping forward with an air of arrogant composure, Dio Varus admits he has his reasons, his tone suggesting that the lives of those around him are mere variables in a larger game. Turning his attention to the gathered students, he commands their focus, his presence commanding a terrified silence from the young mages. With a mockingly sympathetic tone, the instructor suggests they view this nightmare as a valuable learning opportunity, despite the sudden cancellation of their official training. He argues that the chaos of a genuine battlefield, surrounded by pillars of flame and imminent danger, is far more instructive than any controlled exercise. The mere mention of such a brutal reality leaves the listeners reeling, struggling to process the madness being presented as education. While the prince can only stare in silent horror, the white-haired youth beside him realizes that the man before them has completely abandoned any semblance of sanity. Continuing his twisted lecture, the madman claims he wants them to be fully prepared, urging them to give their absolute all in the face of the coming storm. His expression then twists into a mask of pure malice, a single eye glowing with a predatory, crimson light as he prepares to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, a lash of searing energy snakes out, coiling tightly around the prince's throat and cutting off his breath in a sudden, violent display of power. As the dust settles, a colossal stone guardian looms over the battlefield, its eyes glowing with a cold, blue light as it prepares to strike. Amidst the falling debris, Artian pulls Rin close, shielding her from the impending shockwave as he urges her to hold on tight. Nearby, Varus struggles to maintain his footing as a complex magic circle flares to life beneath him, the air humming with arcane power. The professor steps forward, his voice cutting through the roar of the monster as he declares an absolute emergency, his gaze fixed on the threat. With a steady hand, he draws a simple wooden implement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation with a grim nod. He raises the unassuming stick, his expression focused as he prepares to channel his power through the modest tool. Varus watches in disbelief, questioning how such a meager tool could possibly stand against the titan before them. The ground shudders as the young noble is thrown back, the force of the conflict nearly overwhelming him as his companion calls out in alarm. He gasps for air, his body trembling from the strain of the battle as he tries to regain his composure amidst the chaos. Varus screams out a warning, his panic rising as he realizes that time is running out for them to make a stand. A deafening explosion rocks the cavern, a blinding flash of energy consuming everything in its path as the golem's power finally erupts. Smoke and dust fill the air, leaving the young noble reeling as the echoes of the blast fade into a terrifying silence. As the dust from the cataclysmic blast begins to settle, a heavy silence falls over the ruins. Amidst the swirling embers and thick smoke, a lone figure stands motionless, his presence commanding and inscrutable. His crimson gaze pierces through the gloom, fixed on the devastation before him as he remains wordless, a silent observer to the chaos that has just unfolded. Amidst the crumbling ruins, Varus and Artian huddle together, their attention fixed on the fallen figure of their companion. As the blonde youth's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice trembles as he calls out to her, searching for any sign of life. Rin manages a weak, barely audible whisper, her strength failing as she struggles to acknowledge her friends, before collapsing completely onto the jagged rocks, leaving the two boys to watch in helpless horror. Panic sets in for the blonde boy, who refuses to accept the grim reality while his companion's expression hardens into one of desperate urgency. Looming behind them, a massive hand of stone erupts from the earth, casting a long, ominous shadow over the group. Forcing a glance back from the terrified student, he realizes the sheer scale of the threat that has just manifested. His purple-haired ally remains eerily calm, however, his gaze fixed on the impending doom with a cold, analytical focus. Extending a hand to summon a countermeasure, he calls out a command that ripples through the mana-charged air. The colossal fist descends with crushing force, threatening to bury them all beneath tons of enchanted rock. As a final, desperate cry rings out, the youth's eyes flare with intensity in the face of the inevitable. The ground shatters under the weight of the blow, swallowing the scene in a violent cloud of dust and debris. Amidst the chaos of the retreat, Camelia's voice trembles as she urges her companions to run, her eyes wide with the realization that they are being hunted. Emerging from the shadows, a crimson wolf snarls, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger that leaves no room for mercy. Refusing to simply surrender, the young mage's knuckles whiten as she grips her staff, the wood creaking under the pressure of her resolve. Though sweat beads on her brow, a new light flickers in her eyes, replacing the paralyzing fear with a grim, focused determination. Standing alone against the beast, she anchors her feet into the earth, silently vowing that she will not take another step back. The wolf inches closer, its massive frame casting a long shadow over the girl as it prepares to launch its final assault. But high above the canopy, a dark silhouette cuts through the crimson sky, descending with a speed that defies the wind. A sudden flash of azure light tears through the clearing, striking the ground with enough force to halt the predator in its tracks. Gazing upward in sheer disbelief, she can only watch as the air itself begins to burn with a cold, ethereal fire. A trail of blue flames streaks across the horizon, heralding the arrival of a power far beyond anything she has ever witnessed. Unfurling its wings, a magnificent dragon wreathed in blue fire reveals itself, its presence commanding the very atmosphere of the forest. As it stares down with burning eyes, the predator becomes the prey, and the girl realizes that her desperate prayer for help has been answered by a legend. High above the jagged canyon floor, the wind whistles through the narrow passes, carrying the scent of dust and ancient stone. Perched on the very edge of the abyss, a lone figure stands in silence, his gaze fixed on the swirling haze below. Looking up at the towering heights, Rude Krish wonders if such a climb is even possible, the sheer scale of the task weighing heavily on him. His mind drifts to the uncertainty of the situation below, unable to shake the feeling that something significant is unfolding just out of sight. A flicker of azure light ignites within his eyes, a subtle manifestation of the power he keeps tightly coiled beneath the surface. Memories of the academy suddenly surface, recalling the quiet, studious days spent alongside his peers in the grand halls of learning. The faces of his companions linger in his mind's eye, a silent reminder of the responsibilities and bonds that continue to drive him forward. Shaking off the nostalgia, his expression hardens, replaced by a grim determination to ensure that history does not repeat itself. With a single, heavy step, he decides he will no longer let things slide, committing himself fully to the intervention. A polite but firm voice cuts through the tension, announcing his presence before the dust has even settled. Standing amidst the chaos in his dark attire, he confronts the startled figures, his aura commanding the space as he prepares to deal with the threat. The silence of the heights is broken by a single, chilling question. Going somewhere? He asks, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Startling the stranger, whose mismatched eyes widen in shock as he realizes he is no longer the hunter, but the prey. Far below in the canyon depths, chaos erupts as a massive stone fist smashes into the earth, sending the exhausted students reeling from the impact. Seeing his companions in peril, Lydersis steps forward, his hands glowing with the desperate effort to manifest a protective barrier. He urges the others to take cover, placing his faith in the mysterious Lapis to hold the line while the professor watches on in concern. Internally, the young noble struggles with his limits, knowing he cannot reveal the full extent of his power with a faculty member present. His gaze sharpens with a fierce intensity, searching for any opening to secure their safety. Suddenly, the ground beneath them ignites as a massive, intricate magic circle erupts in a blinding display of golden light. The sheer scale of the spell leaves the group frozen in shock, their eyes fixed on the pulsating energy at their feet. A magic circle? They cry out, unable to comprehend the source of such overwhelming power. In the center of the light, a heavy boot strikes the earth, signaling the arrival of a force that will change everything. As the dust begins to settle, the very air in the canyon feels heavy and tainted, carrying a scent that is nauseating as usual to those unaccustomed to such raw mana. Pressing a cloth to his face in disgust, Marquis Helios surveys the wreckage with a look of pure aristocratic disdain. Emerging from the shimmering light behind him, cloaked figures begin to materialize, their presence heralding a serious intervention. Unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, the newcomers exchange brief, clinical observations about the state of the area. Focusing on the task at hand, one of the mages notes that they will have to force their way through the remaining barrier. Watching from below in utter shock, the young noble recognizes the high-ranking Marquis and the elite mages from the magic tower. The nobleman turns sharply, his eyes widening as a sudden shift in the mana levels catches him off guard. Rushing onto the scene with frantic energy, Professor Hale calls out in desperation, his only concern being the safety of his students. But his voice is swallowed by a violent roar, as the ground erupts in a massive cloud of stone and debris. From the heart of the wreckage, the stone golem rises once more, its eyes burning with a malevolent blue light. Unleashing its full fury, the creature strikes with a force that sends shockwaves rippling through the entire canyon. As the dust begins to settle, Marquis Helios looks up, his sharp gaze catching the first signs of a renewed threat. Offering a calm reassurance to those behind him, he tells them not to worry, his voice steady even as a brilliant light begins to erupt from the ground. Weaving complex patterns into the air, the nobleman manifests a series of intricate golden magic circles, each one humming with protective power. Standing firm against the encroaching chaos, he maintains a watchful eye on the situation, his posture radiating the authority of a seasoned mage. As debris begins to rattle against his barriers, he commands the others to stay behind him, ensuring the students are shielded from the fallout. Huddled together in the shadow of his protection, Professor Hale and the students watch in awe, though a mysterious, blue-haired figure stands among them with a far more piercing gaze. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the Marquis's expression hardens, his golden eyes reflecting a sudden, chilling realization. Emerging from the thick plumes of smoke, a dark, hooded silhouette appears, its eyes glowing with a malevolent purple light that pierces through the gloom. As the entire canyon is bathed in a sinister crimson hue, the nobleman finds himself facing a wall of fire and raw energy that seems to warp the very air. Panic begins to spread among the group, as the students realize with horror that their very life force is being siphoned away by the oppressive environment. Amidst the screams and the draining mana, Rude Krish steps forward, his white hair catching the red light as he prepares to intervene. With a chillingly calm demeanor, he declares that he will now reveal the true contents of today's lesson, his silhouette framed by the inferno. As the dust settles from the initial chaos, the professor begins to outline the day's objective, his voice cutting through the tension with a chilling lack of empathy. He explains that the goal is simple yet terrifying, to win a fight against a formidable opponent who stands ready to engage. Mana surges violently around the combatant, manifesting in a blinding display of power that heralds the start of the trial. The opponent is revealed to be none other than Cheval von Helios, whose silhouette looms large against the burning horizon. With a flick of his will, spectral beasts materialize from the ether, their blue forms snarling as they surround the assembled students. Camelai can only stare in disbelief, her eyes wide as she realizes the sheer scale of the madness unfolding before her. Weapons are offered as a hollow mercy, clattering onto the ground as the instructor insists they won't be fighting empty-handed. He makes it clear that there are no other rules, demanding that they show him every ounce of strength they possess. A dark glint enters the professor's eyes as he adds a final condition, his sinister grin suggesting that he finds the coming carnage amusing. Looking at the grim expression on the young mage's face, it's clear the price of failure in this classroom is far steeper than a simple grade. To lose is to forfeit one's very existence, leaving the students with a desperate choice if they wish to survive the day. With death on the line, the only option left is to fight with everything they have against the overwhelming power of the Marquis. As the weight of the present moment settles, Marquis Helios stands in silence, his sharp features hardened by a lifetime of calculated moves and hidden agendas. His amber gaze narrowing as if peering through the very fabric of time itself, searching for the root of a long-standing grudge. Suddenly, the world dissolves into a blinding haze, the harsh reality of the present giving way to the softer, brighter colors of a memory long tucked away. A youthful voice cuts through the fog, calling out to Cheval with an urgency that only a younger sister could muster. Startled from his daydream, the young boy blinks in surprise, his hand instinctively reaching for his chin as he processes the sudden interruption. Cameli leans forward with an exasperated huff, demanding to know what could possibly have him so deeply lost in thought when they are so close to their destination. Outside the carriage window, the imposing silhouette of Duke Arshan's mansion looms, a grand estate that seems to mock the boy's internal struggle with its sheer scale. Brushing off his sister's concern with a scoff, he declares his intent to finally face the brat he's heard so much about, though he can't even be bothered to remember the name correctly. She corrects him with a sharp tongue, reminding him that the boy's name is Lydersis and calling him an idiot for his feigned indifference. Despite her brother's sour mood, a bright, determined smile lights up her face as she vows to herself that she will definitely become friends with Lydersis. As the afternoon sun casts long shadows across the academy grounds, a desperate cry rings out, calling for Lydersis to stop as he bolts toward the gates. The weight of the moment settles heavily between them, leaving the young boy frozen in a state of quiet, agonizing guilt as he wonders what he could have possibly done. Tears well up as the accusations fly, with Ivril sobbing that this entire mess is his fault, her voice cracking under the strain of her distress. Walking away with a heavy heart, the rhythmic thud of boots on stone accompanies a low, frustrated curse under his breath. Searching the corridors with growing anxiety, he scans the area, his mind racing as he tries to track down the one person who could fix this. The memory of her ultimatum echoes in his mind, a sharp reminder that if he doesn't find him, there will be no going home today. Spotting a familiar figure in the distance, he calls out tentatively, hoping for a lead in his increasingly desperate search. Approaching the courtyard where students linger, the boy stands out with his bright attire, his expression a mask of forced composure. Cheval looks up with a start, surprised to see him still here when he was supposed to have left for home already. Hesitating for a moment as he searches for the right words, the young noble tries to explain the sudden change in plans without revealing too much of his inner turmoil. The conversation shifts toward a more serious tone, as the focus turns toward the whereabouts of his brother. Explaining the pressure from his young relative, he admits that he simply cannot find him anywhere and asks if Cheval has seen him. Watching the retreating figure, Cheval stands in a heavy silence, the weight of their brief exchange still hanging in the air. Confusion clouds his features, as he struggles to reconcile the words spoken with the reality of the situation. The academy grounds remain serene, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, oblivious to his inner turmoil. He can't help but wonder if the man has truly lost his mind to speak so callously. Considering the bond Lydersis is supposed to share, the idea of such hostility between only brothers feels fundamentally wrong. The label of monster echoes in his mind, a description so harsh it defies any logical explanation he can muster. It's a concept he struggles to grasp, the sheer coldness of the statement leaving a bitter taste. His wandering eventually leads him to a secluded patch of grass, where a familiar form lies motionless beneath the trees. A jolt of alarm strikes him as he rushes forward, fearing the worst for the boy lying so still. Relief washes over him as he realizes Rude is simply caught, in the middle of a deep and surprisingly peaceful nap on the bare ground. Sitting down beside him, he observes the boy's utter lack of concern for his prestige or the oddity of his choice of bed. A heavy sigh escapes him, as he wonders if this peculiar state is the only way to cope with a brother's disdain. Watching the boy sleep, he can't help but reflect on the bond between brothers. This child is smaller, clearly weaker, and by all rights, should be protected and held close. It is the natural order of things, to cherish one's kin as a family should, yet the reality here seems far more complicated. The quiet moment shatters as those deep purple eyes snap open, the haze of sleep vanishing in an instant. Noticing the movement, Lydersis casually remarks that he's finally awake, though the suddenness of the greeting sends a jolt of pure shock through the boy. Driven by instinct, the younger brother scrambles to his feet and bolts, ignoring the blonde youth's startled command to wait. Frustration colors the air as Lydersis berates him for running off again, questioning where he could have possibly learned such terrible manners. To the Marquis' surprise, the boy actually skids to a halt, the harsh words seemingly reaching him through his panic. Hesitantly, he turns back, his posture stiff and uncertain as he faces the older boy's scrutiny. With a stiff, awkward bow, a quiet, stuttered greeting escapes him, a forced attempt at the etiquette being demanded of him. Having fulfilled the bare minimum, he wastes no more time, disappearing into the trees with a burst of speed that leaves a trail of dust in his wake. Cheval watches the empty path, left to ponder the strange, skittish nature of the boy who seems so desperate to avoid any real connection. Back in the clearing, Lydersis can only shout in exasperation at the empty air, completely baffled by his brother's erratic behavior. Fuming at the empty space where the boy just was, he stands there with his voice echoing through the trees, bellowing about the sheer effort wasted in the search while the others watch in silence. Nearby, the Marquis observes the outburst with a quiet intensity, his mind drifting to the warmth of his own family as he pulls his children into a protective embrace. In this rare moment of peace, a genuine smile touches his lips, reflecting a deep-seated need to shield them from the chaos of the world. However, the tranquility is short-lived, replaced by a sharp jolt of surprise as he later stares down at a report in his study. The request written on the parchment is unthinkable, prompting a stunned disbelief as Cheval questions the sudden, inexplicable desire to return to the Artian estate. The warning hangs heavy in the air, as the green-eyed student notes with a touch of frustration that his advice has gone completely unheeded. Offering only a cold, dismissive glance, Lydersis remains unmoved, his expression guarded as he acknowledges the words without truly accepting them. Prompting a sharp question, his companion wonders aloud why he speaks of his own brother with such detached coldness. Turning away to end the conversation, the young noble claims to have stopped worrying about such nonsense long ago, though his rigid posture suggests otherwise. Watching him go, the classmate realizes that the distance between them is only growing, deciding it might be best to stay away entirely. As the silence of the hallway settles, the two part ways, leaving unspoken words lingering in the empty space between them. But the mind cannot help but wander back, drifting into the dark recesses of memory where the truth of that day still festers. To a scene of absolute devastation, where blood stains the earth and the remnants of a life are scattered like debris. Standing amidst the carnage, he can only watch in paralyzed horror as the world he knew is torn apart before his eyes. In the shadows of the aftermath, the weight of the loss becomes an all-consuming void, swallowing every hope for the future. The ruin is total, leaving only the broken bodies of the fallen to tell the story of a legacy cut short. Whispers of the tragedy spread like wildfire as the public gossips about the grudge that finally brought the Artian family to its knees. Standing in the quiet corridor, the classmate offers a simple nod of agreement, siding with the cold logic that has defined the conversation. Lydersis remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes the unexpected support from someone who had previously shown only concern. The two face each other in the vast hall, a heavy tension lingering between them before the scene shifts toward the impending trial. While one watches with a sharp, calculating gaze, the young noble stares back with a cold, unwavering intensity that suggests he is already miles ahead. High above, the sky begins to churn, turning a violent, ominous shade of crimson as the atmosphere of the academy transforms. Silhouetted against the burning horizon, a group stands ready as the air thickens with the weight of impending conflict. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts in the air, casting a harsh, golden light over the gathered students and signaling the start of the exercise. The rules of the engagement are made clear, granting permission to utilize both steel and sorcery in the coming trial, raising the stakes to a lethal level. Professor Hale steps forward with a stern command, granting them a brief moment to prepare for what lies ahead, though his eyes show no mercy. Disbelief ripples through the crowd, as the sheer absurdity of the challenge begins to sink in, leaving the students questioning if this can even be real. Panic takes root among the ranks, leaving many to wonder how they could possibly stand against such power when their own resolve is crumbling. Desperation drives them to turn and flee, only to be halted by a voice that demands to know where they think they're going, cutting through their fear like a blade. With a sharp command from the professor, Helios is given the signal to begin the exercise, his expression remaining cold and detached. Unleashing his power, the Marquis summons a pack of spectral wolves that manifest in a blur of frost and mana. The air crackles with energy as the magical constructs solidify, their presence filling the arena with a chilling dread. Standing behind his creations, the nobleman watches as the predatory forms tower over the terrified students. Panic spreads like wildfire, and the trainees scramble to escape the icy beasts, desperate cries to avoid them echoing through the chaos. Amidst the frantic retreat, Rude stands his ground, watching the disorder with a grim realization that his warnings were ignored. His fist tightens, accepting the harsh reality that he is now truly on his own in this fight. With a steady gaze, the young mage prepares himself for the onslaught, his resolve hardening as the danger nears. As the wolves close the distance, he remains a solitary figure against the overwhelming magical force. Facing the predators alone, he braces for the inevitable clash, his focus narrowing onto the threat ahead. Suddenly, a violent tremor shatters the silence of the arena as a massive force strikes the ground. Sending debris flying, the impact craters the terrain, leaving the outcome of the training exercise in total uncertainty. He strikes with such overwhelming force that the arena floor shatters, sending a violent shockwave through the stone and kicking up a thick cloud of grit and debris, forcing the Marquis to recoil and brush the dust from his fine silks, his expression twisting into one of pure indignation as he scoffs at the sheer rudeness of the interruption. Only to be met by the chilling, luminous gaze of the Black Mage, who stands firm amidst the settling dust, his voice cold as he questions the honor of such a sudden, unprovoked assault. Emerging from the settling dust of their brief encounter, the man in the vibrant purple attire adjusts his collar with an air of feigned offense. His voice carries a playful yet sharp edge, as he remarks on the sheer rudeness of such a sudden, unprovoked assault. Standing firm amidst the swirling shadows, Rude counters that his opponent was the one who chose to show up and initiate the fight. A smirk plays across the nobleman's lips, his expression betraying a lack of genuine concern for the accusations being hurled his way. Dismissing the previous exchange with a casual wave, he shifts the conversation toward the path ahead, questioning if the destination lies further up. Staring back with glowing, analytical eyes, the young mage finds himself unsettled by how this man managed to appear without leaving a single trace for his senses to pick up. The distance between them remains charged with tension, as Helios feigns hurt, lamenting the cold reception he's received in this desolate crater. His tone shifts to one of disdain, as the man vehemently denies any allegiance to the one he labels a traitor, a word that rings with heavy significance. Probing for a deeper motive, he wonders aloud if the drive to continue upward is fueled by a desire to protect the humans caught in the crossfire. The Marquis reveals his own agenda, stating a need to uncover exactly what that turncoat intends to do with the lives currently hanging in the balance. With a chillingly calm smile, he offers a grim assessment, predicting that the traitor's ultimate goal is nothing short of total annihilation for every human involved. His voice drops to a chilling whisper as he explains that the reason for his indifference is simple, yet terrifying. To a man of his standing, snuffing out a few lives is as trivial as stepping on insects. A smirk plays on his lips, devoid of any empathy, as he stares down his opponent with a look of pure, unadulterated arrogance. The shifting hue of his eyes betrays a hidden depth of power, one burning with a predatory red light, while the other remains a cold, calculating yellow. Without warning, Helios unleashes a devastating wave of force, the sheer pressure of his mana causing the very walls of the crater to buckle and groan. Dark energy spikes erupt from the point of impact, pulverizing solid stone into a fine mist of dust and debris. As the echoes of the destruction fade, a thick cloud of grit begins to settle over the ruined landscape. He stands perfectly still amidst the swirling black mist, his expression remaining as calm and detached as if he had merely swatted a fly. Looking up through the haze, Rude issues a sharp warning, reminding the nobleman that even a bug can be dangerous if pushed too far. The young mage's voice is steady and demanding, insisting that the time for games and riddles has come to an end. He presses for the truth about the traitor, noting that the very use of the word implies a shared history that can no longer be hidden. The Marquis simply smiles, his dual-colored gaze locked onto the boy, appearing more amused than threatened by the demand for honesty. The Marquis's patience finally snaps, unleashing a pack of spectral, blue-lit wolves that howl with predatory hunger as they tear through the air. The young noble stands paralyzed in their path, the sheer pressure of the incoming magic pinning him to the spot as the light of the assault blinds him. But before the beasts can strike, Rude Krish throws himself into the fray, his body becoming a shield that absorbs the violent, red-tinted impact meant for his companion. A desperate incantation echoes through the chaos, calling upon the name of Darien as a surge of protective energy ripples outward. Followed immediately by another command, the name Mathenias is invoked to stabilize the crumbling defenses against the relentless spectral hounds. As the dust begins to settle, he grips the boy's shoulder, his own frame tense from the shock of the blow he just endured. Fury boils over in his voice, demanding to know if Artian has lost his mind or if he truly possesses a death wish for jumping in so recklessly. The lecture continues with biting intensity, accusing the noble of acting without a shred of a plan in the face of such overwhelming power. His gaze is sharp and filled with a mixture of terror and rage, the weight of the near miss etched into every line of his distressed expression. Looking up with glazed, distant eyes, the boy can only whisper of the dark fate he expected to meet, his voice trailing off into the heavy silence of the crater. As the shadows deepen, a cold declaration that everything is about to end is met with a desperate, confused demand for answers. Struggling to comprehend his companion's resolve, he shouts that dying here would change absolutely nothing, just as it was for Dio. With his expression hardening, the weight of the situation begins to settle heavily upon him. Turning away with a sharp movement, he warns that such a sacrifice would be entirely in vain. Suddenly, brilliant blue chains of mana erupt, weaving a complex web of restraining magic to halt the advancing threat. The display of power draws a mockingly impressed observation, as the nobleman notes the high level of skill required for an Eden to cast such a spell. Standing amidst the swirling energy, the caster remains unfazed, his confidence unshaken by the shimmering restraints. Observing the way the spectral beasts strain against his magic, the young mage realizes with a start that these creatures are far more than mere illusions. A thin smile touches the nobleman's lips as he points out the fatal flaw. The duration of such powerful magic is far too short. With a ferocious surge, the spectral wolves shatter the blue chains, lunging forward with renewed hunger. Realizing his defensive options are exhausted, he knows he must shift his focus. The only way to stop this is to strike at the source. But as the flow of magic becomes chaotic, Even the nearby professor finds himself struggling to maintain his footing against the overwhelming pressure. Standing amidst the swirling mana, the Marquis remains a silent, imposing figure, his presence alone warping the very air around him. With a sudden, violent surge, the spectral wolves lunged forward, their ethereal jaws snapping with a hunger that defied their ghostly forms. Reacting in a flash of white light, Rude Krish throws himself into the fray, calling out to Shuren and Hilda as he unleashes a wave of defensive magic. The impact is instantaneous, shattering the momentum of the beasts as the raw mana collides with their snouts in a shower of sparks. Gritting his teeth against the strain, the young mage realizes that his current tactics are merely a stalling effort, and that facing this onslaught alone is reaching its limit. A familiar presence steps up beside him as Lydersis joins the line, his expression a mix of grim acceptance and newfound resolve. Acknowledging the dire reality, the noble student admits that they have nowhere left to run, leaving them with only one choice. His eyes flaring with a dangerous crimson light, Rude prepares to escalate the conflict, his focus narrowing onto the enemies before them. Moving forward with synchronized purpose, they march toward the threat, the weight of their shared ambition to become true mages driving every step. Looking back at the trembling group, the realization hits that the fear they feel is universal, a burden shared by every student caught in this nightmare. In a moment of quiet, internal focus, the details of the struggle fade away, leaving only the cold clarity of the task at hand. Accepting the path he has chosen, the young man understands that becoming a real mage means facing even more dangerous situations than this, and he is ready. As the air begins to crackle with an unnatural heat, the man revels in the overwhelming sensation of power coursing through his veins, finally touching the strength he has long craved. A manic grin spreads across his face as he declares the sheer magnificence of this newfound strength, lost in the euphoria of his own evolution. His gaze, now burning with a predatory light, sweeps over the onlookers, the Marquis challenging everyone to witness the culmination of his dark ambition. Among the trembling students, a murmur of disbelief rises as they struggle to comprehend a power that seems to have transcended the very boundaries of humanity. But amidst the collective awe, Rude's expression remains grim, his sharp eyes piercing through the facade of this supposed ascension to see the rot beneath. He knows the truth that the others are too blinded to see, realizing with a heavy heart that what stands before them is no longer human, but a true monster. The transformation completes in a burst of hellish energy, revealing a winged nightmare wreathed in flame and clutching a blade forged from pure malice. With a final, lingering look, the Marquis prepares to depart from the chaos he has helped set in motion. Letting out a cold farewell, a single word hangs in the air, signaling the end of his involvement. As he walks away from the carnage, he moves with a heavy stride, the flames licking at the edges of the path behind him. Leaving the onlookers in shock, the students can only watch in stunned silence, their faces pale with a mixture of confusion and dread. While a monster rises from the flames, a demonic silhouette begins to take shape amidst the inferno, its skin glowing with a malevolent heat. Surveying the ruins from above, the nobleman looks down at the devastation from his vantage point on the crumbling cliffside. Maintaining a mask of indifference, his expression remains unreadable amidst the swirling embers and rising smoke. Until a sudden impact breaks the tension, a sharp sound echoes through the clearing, signaling a new and powerful presence on the battlefield. Threatening the life of a survivor, the beast looms over a terrified girl, its presence suffocating as she stares up in absolute horror. And just as he turns to leave, a sudden movement cuts through the silence, interrupting his planned exit. Feeling a sudden, forceful grip, his eyes narrow as he realizes his composure has been momentarily shattered. That refuses to let him go, a hand clamps down firmly on his sleeve, anchoring him to the spot and forcing him to face the consequences. As the heat intensifies, Artian grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he struggles to maintain his composure amidst the encroaching disaster. The sky itself seems to bleed, choked by thick, crimson smoke that blots out the sun and signals the arrival of something far more sinister. Dangling precariously over the abyss, the young noble clings to the jagged rock, his strength failing as the ground beneath him continues to give way. Above the chaos, the clouds swirl in a violent dance of red and black, reflecting the turmoil unfolding on the earth below. Through the haze of embers, the true scale of the devastation becomes clear, a landscape transformed into a furnace of magical energy. Standing at the epicenter of the ruin, Helios lets out a chilling laugh, his voice echoing through the hollow crater as he admires the carnage he's witnessed. A smug grin spreads across his face, the Marquis looking down with utter contempt for the lives lost and the suffering he leaves in his wake. His golden eyes flash with a predatory light, unaware that the shadows around him are beginning to coalesce into a form far more dangerous than his own. Emerging from the darkness, a silent figure stands amidst the swirling ash, a presence so heavy it seems to dampen the very sound of the flames. Rude's gaze pierces through the gloom, his eyes burning with a cold, azure intensity that demands absolute attention and strikes fear into the heart of the arrogant. With a voice like grinding stone, he delivers a chilling decree, telling the Marquis to simply consider himself lucky that things haven't turned out worse. Despite the warning, the Marquis maintains his defiant smirk, though the flicker of unease in his eyes suggests the message was received. A gentle voice echoes from a time long forgotten, urging him to share the beauty of the world with her, a simple request that carries the weight of 1,000 regrets. The white petals of the flowers sway in the breeze, vibrant and untainted, standing as a fragile testament to a peace that was never meant to last. Hand in hand, two children wander through the sun-drenched grass, their bond seemingly unbreakable as they navigate a world that had not yet shown its teeth. But as a hand reaches out to pluck a bloom, the sky fractures with a blinding flash, a sudden intrusion that shatters the golden afternoon. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts from the earth, catching the young girl in its grasp as her eyes widen with a terror she cannot yet comprehend. The once beautiful flowers are crushed beneath the weight of the chaos, and the boy is thrown backward, his small frame no match for the violent surge of power. From the depths of the encroaching void, a monstrous skeletal figure rises, its hollow, glowing eyes fixed upon the girl as it prepares to claim its prize. A massive, dark claw descends with crushing intent, while the boy can only watch, paralyzed by a horror that will haunt his every waking moment. She is pulled into the shadows, her presence fading into the static of the abyss, leaving behind nothing but a void where a life once bloomed. In the present, a hand grips a ledge with desperate strength, the phantom sensation of that lost connection still burning like a brand against his skin. Slumped over the precipice, he gasps for air, the weight of the past threatening to pull him down into the same darkness that took her. A broken plea escapes his lips, a desperate cry for a mercy that the world has never seen fit to grant him. As the tension reaches a breaking point, the blue crystal pendant suddenly shatters, its fragments scattering into the void like dying stars. In the wake of the fracture, a pair of sharp, golden eyes widen in realization as the surrounding reality begins to warp. Looking down at his own chest, the Marquis finds a glowing sigil burning through his clothes, leaving him breathless and confused. Meanwhile, still trapped in his own nightmare, the young mage remains slumped over the edge of the precipice, the fiery sky casting a grim light over his trembling form. But he is no longer alone, as Helios finds himself clinging to the same jagged rock face, staring up into the hazy distance with a look of pure bewilderment. Sensing a presence nearby, he looks up, his purple eyes narrowing as he tries to process the impossible sight before him. Their gazes finally meet, and as the realization sinks in, both men are left wondering exactly what kind of madness has brought them together in this hellscape. As the crimson light of the spell chokes the air, a voice offers a cruel chance to choose. The ultimatum is clear: if the hand holding Helios is released, the rest of the students will be spared, their lives bought with the sacrifice of one man. But if that grip remains firm, the decision to save him carries a terrible price. To save the Marquis, instead, means the students below will be crushed beneath the weight of the falling rocks. They will be left with no escape, condemned to die in the impending collapse. The question hangs in the trembling air, asking if the many are worth more than the one, or if the life of the man dangling over the abyss is the only one that matters in this moment. The demand to make a choice strikes rude with the force of a physical blow. Staring down at the man he holds, he can barely process the impossibility of the situation. Below him, the students watch in terror, waiting for a decision that seems beyond his power to make. His composure finally shatters, a desperate admission escaping his lips that he simply cannot choose. Gazing down at the man dangling precariously from his grip, he hears a sneer in the Marquis's voice as the noble calls the sight unsightly. The spite in the older man's eyes is unmistakable, mocking the youth for thinking things are going well and reminding him of the time he was bullied for being a monster. Despite the sweat beading on his brow, the noble shows no sign of gratitude, his expression twisted by a deep-seated resentment. He continues his verbal assault, asking if the boy enjoys seeing him in such a degraded state. Suspended over the abyss, the Marquis demands to know why he is hesitating, his voice sharp with a strange kind of challenge. With a sudden burst of defiance, he shouts for the boy to let go, adamantly refusing any form of assistance. The intensity of his rejection is palpable, his eyes wide with a desperate, prideful fury. A single tear or drop of sweat falls, underscoring the raw emotion of the moment as the noble's resolve remains unbroken. In the distance, faint lights flicker through the haze, a silent witness to the struggle unfolding on the cliffside. The refusal is repeated with even more conviction, a final, desperate plea for autonomy over salvation. Looking down with a mixture of pity and anger, he finally lets out a frustrated exclamation, pushed to his limit by the man's stubbornness. As the weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air, the Marquis looks up with a gaze that has lost its defiance, replaced by a hollow realization. Staring down at him with gritted teeth, the young mage scoffs, dismissing the notion of being a monster and calling him an idiot instead. Tightening his grip on the trembling hand, he insists that this stubbornness is nothing new, a trait he's seen since the very beginning. Suspended over the jagged rocks below, the two figures remain locked in a desperate struggle against gravity and their own shared history. Amidst the swirling mist of memory, a voice echoes with a final, haunting absolution, insisting that the tragedies of the past were never his fault. Reaching back through the years, the weight of that old guilt begins to fracture, even as the physical strain reaches its breaking point. Feeling the circulation fade, the noble questions how much longer this futile effort can continue, his own hand going numb in the cold air. Ignoring the plea to be released, the youth refuses to yield, his eyes burning with a fierce determination to save the man despite himself. But despite his resolve, the grip begins to fail, fingers sliding slowly against skin as the inevitable pull of the void takes hold. With a final, soft apology, the Marquis accepts his fate, a strange peace washing over his features as he prepares for the fall. As the connection is severed forever, the name of Lydersis hangs in the silence, a final echo as the darkness swallows the falling figure. The name echoes like a ghost through the corridors of memory, Lydersis. A title or a true self, it hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of things long forgotten. Accompanied by a desperate plea, a voice from the past begs for help, reaching out across the divide of time. Offering a vow of absolute support, the promise to help with everything possible remains a haunting reminder of a bond once shared. Returning to the harsh reality of the present, the young mage stands at the precipice, his head bowed as the name Rude is whispered into the wind. Suddenly, a terrifying vision manifests, a monstrous entity wreathed in flames, its presence radiating a primal, destructive energy. With eyes that burn like dying stars, the creature stares back, its skin cracked, and its expression unreadable, yet undeniably malevolent. As the vision fades into a bruised, crimson sky, a sinister hissing sound fills the air, signaling that the danger is far from over. A faint, desperate cry pierces the gloom, a plea for help that sounds all too familiar, echoing the memories from moments before. Searching for the source of the voice, he looks down, his senses heightened as he tries to locate the victim in the gathering shadows. But before he can act, a dark silhouette lunges from the darkness, snatching a blonde student by the collar and dragging them away. Shock washes over him, his eyes widening as the realization of this new, sudden threat cuts through his lingering grief. With a violent jerk, the student is pulled into the distance, leaving the young man to spin around in a desperate, frantic attempt to intervene. As the air grows heavy with an unnatural heat, a figure with pointed ears recoils in sheer disbelief, the word, what barely escaping as the world around them begins to fracture. With a sudden, violent stomp, the ground shatters under the weight of a descending heel, signaling the start of a devastating counterattack. Reaching out into the swirling chaos, a hand grasps at the invisible threads of power that are now flooding the scene. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of shadows, Rude Krish anchors himself against the rising tide of mana, his silhouette framed by a hellish red glow. His eyes igniting with a piercing blue light, he seizes control of the chaotic energy, pulling it inward with a grim, focused determination. Then, the pressure reaches its breaking point, and the gathered shadows erupt outward in a jagged, violent display of force. Suspended in the heart of the explosion, the young mage becomes a mere speck against the overwhelming torrent of dark mana. As the shockwaves ripple through the air, the very fabric of the environment seems to tear under the sheer intensity of the release. The climax of the surge culminates in a massive impact, sending debris and dust skyward as the ground is pulverized by the concentrated mana. In the stunned silence that follows, a crowd of onlookers can only stare in terror at the devastation, their faces pale against the settling dust. Among them, Lydersis gazes upward, her expression a mixture of awe and dread as she witnesses the true extent of the power Rude has unleashed. Amidst a choking haze of red dust and falling debris, a crowd of students stands frozen, their silhouettes barely visible through the thick, oppressive atmosphere. Looking up with wide, trembling eyes, a young woman stares into the crimson sky, the sheer scale of the destruction reflecting in her gaze. Suddenly, a sharp impact cuts through the chaos, as a figure descends with enough force to kick up a fresh cloud of grit and sparks. Emerging from the shadows of his own hood, the newcomer remains calm, his face partially obscured by dark, messy bangs as he takes in the scene. Turning his back to the terrified onlookers, he asks with a quiet, almost casual confidence if he has arrived in time. His piercing purple eyes scan the battlefield, devoid of fear as he focuses on the immediate danger ahead. Relieved to see that Lydersis is still breathing on the ground, his attention shifts to the hideous, multi-winged monstrosity looming over the ruins. Dismissing any further distractions, he pulls his hood tighter, preparing to deal with the creature that has disrupted the peace. Behind him, the students can only watch in stunned silence, their voices trailing off as they wonder if everyone truly made it through the initial onslaught. In the heavy silence that follows, the mage stands ready, a dark sentinel against the encroaching nightmare. Standing amidst the swirling vortex of dark mana, he observes the chaotic energy with a clinical detachment, sensing something deeply unsettling about the atmosphere. As the realization hits him, the sheer density of the power confirms it. This is the unmistakable signature of a high-level mage. Across the battlefield, the crimson-skinned monstrosity snarls with pure vitriol, demanding to know if he hails from the magic tower, its voice dripping with ancient hatred. Mocking the audacity of a mere human, the creature finds it hard to believe that anyone would dare approach it without a shred of fear. The creature's laughter is a jagged sound, dismissing the young intruder as a complete fool for walking into such a lethal trap. Promising a slow and agonizing end, it vows to make him regret every step he took toward this confrontation. A violent eruption of red energy tears through the air, shattering the ground, and sending debris flying in a desperate attempt to crush the intruder. Yet the young mage remains unshaken, his gaze fixed on the source of the chaos as the dust begins to settle around his feet. There is a haunting familiarity to this mana, a cold resonance he has encountered once before in the shadows of his past. As the flames lick at the edges of his vision, the heat intensifies, signaling the true form of the nightmare standing before him. The true identity of the beast becomes clear, revealing the twisted, winged form of Professor Hale in all his demonic glory. The professor's twisted grin widens, a dark realization dawning in his eyes as he prepares to unleash his full, unbridled power. Acknowledging his opponent's prowess with a dark smirk, the demonic professor admits that the young mage is quite skilled, yet he notes a fatal flaw in his strategy. As glowing red chains of mana coil around him, the youth finds himself physically bound, his movements restricted by the oppressive weight of the demonic energy. Leaning into the confrontation with predatory glee, the creature argues that skill alone is meaningless when one is burdened by the lives of others. Gesturing toward the trembling figures in the distance, he questions if a true warrior can fight at full capacity while shielding those who can barely stand on their own. Observing the flow of the battle with a keen eye, the antagonist points out that while the boy could easily evade the strikes, he is intentionally absorbing the damage instead. Among the onlookers, Lydersis watches with wide-eyed terror, realizing the sheer weight of the sacrifice being made on their behalf. Nearby, Artian remains focused on the fallen Marquis, even as the demon's voice echoes the fear that the children will be the first to fall if the defense wavers. With a twisted grin that reveals his malice, the monster demands confirmation, certain that he has correctly identified the hero's crippling weakness. However, Rude meets that gaze with chilling indifference, uttering a single, sharp denial that cuts through the demon's arrogant assumptions. The two stand locked in a silent battle of wills, the vast distance between them filled with the crackling tension of impending violence. Accepting the rebuttal with a dismissive shrug, the antagonist decides to stop talking and let his magic provide the final answer. Gathers a swirling vortex of crimson mana into his palm, Hale prepares to unleash a devastating blast, eager to see just how much his opponent can truly endure. As the crimson energy begins to spiral, the air itself seems to ignite, crackling with the raw power of the professor's unleashed mana. It forms a massive, roaring vortex, a cyclone of heat and light that threatens to swallow the entire chamber. Forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes, the students recoil in terror as the sheer pressure of the magic weighs down on them. Amidst the blinding glare, the young noblewoman can only watch in stunned silence, her mind racing to comprehend the scale of the disaster. Her gaze fixed on the center of the storm, she searches for any sign of hope, though the overwhelming darkness suggests otherwise. A heavy silence falls for a brief moment, broken only by the distant roar of the mana as the world seems to hold its breath. Until Rude Krish finally looks up, his eyes glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light that pierces through the gloom. Dismissing the professor's taunts with a cold stare, he clarifies that there is no grand, heroic reason for his intervention. With a voice as sharp as a blade, the black-haired mage simply states that he didn't feel the need to explain himself to anyone. Standing at the heart of the cataclysm, he remains unmoved as the demonic figure looms over him, the vortex swirling violently around them both. The professor's expression twists with malice, his demonic features illuminated by the flickering flames of his own destructive power. Leaning in to deliver his final ultimatum, the antagonist demands to know if his message has finally been understood, unaware of the storm brewing within his opponent. As the sky itself seems to fracture, a colossal vortex of crimson and shadow screams into existence, dwarfing the lone figure standing at its epicenter. Recoiling from the sheer pressure, Hale gasps for air, his mind racing as he realizes he is not facing an ordinary opponent. Blood trickles down his brow as he stammers, noting the strange aura and the dark attire that set this mage apart from anyone at the magic tower. In the face of such disbelief, Rude remains a pillar of unnatural calm, his presence alone enough to silence the raging storm. The pieces of the puzzle finally click into place, and the professor recalls the rumors of a young mage who cleared the gates single-handedly. A name whispered in the shadows of the underworld, the one associated with the mysterious organization known as Ophion. Cold, electric blue eyes lock onto his, confirming the terrifying truth that he is standing before the legendary Black Mage. Standing amidst the swirling embers, the boy remains unervingly still, his presence a stark contrast to the chaos erupting around him. A voice, thick with arrogance and malice, cuts through the heat, declaring that true power can only be proven through blood. The towering red demon looms over him, vowing to end his life as the ultimate testament to his own strength. Behind the front lines, the students can hardly believe their ears, whispering in disbelief as they wonder if the legendary figure before them is truly the Black Mage. A wave of desperate relief washes over them, clinging to the hope that they might actually survive now that their savior has arrived. Staring at his back, the reality of the situation finally sinks in. the man of myth is standing right in front of them. A quiet call for reassurance goes out to Lydersis, but the weight of the moment keeps everyone's eyes fixed forward. Suddenly, the air erupts in a violent burst of flame, shattering the brief moment of hope with a deafening roar of magical energy. Choking on the thick smoke and dust, confused cries ring out as the group struggles to make sense of the sudden assault. As the haze begins to clear, they stand together, braced against the heat and ready to face whatever comes next from the inferno. As the atmosphere thickens with the scent of burning mana, he stands firm amidst the swirling inferno, his gaze fixed on the monstrosity before him. Across from him, Hale lets out a jagged, manic laugh, his features fully warped into a demonic mask of cracked skin and glowing embers. Watching the transformation unfold, he notes that it isn't just the man's physical form that has changed. The very quality of the surrounding energy has shifted, a volatile pressure of mana that the demon feels surging through every fiber of his being. Reveling in the sensation, the creature gathers that raw power into his palms, marveling at the ease with which it manifests at his command. With a sudden release, a blinding shockwave of white-hot intensity erupts outward, shattering the ground and filling the air with a magnificent, terrifying heat, a feeling of absolute dominance that the demon finds intoxicating. The sheer velocity of the mana release blurs the world into streaks of light, tearing through the environment with reckless abandon. Yet, through the haze of the explosion, a solitary silhouette remains unmoved, a dark anchor in the center of the storm. They stand at opposite ends of the scorched earth, Rude watching the predator across a sea of flickering embers and rising smoke. Noticing the silence and the weight of the moment, the demon tilts his head, a cruel question forming on his lips. With a sneer that reveals his jagged teeth, the demon mocks the legendary mage, asking why he looks so uncharacteristically tense in the face of such power. Mockery drips from the monster's voice, as Professor Hale sneers at the sudden silence, questioning where all that earlier confidence has vanished to. Ignoring the taunts, Rude casts a wary glance toward the students. If the demon decides to target them, providing a perfect defense will be nearly impossible. A sharp, grating laugh erupts, the professor relishing the quiet as if it were a sign of submission. Basking in his own dark radiance, the creature demands to know if the gravity of the situation has finally set in. The response is cold and sharp, the young mage cutting through the monologue with a blunt observation about how much the monster talks, promising a swift end to the encounter. His gaze narrows with a deeper intent, as he admits there is one thing he is still curious about. Mana begins to swirl with violent intensity, driven by his need to understand what could have corrupted a respected faculty member so completely. The ground shatters under the pressure, his very presence beginning to warp the reality around him. His voice remains steady and demanding, asking how a man could allow himself to become something so utterly grotesque. Ascending above the battlefield, Rude looks down with an icy detachment, his thoughts turning to the true mastermind lurking behind this transformation. Driven to a frenzy by the perceived arrogance, the monster lunges upward with a scream of rage, desperate to strike down the boy who dares to look down on him. But the attack meets an immovable wall, as a massive, glowing magic seal manifests, signaling the true beginning of the Black Mage's counterattack. A manic laugh erupts from the center of the inferno, as Hale revels in the destructive power surging through his transformed body. Sneering at the futility of words, the professor declares that there is no point in talking to someone who is already marked for death. His gaze narrows, focusing with predatory intensity on the target below. Ascending into the crimson sky, the demon looms over the battlefield like a harbinger of the end. Far below, Rude remains remarkably still, watching the descent with a calm that borders on indifference. With a sudden flare of mana, a massive, intricate magic seal expands beneath the young mage's feet. He doesn't look up, his concentration entirely focused on the complex geometry of the spell. High above, the antagonist bellows a final warning, screaming that this strike is impossible to block. The air hums with the sheer pressure of the gathering energy, yet the boy stands firm at the center of his glowing array. With a face twisted by bloodlust, the madman shrieks a command for his enemy to die. He dives like a falling star, trailing a beam of concentrated malice directly toward the heart of the seal. The collision shatters the silence, erupting in a violent shockwave that tears the very earth asunder. As the dust from the catastrophic collision begins to settle, a pained groan echoes through the cratered remains of the battlefield. He stands perfectly still, sensing the lingering mana in the air, recognizing that the raw power present is easily on par with that of a high magician. However, he notes a critical flaw in his opponent, observing that Professor Hale lacks the battle experience required to handle such immense strength. Looking down at the broken figure, it becomes clear that the man is possessed of an excessive power he was never meant to hold. A strange detail catches his eye amidst the carnage, as he realizes the blood staining the ground is a deep, unnatural blue. He steps forward, pinning the fallen man with a heavy boot, eliciting another sharp cry of agony from the defeated professor. His expression remains cold and detached, as he prepares to voice a question that has been weighing on his mind. Leaning in closer to the man, he demands to know who could have possibly granted him such an ill-fitting source of power, his gaze piercing through the darkness with an intensity that brooks no deception. A single, pointed question breaks the heavy silence, challenging the very nature of the power being wielded as if it were a garment that simply doesn't fit. As the youth stares forward, his gaze burns with a cold, unnatural intensity, the sheer weight of his presence making the air itself feel heavy with the residue of his magic. In the wake of the devastating clash, a thick silence settles over the gathered crowd as they stare into the smoking crater left behind by the overwhelming force. Confusion ripples through the onlookers, their voices rising in hushed, frantic tones as they struggle to comprehend the magnitude of the destruction they've just witnessed. Among them, a young woman stands frozen, her expression clouded by a bitter realization of her own perceived weakness even as she acknowledges the Black Mage's victory. The familiar sting of helplessness begins to take root once more, a recurring theme in her life that she can't seem to escape no matter how hard she tries. Memories of past failures surge to the surface, dragging her back into the shadows of moments where she was forced to watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene or change the outcome. But as she dwells on her inadequacy, something unexpected catches her attention, pulling her focus back to the present with a sudden, startled sense of wonder. Staring up at the crimson sky, she can't help but gasp as a speck appears in the distance, growing larger with terrifying speed as the realization hits that something is approaching. It moves with a grace and velocity that defies logic, a blur of motion that cuts through the clouds as it draws closer to the battlefield. The air itself seems to vibrate with the force of its descent, leaving those below paralyzed by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. A massive blue dragon suddenly dives from the heavens, its head wreathed in ethereal blue flames as it lets out a deafening roar. Below, amidst the smoke and ruin, the defeated professor can only stammer in absolute disbelief at the unfolding nightmare. His pride is shattered as he refuses to accept his fate, desperately clinging to the idea that losing to a mere student is an impossibility. Standing over the broken man, the Black Mage remains unmoved, his voice cold and commanding as he tells his opponent to cease his useless rambling. But even his focus is pulled away from the victory, sensing a shift in the mana around them that signals a far greater presence. Those glowing blue eyes turn toward the sky, tracking the trajectory of the beast as it prepares to make its landing. A brief moment of silence hangs in the air, the calm before the inevitable impact that will reshape the battlefield once more. With a force that shakes the very foundations of the earth, the creature slams into the ground, sending shockwaves through the crater. As the dust begins to settle, the massive beast stands tall amidst the ruin, its presence dwarfing everything in its wake. As a sharp, high-pitched sound tears through the air, the thick haze of dust begins to swirl violently, signaling a shift in the very atmosphere of the battlefield. Unable to withstand the sudden surge of pressure, the nearby students collapse, clutching their heads in a desperate attempt to block out the agonizing mental strain. Emerging from the chaos, the source of the disturbance reveals itself, a massive creature wreathed in ethereal blue flames, its gaze cold and ancient. The impact has left the area in ruins, a graveyard of shattered stone where the smoke rises like incense before a god. Peering from behind the safety of the debris, Artian can only stare in mute horror, his breath hitching as he tries to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before him. A low, rhythmic thrumming begins to vibrate through the earth, a sound that feels less like noise and more like the heartbeat of the world itself. At the center of the devastation, the lone figure of the mage remains unmoved, his presence a dark anchor amidst the swirling magical currents. His eyes, now burning with a cold, electric light, remain fixed on the draconic visitor, reflecting a power that matches the beast's own intensity. The sheer impossibility of the sight forces a strangled cry of disbelief from those watching, their minds unable to process the scale of the creature. The beast looms over him, a mountain of scales and fire that dwarfs his human frame, yet he does not retreat a single step. With a heavy, grounding thud, the creature settles its weight, the air itself groaning under the sheer mass of its physical presence. A single, molten eye narrows, locking onto the young man with a predatory, ancient intelligence that suggests this is no mere animal. Observing the creature, Rude realizes that its presence is unlike any monster he has ever encountered. There is no malice in its energy, only a strange, ancient weight that he can't quite identify. As he stands dwarfed by its massive form, the young mage finds the situation increasingly bizarre, the expected violence replaced by a heavy, expectant silence. Suddenly, the dragon leans in close, its massive nostrils flaring as it takes in his scent, causing him to recoil in startled confusion. He wonders if the beast is truly tracking him, questioning if this interaction is a prelude to an attack or something far more personal. The snout of the celestial beast almost brushes against him, a gentle contact that seems to trigger a sudden, violent shift in the surrounding mana. Dizziness washes over him as his vision blurs, the world spinning out of control as a foreign influence tears through the reality of the battlefield. A guttural roar echoes through a crimson haze, signaling the arrival of a presence far more malicious than the dragon itself. Finding his footing in this new, blood-soaked environment, he looks around in shock, realizing he is no longer alone with the beast. Emerging from the shadows, Professor Hale appears, his body mangled and his eyes burning with a desperate, fanatical light as he struggles to speak. The professor reaches out with a trembling hand, convinced that the dragon was a divine intervention sent specifically to bolster his failing strength. His face contorts with pure, unadulterated hatred, spitting out insults as he vows to watch the young mage perish slowly from within. Confused by the man's identity and the sudden shift, he can only watch as the professor urges someone, or something, to finish the job immediately. As the dust begins to settle, the young mage stands in the center of the clearing, his breath hitching as he tries to find the right words for the chaos he just witnessed. Behind him, a wave of relief washes over the onlookers, who begin to whisper the name of their savior with growing fervor. The whispers quickly turn into a thunderous roar, proclaiming a hard-won victory over the professor and the monstrous force he commanded. Cheers erupt from every corner of the desolate landscape, as the students raise their voices in a desperate, joyful chorus of gratitude. Yet, despite the adulation, Rude Krish cannot share in their excitement, his gaze fixed on the unsettling stillness of the air. Among the celebrating crowd, the silver-haired girl stands quietly, her expression unreadable as she watches the hero from a distance. Her eyes reflect a deep, lingering concern, sensing that the peace they've found is far more fragile than it appears. Suddenly, a violent tremor of energy rips through the sky, shattering the momentary calm with a blinding flash of crimson light. The young mage grits his teeth, realizing that the celebration is premature and that a far greater danger is looming. With the professor gone, the very foundation of this artificial world is beginning to crumble, the earth cracking beneath his feet. He knows that once the sustaining magic fades, this entire land will collapse into nothingness, leaving them with no time to lose. Just as the panic begins to set in, a brilliant golden portal swirls into existence, offering a desperate chance at escape. Just as the world begins to tear itself apart, a violent surge of golden energy erupts in the center of the void, swirling with a power that dwarfs the surrounding chaos. Within that blinding radiance, the silhouettes of several figures begin to take shape, stepping through the rift as if walking through a doorway. The students can only stare in stunned silence, their faces illuminated by the golden glow as the realization of their salvation finally begins to sink in. A collective breath of relief escapes them, a whispered prayer of thanks offered to the heavens for an intervention they feared would never come. From the other side of the portal, a hooded figure with piercing green eyes scans the area, confirming with grim satisfaction that the targets have been located. As the light recedes, a group of formidable mages steps onto the fractured ground, their presence alone seemingly stabilizing the immediate area. The earth groans under the strain of the collapsing realm, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface as the very fabric of this artificial world continues to fail. Lydersis and the others look on in awe, recognizing the familiar faces of their instructors and the elite guard who have come to their aid. Among the rescuers, mages with flowing hair of silver and deep blue stand ready, their mana radiating a calm authority amidst the surrounding destruction. Shouts of recognition ring out, the students calling for their professors as the golden light of the portal begins to pulse with renewed intensity. The blond man at the front acknowledges them, Professor Khan leading the charge as the rescue party fully establishes their position within the dying realm. Watching from the shadows, Rude notes their surprisingly swift arrival, wondering if the mages from the magic tower have accompanied the professors to this remote location. Watching the rescue team assemble, he trusts that the arriving mages are more than capable of stabilizing the volatile mana surge. It is time to vanish. Staying any longer risks a direct confrontation with the tower's elite, an annoyance he simply cannot afford right now. Before slipping back into the shadows, his gaze lingers for a final moment on the student he protected, ensuring the rescue is truly underway before he fades from the scene entirely. Without warning, the very foundation of the room shatters, sending a shockwave of panic through the air as the floor gives way to a sudden, violent abyss. Desperate shouts for the professor echo through the crumbling stone, but the response is a grim, heavy acknowledgement of the inevitable disaster unfolding beneath their feet. Steeling himself against the chaos, Hale watches the destruction with a sharp, calculating gaze, his eyes narrowing under the shadow of his hood. Reaching out into the void, a command rings out to prepare for the impact that is surely coming. Amidst the freefall, Lydersis remains eerily calm, his violet gaze fixed on the shifting shadows of the chasm. Gravity takes its toll as the group is pulled deeper into the darkness, their silhouettes shrinking against the backdrop of the jagged, red-lit cavern walls. Gritting his teeth, Rude struggles to maintain his bearings, the wind whipping past as he searches for a way to stabilize his descent. A frantic cry for his companion pierces the roar of the wind, lost in the deafening sound of the earth continuing to crumble around them. The master reaches out with a desperate hand, trying to bridge the widening gap between himself and the others as they are scattered by the fall. His focus narrows to a single, piercing point, the glow in his eyes intensifying as he prepares to unleash whatever power remains to save them. Massive boulders rain down alongside them, shattering against the walls and adding to the lethal hail of debris. Finally, the light from above vanishes entirely, leaving only the sound of falling stone as they are swallowed by the absolute darkness of the pit. As the group hurtles into the darkness, he refuses to let the chaos of the descent consume him. Calling out to the panicked students with a voice of authority, the master commands everyone to stay calm as he prepares his intervention. With a sudden flare of golden light, a massive, intricate magic circle erupts beneath him, instantly arresting the freefall of every person in the chasm. The sensation of weight returns as they hover in the void, the young mage realizing with a start that he is no longer falling, but floating. Looking up at the display of power, Rude finds it hard to believe that such a complex spell was cast on so many people in such a short window of time. The golden glow illuminates the jagged walls, turning the terrifying abyss into a stage for the master's incredible magical prowess. But even as he hangs suspended in the air, a sense of skepticism begins to cloud his initial amazement. Surveying the chaotic mess of floating rocks and students, he can't help but think that this is an incredibly inefficient and clumsy way to handle the situation. The master remains focused on maintaining the spell, his eyes fixed on the path ahead as they continue their slow, controlled drift downward. Below them, the chasm stretches on indefinitely, a silent, red-tinted void that seems to have no end. As the group finally touches down, his gaze remains fixed, the weight of their situation etched into every line of his face as the descent finally comes to an end. While beside him, the young mage maintains a stoic silence, his eyes scanning the dim surroundings for any sign of immediate danger. In the heart of the silent cavern, he kneels beside their unconscious companion, while the boy stands watch over the desolate, rocky expanse. Approaching the seated youth, Hale questions the sudden transformation that occurred during the fall, wondering who could have possibly driven him to such a desperate display. With a dismissive tone, the professor scoffs at the vague explanation, noting that it has simply been a long time since he last took to the skies. He continues, pointing out that while many witnessed the spectacle, the display ultimately yielded no tangible gain. Turning to leave, he mentions the arrival of potentially troublesome humans and his intent to return to Ruby with their captive. A sudden realization strikes him as he looks toward the ground, his composure momentarily shattered. Horror dawns on him as he discovers the lifeless body of the man they were meant to bring back. Panic seeps into his voice, wondering how he will possibly explain this senseless killing to Ruby, lamenting that the victim wasn't even given a chance to breathe. From the shadows, the youth's voice cuts through the frantic worrying, cold and sharp as a blade, demanding silence. With eyes burning like embers, he admits to the murder with terrifying indifference, stating simply that the man was annoying. He remains seated, reminding his companion that he had agreed to listen, but will not tolerate further insolence. The professor falls silent, his mind drifting to the true reason he tolerates these orders, a motivation far darker than simple obedience. His internal resolve hardens, focused entirely on the singular goal of capturing and ending the life of the one he truly seeks. The air on campus is thick with indignation as students gather, their voices rising in a sharp chorus of disbelief. They can hardly fathom that a man entrusted with their education could be capable of such things, openly questioning if he ever deserved the title of professor at all. Watching the unrest from a distance, Lydersis remains composed, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. He recognizes that the situation has spiraled far beyond the school's ability to contain it, especially now that the truth about the faculty has begun to leak. Turning his back on the noise, he shifts his focus, his mind already calculating the next move in a game the other students don't even realize they're playing. He finds himself alone with a long-haired noble, Cheval von Hedelio, whose presence here seems far from accidental. The tension between them is palpable, a quiet contrast to the shouting in the distance. With a low, commanding tone, the young master demands absolute attention, ensuring that every word spoken next is etched into the other's memory. Beating with sweat, the noble begins to recount a carefully constructed lie, claiming he had simply fallen and found himself isolated in the chaos. He describes the overwhelming fear of that moment, painting a picture of helplessness that only ended when Lydersis supposedly arrived to find him. Looking down with a heavy heart, the boy seeks a sign of understanding, his voice trailing off as he waits for the verdict on his performance. A chilling, satisfied smile spreads across the master's face, a silent confirmation that the narrative is proceeding exactly as he intended. The darkness in his eyes suggests that this agreement is far from a simple favor. The silence that follows is heavy, allowing the weight of their pact to settle between them in the shadows. Internally, Lydersis seethes with a cold frustration, regretting that he hadn't been more decisive in silencing the opposition earlier. He knows the wizards from the magic tower are already closing in, and any loose ends could be fatal. With a final, sharp warning to keep their story straight, he walks away, leaving Cheval to dwell on the consequences of betrayal. The crowd of students remains oblivious, unaware of the manipulation occurring right in their midst. Amidst the settling dust of the academy grounds, Rude stands with an unreadable expression, his presence a silent anchor in the wake of the chaos. Stuttering in sheer disbelief, a fellow student can barely choke out Rude's name, unable to comprehend how the boy appeared so suddenly. As the realization spreads through the group, the focus shifts toward the young student who has seemingly returned from the very heart of the disaster. Suddenly, a sharp cry erupts, drawing everyone's attention to another survivor who has just been discovered nearby. Slumped on a makeshift seat, Dio is surrounded by a mix of frantic classmates and the imposing, white-robed investigators of the magic tower. Clutching his head in pain, the survivor winces as he tries to navigate the fractured memories of the terrifying ordeal. His friends press closer with urgent questions, desperate to know how he could have possibly survived such a lethal fall from the heights. Looking up at the stoic wizards, the boy recounts waking up to the sight of a mysterious figure, though the details remain frustratingly blurred. With a distant gaze, he insists that he saw someone amidst the ruins, a presence that felt both powerful and protective. As whispers of a miracle spread, the crowd marvels at his lack of serious injury, wondering if a hidden guardian was truly watching over him. Hearing the mention of a black mage, the protagonist stiffens, the weight of his own secrets pressing heavily upon him as the investigation intensifies. Watching the scene with quiet intensity, he realizes that the truth of his intervention is beginning to surface, threatening the fragile peace he seeks to maintain. As the dust of the confrontation begins to settle, a brilliant emerald light erupts from the earth, the intricate geometric patterns of a magical transporter pulsing with sudden, vibrant life. With the gateway fully primed, a call echoes through the clearing for everyone to gather around, signaling that the time for their departure has finally arrived. Amidst the bustling crowd, Varus stands in silent contemplation, his brow furrowed as he grapples with the mystery of who truly intervened to save him during the chaos. The students begin to cluster together, their expressions a complex tapestry of relief and lingering shock as they prepare to leave the site of the harrowing ordeal behind. Far from the noise of the gathering, Rude remains lost in a deep, restorative slumber, his features finally peaceful as his body recovers from the immense strain of the recent battle. The final checks are completed, and the group readies themselves for the transition, the air thick with the hum of manna and the quiet murmurs of those waiting to return home. Pausing for a fleeting moment, the silver-haired girl casts a long, enigmatic look back at the group, her crimson eyes reflecting a depth of thought that remains unspoken. Watching her retreating figure, the young noble can't help but wonder if their paths are destined to cross again, even as a voice calls out for the final departure to begin. While the echoes of the previous conflict still linger, heavy footsteps crunch against the debris of the darkened cavern. Emerging from the gloom, two figures draped in ceremonial white vestments pause to survey the devastation. One of them brings a hand to his chin, lost in deep contemplation as he processes the scene before him. Kneeling beside a dark stain on the stone, he questions if the one who bled here could have possibly been human. Despite the doubt, the conviction remains that the combatant was indeed human, at least once. His gaze hardens beneath the shadow of his hood, realizing the implications of what they've found. With a sharp, emerald glint in his eye, he concludes that this situation has grown far beyond the concerns of Helios alone. Far from the dark ruins, the sun shines brightly over the sprawling, majestic spires of the academy. Within the quiet halls, a woman with vibrant, rose-colored hair stands before a set of heavy wooden doors, offering a polite knock. Adjusting her glasses, she waits with a calm, professional demeanor for permission to enter. As the latch clicks open, a voice from within summons Lanast to step forward. Stepping into the quiet grandeur of the office, Lanast finds the room bathed in the soft light of the afternoon, where a solitary figure stands motionless by the window. Without turning to face her, the man asks if the latest report has finally reached her hands. Considering the implications of the text, he wonders aloud if the rumors of Shik attacking Ophine are true, or if the reality is something far more complex. Glancing toward the cluttered desk, she questions if the current unrest is tied to the recent failures of the Magic Tower. As the conversation deepens, they discuss the troubling reports from Helios, noting that the presence of Princess Yudi and the urgent dispatch of Marquis Hedelio suggest a crisis that cannot be ignored. A rhythmic tapping against the wood betrays his skepticism as he processes the sheer scale of the unfolding events. Adjusting her glasses with a focused expression, the young woman asks for a definitive plan of action. With a calm authority, he instructs her to arrange a formal appointment with the parties involved. A faint, knowing smile playing on his lips, he remarks that they simply cannot afford to be mere spectators in such a significant affair. His gaze remains fixed on the horizon, fully intent on unraveling the mysteries of this increasingly interesting case. Meanwhile, in a far more chaotic setting, a fist slams violently onto a table as someone shouts that a full week has already passed without progress. The room erupts into a chorus of desperate voices, with officials demanding to know when action will be taken, unable to endure the agonizing wait any longer. The silence from the capital is deafening, leaving the report sent days ago unacknowledged and the young student's mind racing with uncertainty. Staring blankly at the pages of his book, he wonders if the news he dreads will ever arrive, his focus fractured by the weight of the unknown. Under a vast, indifferent sky, the sudden mention of a celebration feels jarringly out of place given the recent turmoil. The timing is indeed strange, yet the reality of the Academy's social calendar marches on regardless of the shadows looming over them. Nearby, Lanast finds herself unable to shake the memory of the incident, the unexpected turn of events lingering in her mind like a persistent ghost. Varus attempts to ground the conversation in the present, noting that their safe return is reason enough for the faculty to permit such a gathering. With official permission secured, the surreal quality of the past week begins to feel more like a fading dream than a lived reality. Standing together on the balcony, the two students look out over the quiet grounds, the tension of their shared secret momentarily eased by the cool air. When the topic of Ishuela arises, the atmosphere shifts, the line between what was imagined and what truly transpired blurring once more. Breaking the quiet reflection, she reveals a pair of magic stones, their light catching the eye of her startled companion. The sight of the dual artifacts sends a shock through him, as he immediately questions the legality of possessing such power within the strict confines of the school. Despite his frantic protests about regulations and jealousy, she remains entirely unbothered, insisting that her possession of the stones is no violation at all. Dismissing the gravity of the situation with a breezy laugh, she explains that the second magic stone is sealed and therefore completely unusable, rendering the potential rule violation a moot point. While her companion can only stare in disbelief, the young man finds himself utterly exhausted by her logic, muttering that her casual attitude is simply too much to handle. As the conversation shifts to the bustling dining hall, the mention of an upcoming party ripples through the group, catching the attention of the students gathered around the table. With a bright and eager expression, a green-haired student confirms the plans with an enthusiastic shout, her excitement practically radiating as she asks if the others will be attending as well. The mention of a celebration catches the students off guard, the word party hanging in the air as they exchange looks of surprise and curiosity. Confirming the news with a bright smile, the young woman's enthusiasm is unmistakable as she beams at her companions. Leaning in to press the issue, she searches for a commitment, her eyes wide with the hope that they'll all attend together. Despite the festive idea, the timing feels heavy, the shadow of recent disasters making the prospect of a celebration feel like a desperate attempt to move on. Breaking the tension with his usual optimism, Varys insists that happy memories are exactly what they need to cover up the bitterness of the past. However, a quiet admission of reluctance surfaces, her voice trailing off as she mentions her own impending departure, the weight of leaving casting a shadow over the plans. Gathering her resolve and stepping forward, she interrupts the quiet with a sudden burst of nervous energy, drawing the attention of the entire group. Her gaze settles on the quiet youth across from her, the silence stretching as she calls out to Artian, a specific request finally beginning to take shape. With a sheepish smile touching her lips, she finally voices the proposal, a simple, much-needed trim for his unkempt silver hair. Having finally voiced the suggestion, she stands frozen, the weight of her own words hanging in the air as the group processes the unexpected offer. Beside her, the skeptical student can't help but scoff, questioning the sheer absurdity of focusing on something as trivial as hair. She quickly tries to soften the blow, insisting that her proposal isn't a critique of his current look, but rather a gesture of goodwill. Continuing her explanation, she suggests that a change might offer a much-needed fresh start, especially since his long fringe seems to be obstructing his sight, before offering a sincere apology for any offense. A heavy silence follows, marked only by the steady placement of a hand upon the table as the quiet youth considers the possibility. The stillness is broken when a supportive touch on the shoulder and an enthusiastic endorsement from a friend catch the surprised student off guard. The sudden shift in momentum leaves the others wide-eyed, their expressions softening into curiosity as the mood in the room lightens. Accepting the proposal, the young master finally gives his nod of approval, ready to embrace the change right then and there. Miles away from the academy, the Marquis rubs his temples in frustration, sifting through a mountain of paperwork while lamenting how his charge has become entangled in such trivialities. His assistant ponders the situation, suggesting that this might be the perfect opening to finally unmask the elusive figure known as Blow by forcing him into the light. Frustration mounts as the Magic Tower's relentless inquiries pile up, forcing a weary sigh from the man in charge. He's already sent word that the person they seek is away, yet the pressure remains. Surveying the chaotic state of the room, he realizes the situation is completely compromised. He can't risk anyone seeing this mess, particularly not the one he's trying to protect. Rin nods in quiet agreement, acknowledging the danger of a sudden move toward the association. If he isn't found soon, the situation will only spiral further out of control. It was inevitable, really, the realization that the Duke's second son was the true mark all along. The target was never a mystery, only the timing of the strike. Turning his attention to more immediate matters, he turns to his assistant, inquiring if the Duchess has sent her response regarding their next move. With a brief confirmation that the details will be handled soon, he settles on a plan. The coordination must be flawless if they are to survive the coming scrutiny. The arrangements are finalized, ensuring that every piece of information reaches the right ears at exactly the right moment. Then, the scene shifts with the soft sound of shears, as locks of hair fall to the stone floor, marking the end of a long-held disguise. A transformation is underway, stripping away the messy fringe that once obscured a sharp, youthful face, revealing a clarity that was previously hidden. Lanost watches with a critical eye, finding the result more than satisfactory. The young man looks entirely different, his features now sharp and unobstructed. The consensus is immediate, as the new look is deemed a success. The change is striking, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Gasps escape those nearby, who wonder why such a face was ever hidden behind a curtain of hair. The reveal has left the onlookers in a state of genuine shock. Compliments on the new look are met with a sheepish admission, as the boy clarifies that he never actually intended to perform the haircut himself. Nearby, the one holding the scissors is left in a daze, wondering how she managed to get herself tangled in such a complicated situation. Seeking a moment of reassurance, he asks if the deception is truly acceptable, only to be told that the lie is already set in stone. When a curious friend approaches to confirm the story, the green-haired girl insists with a smile that she was indeed the one responsible for the change. Observing the interaction from a distance, he realizes that this new image will serve his master well, providing a much-needed boost to his reputation. A sense of quiet resolve settles over him, believing that once he eventually moves on, leaving things in this improved state is the best possible outcome. The peaceful atmosphere is suddenly pierced as a voice calls out for Rin, demanding her immediate attention. Startled by the unexpected summons, the girls turn in surprise, their conversation cut short by the interruption. His thoughts immediately pivot to the upcoming celebration, viewing it as the perfect opportunity to maximize the impact of these changes and engrave a new truth into the minds of all who attend. The goal is singular and clear, to prove beyond any doubt that the man they fear is not the monster they believe him to be. As laughter rings out elsewhere around a glowing gem, the scene shifts to the quiet stillness of the night. Perched upon a rooftop, a hooded figure confirms that the Duchess' request has been carried out to perfection, his voice steady in the darkness. With the mission nearing its end, the young mage confirms his imminent return, though his thoughts remain heavy with concern for Lydersis. He knows he cannot remain by the man's side forever, yet the title of master still carries a weight he can't easily shake. A familiar voice crackles through the communication link, questioning his sudden haste and reminding him of the immense effort required to secure his place at the academy. The boy bristles at the suggestion that he didn't appreciate the gesture, his annoyance flaring. Ignoring the scolding, he focuses on the glowing blue artifact in his hands. He is told to stay put while the proper exit procedures are handled, but patience has never been his strongest suit. The voice on the other end shifts to a playful tone, teasing him about his newfound status as the star of Ophine. It seems the students at Helios have been busy writing letters to their mysterious savior, the Black Mage. Visible embarrassment colors his features, even as he tries to maintain his stoic facade. The thought of those letters being wrapped up and sent to him is clearly more than he can handle. Panicked by the potential breach of his secret, he demands they be hidden away in a secret treasure box. His only priority now is to vanish from the rooftop before anyone catches a glimpse of the figure in the hood. His threat to force his way out hangs in the air, a testament to his growing impatience. The artifact sits securely in its case, a silent witness to the tension of the moment. But as the conversation lulls, a sudden memory or presence causes him to pause. The voice of the master echoes in his mind, a reminder of a bond that goes deeper than duty. The blond man's gentle warning lingers, urging him not to get hurt and reminding him that he is considered precious family. It is a rare moment of vulnerability from a man who usually commands with authority. The weight of those words seems to press down on him, forcing a moment of quiet reflection. To live well, it's a simple request, yet one that feels incredibly complex given the life he leads. Shaking off the sentimentality with a scoff, he mutters about the man's perceived madness. It's his typical defense mechanism, masking the impact of the master's affection with a layer of feigned annoyance. With a final, steady stride, he moves through the grand, silent hallway of the palace. The mission is complete, but the path ahead remains as shadowed and uncertain as ever. Walking through the silent, shadowed corridors, he finds himself dwelling on his master's peculiar nature, unable to fathom the reasoning behind those cryptic parting words. With a resigned sigh, he accepts the reality that his stay in this place will be extended far longer than he had originally anticipated. Looking out toward the horizon, the prospect of a longer stay doesn't seem entirely unwelcome, offering a rare moment of relative peace. The grand spires of the academy rise majestically against the sky, a testament to the prestige and power contained within its formidable stone walls. Deep within the interior, staff members exchange hushed confirmations as the invited guests begin to fill the designated halls. Urgency colors their conversation, with Dio being told to wait as the final preparations for the guest of honor are put into place. Adjusting his formal attire, the man prepares to step into his role, embodying the rigid expectations of the academy's social hierarchy. The grand ballroom erupts with the low hum of 100 conversations, as the elite gather under the golden glow of the chandeliers. Amidst the sea of silk and lace, the students mingle, their youthful ambitions hidden behind masks of practiced etiquette. Observing the spectacle with a cold, detached gaze, Il Florin Chrome finds the entire affair utterly tedious, her thoughts drifting far from the shallow chatter around her. Standing with an air of effortless grace, she remains a silent island of composure in the middle of the bustling, energetic crowd. Nearby, the whispers of the students turn toward legends, as they speak of their desire to reach the heights of the famous mage, only to be met with the harsh reality of their own limitations. Surveying the opulent surroundings with a detached air, she finds the grand gala to be little more than a glorified marketplace, a tedious display of status that offers her no real interest. As the young man beside her breaks the silence, he wonders aloud why the entire room seems obsessed with nothing but the Black Mage. Turning her attention toward the crowd, she remains silent, her posture radiating a cold elegance that keeps the world at a distance. He offers a simple, almost mocking explanation, suggesting that the fascination is inevitable simply because people have eyes to see the mage's power. Before shifting the tone of their conversation, he addresses her directly, his voice dropping as he prepares to broach a more serious subject. Her eyes flash with a sudden, intense focus, a sharp gaze that demands he get straight to the point without further delay. As he finally reveals his true intention, he admits that he has a favor to ask of her, one that clearly carries significant weight. While the grand hall continues to hum with activity, the light from the entrance spills across the floor, marking the threshold of the evening's main event. The two remain locked in their private exchange, oblivious to the growing anticipation of the crowd as they focus solely on one another. Her expression remaining unreadable and cold, she waits for him to elaborate, her silence acting as a barrier against his request. Until a sudden, thunderous shout erupts, shattering the polite atmosphere as the name Lydersis rings through the hall, sparking a wave of startled reactions. Announcing the arrival of the one they have all been waiting for, the newcomer steps forward, his impeccable attire and commanding presence instantly drawing every eye in the room. Calling out to catch someone's attention, IEL Florenchrome makes her presence known amidst the glittering crowd of the gala. Admitting with a hint of nonchalance that she only attended out of boredom, the young lady is quickly cautioned by the blonde student beside her to keep her voice down. As Marquis Helios offers a polite word of thanks, the rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps begins to resonate through the hall. Turning toward the source of the sound, the blonde student finds himself staring into a sudden, blinding radiance at the entrance. Emerging from the light with an undeniable air of authority, Lydersis Diane Artian steps forward, his dark formal wear contrasting sharply with the golden glow. A heavy, expectant silence washes over the room, parting the sea of students as the newcomer makes his way toward the center of the gala. Watching with a mixture of shock and disbelief, Lenost can hardly find the words to react to the sudden shift in the evening's momentum. As whispers of his name begin to ripple through the crowd, a gentle flutter fills the air, accompanied by a soft, magical resonance. Confusion quickly turns to awe, as delicate pink petals begin to drift down from the ceiling like a summer breeze. Looking up at the impossible floral display, the students question the source of the petals as they catch the light. Observing the spectacle with a knowing expression, Varys wonders about the intent behind such a dramatic and beautiful display. Catching a single petal in her palm and recognizing the weave of magic, Aiel concludes that it seems he is finally taking the time to reflect on his past actions. As the magical petals continue to drift through the air, the young master maintains a faint, enigmatic smile, his presence commanding the absolute attention of everyone in the room. Standing tall before the gathered students, Diane Artian faces the silver-haired girl and her companion, the weight of his sudden appearance hanging heavy between them. Watching him closely, her gaze narrows, searching for any hint of his true intentions behind that calm facade. Despite the spectacle, Aiel Florenchrome remains composed, her expression a mask of careful observation as the gala continues around them. The fine details of his noble attire catch the light, underscoring the status and power he wields within these academy walls. High above the main floor, the festivities are watched from the balconies, where the true players of this social game observe in silence. In a quieter corner, Cheval von Hedilio examines a glowing blue pendant, his mind already turning toward matters far removed from the dance floor. Finding the event increasingly tedious, the girl suggests leaving as the conversation shifts toward the formation of a new special investigation team. A thoughtful hum escapes him, signaling a shift in focus as the noise of the gala fades into the background. The nobleman's sharp features are set in a look of cold calculation, his blue eyes reflecting a resolve that brooks no argument. Before him lies a document marked with a golden crest, the official proposal for the team that will soon change the dynamic of the academy. When asked if they should search for suitable candidates, Cheval offers a blunt refusal, his decision final as he stares out into the quiet of his study. As the search intensifies, the question of his whereabouts hangs heavy in the air, the urgency of the hunt palpable as eyes scan for any sign of the target. Emerging from the shadows of the forest, the legendary Black Mage finally reveals himself, his presence announced by a startled cry that echoes through the trees. With his arrival confirmed, the realization ripples through the area as he stands motionless, a figure of dark power amidst the vibrant green of the woods. Maintaining a chilling silence, he offers no words, only a piercing gaze that suggests the true investigation is only just beginning. The morning sun casts long shadows across the stone-paved courtyard of the academy, where the quiet hum of daily life begins to stir among the grand, Gothic structures. Cutting through the stillness, the rhythmic clatter of hooves and wheels echoes as a carriage makes its way through the narrow streets. Riding alongside the vehicle, Lisbon remains alert, his gaze fixed forward with unwavering discipline. When a voice calls out from within the carriage, he responds with a short, respectful acknowledgement, his focus never wavering from the path ahead. Watching him closely, a sense of unease settles in as the realization dawns that the child they once knew has changed fundamentally. A faint, melancholic smile touches her lips, haunted by the memory of a warmth that seems to have vanished entirely from his eyes. Stepping into the opulent interior of the manor, the heavy silence of the room feels like a physical weight, a stark contrast to the bustling world outside. Seated across from one another, The two figures remain motionless, the air between them thick with unspoken words and unresolved history. Breaking the silence, she addresses Lydersis with a tone that is both firm and laced with a hidden sorrow. With a heavy heart, she delivers her ultimatum, explaining that his stay has reached its end and it is time for him to return. Continuing their tense exchange, she poses the question that has been hanging in the air, asking if he truly wishes to return home. Met with a heavy silence, he remains still for a moment, his expression unreadable as he processes the weight of her words. As his hand tightens into a fist, a subtle sign of the conflict raging within him precedes his hesitant attempt to speak. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, he admits his deep attachment to the life he has built within these walls. As he confesses his feelings, she watches him closely, her eyes searching for any hint of hesitation or hidden motive. A soft, genuine smile touches his lips, a rare sight that speaks volumes about his current state of mind and his resolve to stay. Emphasizing his point, he makes it clear that his affection for this place has only grown stronger over time. Nearby, the quiet atmosphere is shattered as the energetic shouts of children engaged in a spirited game echo through the courtyard. A dark cloak flutters in the wind as one of the young ones leaps into their role with dramatic flair and practiced movements. Brandishing a simple wooden stick as if it were a legendary staff, a young girl boldly proclaims herself the most powerful sorcerer in existence, taking on the mantle of the Black Mage. Her friends scatter and laugh, fully immersed in their make-believe world where heroes and villains are decided by a simple turn of the game. As the afternoon sun warms the courtyard, they continue their game with high spirits, their playful bickering over whose turn it is echoing against the stone walls while a silent observer watches from the periphery. The atmosphere shifts instantly when a new rumor is shared, claiming that the legendary sorcerer has been spotted at a local establishment known as Roim's store. Hearing this impossible claim, the young man freezes in disbelief, his eyes widening as he processes the fact that someone is using his identity right under his nose. Before another word can be spoken, he vanishes into thin air, leaving the children to blink in confusion at the empty space where the stranger once stood. A lingering sense of unease remains, as one of the boys looks around, wondering if the presence he felt was merely a trick of the light or something far more significant. Meanwhile, across town, a table groans under the weight of a magnificent feast, featuring everything from roasted poultry to fresh greens, prepared with the utmost care. The hosts of the meal wait with bated breath, their faces a mask of nervous anticipation as they look toward their guest, hardly able to believe who is sitting in their humble shop. Seeking confirmation for what seems too good to be true, they ask if he is truly the legendary figure from the stories, to which the man responds with a calm and steady affirmation. With a sharp, knowing smirk, the stranger adjusts his hood, challenging them to doubt his identity while radiating an aura of dark confidence that leaves no room for argument. The couple is instantly swept away by his charisma, their doubts vanishing as they offer a hushed, reverent agreement, completely convinced by the man's performance. As he begins to enjoy the meal with a practiced charm, the two can't help but whisper to one another about his reputation, marveling at the fact that such a powerful being could be so polite. Beaming with pride, Roim expresses what a profound honor it is to host such a renowned guest, eager to provide anything the traveler might need. Inside the quiet shop, the shopkeeper urges his hooded guest to eat his fill, his voice thick with a desperate kind of reverence as he offers the finest delicacies he has to provide. He can hardly contain his glee, fantasizing about the immense wealth this legendary sorcerer will surely bring to his doorstep, until a sudden, violent crash echoes through the room. The heavy doors are thrown wide, and a group of menacing figures storms inside, their arrival instantly draining the warmth from the celebratory atmosphere. His heart sinks into his stomach, the color draining from his face as he realizes exactly who has come to collect, their demands for money cutting through his previous delusions of grandeur. The man leading the group steps forward, a predatory smirk playing on his lips as he questions why such a pathetic, struggling business is even still attempting to operate. Trembling with fear, Roim tries to plead for more time, but his words are hollow as his wife clings to him, both of them paralyzed by the intruder's overwhelming presence. To silence any further excuses, the debt collector slams his boot down with crushing force, the sound of splintering wood serving as a brutal punctuation to his threats. He scoffs at the very idea of payment being impossible, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low growl as he presents a final, devastating ultimatum to the terrified couple. Surveying the meager inventory with open contempt, the intruder makes it clear that the time for negotiation has long since passed, his gaze lingering on the few assets they have left. He dismisses the entire establishment as a worthless ruin, claiming that even selling every single item wouldn't cover half of what is owed to his masters. With a cold finality, he decides to seize what he can immediately, ignoring the desperate pleas of the merchant who can only watch as his livelihood is dismantled. The shopkeeper's wife can only stare in silent horror, the reality of their total ruin finally sinking in as the life they built is threatened by the violence of the debt collectors. Desperation clings to the shopkeeper as his wife throws herself at the feet of their supposed savior, begging the silent, hooded figure to intervene before their lives are completely dismantled. She explains how the harassment has choked their business, while the man in the hood sits motionless, a single bead of sweat betraying the growing panic beneath his dark cloak. From the shadows of the doorway, a scoff echoes through the room, as the leader of the debt collectors dismisses their pleas with a cold, arrogant sneer. The couple continues to plead for their livelihood, unaware that their desperate gamble is about to be met with nothing but cruel amusement. A sharp, mocking laugh erupts from the purple-haired man, cutting through the tension like a blade as he finds the entire situation utterly ridiculous. His voice drops to a dangerous edge as he questions the identity of the figure, demanding to know exactly who they think they're trying to fool with such a pathetic charade. Stepping forward with his men at his back, he reveals a devastating piece of information. He has seen the real Black Mage with his own eyes. He begins to describe a figure of immense power and age, a middle-aged giant whose muscular frame stands in stark contrast to the trembling youth hiding beneath the hood. With a dismissive gesture toward the imposter, he points out the obvious lack of resemblance, stripping away the last shred of the couple's protection. The merchant and his wife freeze in horror, the realization dawning on them that their savior is nothing more than a hollow lie. A smug confidence radiates from the debt collector, savoring the moment of absolute control as he prepares to deliver the final blow to their hopes. Confirming his suspicions with a violent crack, he slams his hand down to signal that the games are over and the real reckoning has begun. As the negotiation reaches a breaking point, Helios stands with a faint, knowing smile, his gaze fixed forward as the hooded youth beside him remains a silent, imposing shadow. Suddenly, a blur of motion shatters the stillness, leaving the debt collectors gasping in confusion as something strikes with impossible speed. Watching from the sidelines, Roym and his wife can only stare in disbelief, their faces pale as the situation spirals beyond their control. When the dust settles, the hooded figure stands tall over a fallen man, his presence commanding the entire room. The remaining thugs recoil in shock, their bravado replaced by a desperate, stuttering demand to know who this intruder truly is. One man lunges forward with a blade, his voice cracking as he questions where this mysterious opponent could have possibly come from. In response, a crimson aura begins to bleed from the youth, the air itself vibrating with the weight of his burgeoning magical power. The realization of true magic strikes fear into their hearts, leaving the attackers paralyzed as the red energy swirls violently around them. He stands at the center of the storm, unmoved by the chaos as the fallen bodies of his enemies litter the floor. With a sudden surge of mana, the first attacker is sent hurtling backward, his cry of pain cut short by the sheer force of the impact. The shockwave ripples outward, tossing another man aside, as if he were nothing more than a leaf in a gale. As the energy dissipates into a thick haze, only the silent mage remains, a small but terrifying figure amidst the wreckage of the shop. As the dust begins to settle, he stands amidst the wreckage, his presence alone enough to keep the remaining thugs pinned to the floor. The silence in the shop is absolute, broken only by the heavy breathing of those lucky enough to still be conscious. The leader of the group gasps for air, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief at the overwhelming force he just encountered. A frantic, nervous laughter escapes him, a desperate reaction to the sheer absurdity of the situation. Trembling, he manages to choke out a question, demanding to know who the mage is affiliated with, as if a name could somehow make sense of this defeat. Watching from the shadows, Marquis Helios narrows his eyes, the thought crossing his mind that such incredible talent couldn't possibly have remained hidden from him until now. Far from the tension of the shop, the focus shifts to the grand windows of the academy, where the name of a certain troublesome individual is whispered. Lenost walks alongside her companion, expressing a mock pity for whoever is still tasked with chasing after the elusive student. Turning her attention to Varus, she teases him playfully, asking where their little puppy has wandered off to this time. The student snaps back in irritation, hating the nickname and genuinely wondering if anyone actually knows where their missing associate has gone. She sighs, noting how much of a nuisance he's been lately, her tone suggesting that his recent behavior has been even more difficult than usual. But before the conversation can continue, a sudden realization or interruption cuts through the air. The weight of the situation finally settles as Lenost reaches a definitive conclusion, her voice steady as she declares her intent to send Schick to Helios. A sharp, echoing crack punctuates her resolve, the sound reverberating through the hall where she stands alongside Varus, both of them silhouetted against the vast, open balcony. Narrowing her eyes at a figure in the distance, she spots their target and issues a cold command for the student to bring him forward immediately. The morning air at the academy is filled with the usual chatter as students exchange pleasantries, setting a peaceful tone for the start of the day. But for one young man, the weight of recent events still lingers in his mind, confirming the truth of the words he just heard as he reflects on the surprise of it all. His presence doesn't go unnoticed, drawing surprised calls from his peers who can hardly believe the transformation in Arshan's appearance as they crowd around him. Watching the commotion from a distance, the blue-haired student can't help but marvel at the shallow nature of their classmates, jokingly wondering if a simple haircut would earn him the same level of attention. Beside him, Varus remains more contemplative, knowing that this change wasn't just about aesthetics, but rather a long-awaited opportunity finally being seized. His gaze remains fixed on something in the distance, prompting his companion to ask what has captured his attention so intensely since they arrived. They both turn their focus toward a group of unfamiliar figures gathered in the courtyard, speculating if these newcomers are the highly anticipated new professors everyone has been talking about. As they watch, one of the men, a stern-looking individual with piercing green eyes, turns his head, locking eyes with the blue-haired boy for a fleeting, intense moment that feels like a silent challenge. The stranger quickly returns to his conversation with the other staff members, leaving an air of mystery and unspoken tension surrounding their sudden arrival at the academy. Brushing off the strange encounter with a light-hearted laugh, the student admits his own ignorance, content to let the mystery of the newcomers unfold in its own time. As the morning lessons begin, he finds himself distracted by the news of a visiting professor, wondering just how long the newcomer intends to stay. The weight of his secrets feels heavier than usual, leaving him to debate whether he should reveal what he knows about the black figure roaming around Helios. His loyalty remains his primary compass, concluding that if it's for the safety of the man he serves, he must follow his orders without question. A sudden movement breaks his concentration, causing both him and the student beside him to snap their heads toward the aisle in surprise. The sound of steady footsteps echoes through the room, prompting a concerned inquiry toward the professor at the front. A girl with long, silver hair comes to a halt before the desk, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the ornate classroom. Looking directly at the man seated there, she calmly states that there is something she wishes to discuss with him privately. Her gaze is intense and unwavering, marked by striking red eyes that seem to hold a hidden depth of purpose. A collective gasp ripples through the surrounding students, their faces contorted in shock at such a bold and unexpected interruption. He watches the scene unfold with a wary expression, flanked by his companions who are equally stunned by the girl's audacity. The student beside him can't help but whisper in confusion, desperately wondering what could possibly be so important that it required such a public scene. The heavy silence of the storage room is broken only by the settling dust as he stands amidst the towering crates, waiting for his companion to speak. Scanning the cluttered space with a critical eye, she wonders aloud why they've met in such a messy, neglected place. Admitting that he hadn't given the location much thought, he explains that it was simply the only quiet area that came to mind. Accepting the necessity of their seclusion, she fixes him with a piercing gaze, her voice dropping as she addresses Rude directly. Wasting no more time on pleasantries, she demands to know his thoughts on the recent incident that has shaken the academy. When he attempts to offer a standard reaction of shock regarding the professor's actions, she cuts him off sharply, making it clear that his surface-level observations are not what she's after. Reminding him that he was absent during the confrontation with Professor Hale, she notes that he must have heard the rumors circulating among the other students. As he considers the strangeness of the situation, a growing sense of confusion takes hold, leaving him to wonder exactly what she is trying to uncover. The tension reaches a breaking point when she utters the name Rude Chrissy, sending a jolt of alarm through him as he realizes she knows far more than she should. With his identity laid bare, she poses the ultimate question, asking for his true opinion on the figure known as Lydersis. Before he can respond, a sudden spasm of pain causes her to clutch her chest, leaving him startled by the abrupt change in her composure. Recovering her breath, she begins to describe the moment Professor Hale underwent his terrifying transformation. Recalling the chaos of that day, she mentions how Dio plummeted from the cliffside, noting that those closest to him were Lydersis and Cheval von Hedelio. While their bond wasn't as warm as the one shared with Dio, the connection to Cheval ran deep. The memory shifts back to the present warehouse, where she recounts Professor Hale's relentless assault. Specifically how the professor seemed to be singling out Lydersis with calculated intent. As Cheval fell during the struggle, she admits to witnessing something impossible. She definitely saw a strange energy manifesting from Lydersis' very being, describing the dark, unsettling nature of what looked like black magic. The mention of such a taboo power leaves him to grapple with the chilling implications. The more she reflects on the incident, the more certain she becomes that the true source of the anomaly tied to Lydersis points directly to him, the one she's been searching for all along. As the dust settles from the chaos at Helios, the gravity of the situation begins to sink in, centering on the one truly responsible for the upheaval. The noblewoman considers the facts, her gaze sharp and calculating as she weighs the information she might have overlooked. Seated within the quiet confines of the study, she questions the weight of the words spoken, seeking a guarantee for the safety of those involved. Lydersis meets her gaze steadily, acknowledging the looming possibility of danger that still shadows their path. A sudden surge of anxiety takes hold, her hand tightening against the chair as the impossibility of the situation becomes too much to ignore. Softening her tone, she recalls a rare moment of peace, remembering how her son had smiled with a genuine happiness she hadn't seen in far too long. With a quiet sincerity, she offers her thanks to the man who made that joy possible. The conversation shifts to a formal plea, as she extends a request for him to continue shielding her son from the threats that surround them. Her disbelief is evident as she touches upon the truth, struggling to reconcile the image of a lowly 7th-rank mage with the reality of a 1st-rank powerhouse. Willing to offer any price, she emphasizes that his presence is vital for her son's continued well-being. Turning her attention to the next steps, she directs him to join the investigation team alongside Li Spen. Accepting the responsibility, Lydersis assures her that he will handle all the necessary arrangements. As the terms of the agreement are finalized, he listens intently, the priority of the mission shifting entirely toward his own protection rather than the investigation at hand. The stakes are higher than mere politics, for if the magic tower of Helios were to discover the truth, it would mean the absolute ruin of her son's life. Attempting to maintain a professional distance, the director begins to voice a measured objection, but the Duchess cuts through his logic with a gaze full of maternal desperation. Her voice drops to a strained whisper, a single, heavy plea echoing through the silent library as she begs for his cooperation. The room remains still, the weight of her request settling over the three of them like a physical burden. She appeals to him not as a noble peer, but as a mother who feels utterly powerless, leaving the man momentarily speechless as he processes the depth of her fear. Meanwhile, in a far grander hall, the atmosphere is markedly different as a new arrival is greeted with a casual, light-hearted call. Presented with a shimmering flourish, a pristine white uniform rests within a gift box, its gold crest gleaming under the bright lights of the manor. The young man stares at the offering, the silence between him and the red-haired woman across the table stretching thin as he considers the implications of the garment. With a knowing, almost playful smile, she urges him to put it on, her tone suggesting that this is far more than a simple suggestion. He takes the fabric in his gloved hands, the name Shikmuan spoken with a weight that signals the beginning of a new, perhaps unwanted, chapter. Offering the garment with a faint, knowing smile, the Marquis makes his expectations clear. It is time to return to the academy. The young man stares down at the white fabric, his expression unreadable but his grip tightening on the crest. The silence in the room is heavy as the three men remain gathered, the air thick with unspoken defiance. Until a sudden flare of crimson mana erupts from his palm, consuming the uniform in a violent burst of heat, reducing the pristine garment to a cloud of glowing embers, which drift slowly toward the ornate rug below. He doesn't say a word, his gaze fixed on the empty space where the cloth once was, a silent statement of his refusal. But the Marquis remains entirely unfazed by the display, offering words of comfort that carry a hidden edge. With a casual gesture toward a nearby rack, he reveals that such a loss is trivial, as 100 more identical uniforms stand ready. This prompts a chuckle from the master, while the red-haired youth's frustration only seems to deepen. Staring at the endless rows of identical suits, he can only wonder what kind of relentless madness he has stepped into. Staring back with a look of pure incredulity, Shikmuan scoffs at the absurdity of the situation, questioning if the man before him has finally lost his mind. A thin, knowing smile plays on the nobleman's lips as he retorts, suggesting that he should be the one questioning the young man's sanity after his recent behavior. The lecture continues, highlighting how things have only worsened since that reckless visit to Ophine, a mention that causes the red-haired youth to pause in surprise while the master watches in silence. Recovering his composure instantly, he demands to know what any of this has to do with the present, his gaze remaining sharp and unyielding. The Marquis leans in, his expression darkening with a cold amusement, reminding the boy that he was the one who once claimed that the great Shikmuan could accomplish anything. A sharp crack echoes through the room as his hand slams onto the armrest, signaling that the time for pleasantries has come to an abrupt and violent end. The very floor shatters under the weight of his sudden mana flare, a crushing pressure that forces the air from the room and leaves the two visitors standing amidst the rising debris. Towering over them with an aura of absolute command, he asks if they've forgotten their place and the weight of the obligations they carry. With a flick of his wrist, the air itself seems to splinter like glass, as he emphasizes that in the presence of Lenost, there is no room for hesitation or disobedience. The command is final and absolute, leaving no doubt that his orders are to be followed without question, regardless of their personal feelings. Yet, as his eyes flare with a dangerous crimson light, the young mage simply offers a mocking smile, feigning ignorance of the rules he is so clearly intent on breaking. The air in the room suddenly fractures, as a violent surge of mana erupts from the center of the floor, sending jagged shards of stone and debris flying through the air. Reversing the pressure in an instant, the red-haired mage stands amidst a storm of crimson shards, his power forcing the older man to recoil in genuine shock. With a predatory intensity in his gaze, he demands to know what the other thinks he is doing, his eyes glowing with a dangerous, supernatural light. Despite the display of power, the Marquis attempts to reassert his authority, insisting there is no other choice, only to be met with a mocking question about his sanity. Rubbing his head in frustration, the nobleman can only groan as the young man settles back into a calm, almost bored posture. A cryptic smile plays on his lips, as he reveals that he already knows exactly who the Marquis has been searching for all this time. While the tension in the office lingers, the sun shines brightly over the sprawling, ornate grounds of the academy, where the day's activities are in full swing. Amidst the sea of white uniforms, students gather in the halls, including a young woman with purple hair who seems lost in thought. Moving through the corridor, a man known as Professor Rowell makes his way toward his next destination, his expression focused and professional. As he passes by other faculty members, a silent exchange of glances occurs, though his mind seems occupied by more pressing matters. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, his eyes widening as he spots a particular student, wondering why the boy is present in this part of the academy. He listens intently as the student introduces himself as Rude Chrissy. While a silent plea for patience escapes the boy, who wonders how his life became such a complicated mess. Having just finished a conversation with the director, he had the misfortune of crossing paths with the very professor he hoped to avoid. A situation that only grows more crowded as Lanast approaches, her eyes fixed on the pair. She recounts their meeting with the representative from the Magic Tower, her voice dripping with suspicion as she asks if the professor is causing trouble. And her blunt admission of fondness for the boy catches the academic off guard, especially when she compares his behavior to that of a wild animal. Her expression turns icy, pressing for a reason behind this unexpected confrontation. Leaving Rude to watch in silent dread, hoping her protective streak doesn't inadvertently reveal his true identity. The professor attempts to brush off the awkwardness, instructing them to continue on their way. Yet he lingers on a point of etiquette, noting the boy's persistent use of informal language. If that's the game, he decides to drop his own professional mask, a move that clearly irritates the young woman standing by. As the underlying message becomes impossible to miss, stay out of business that doesn't concern you and vanish. As the tension between the group reaches a boiling point, he remains silent while a sharp call echoes down the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. Approaching with a sense of urgency, a staff member steps into the fray, his presence acting as a necessary buffer between the clashing personalities. Raising a hand to signal for order, the man reminds them of the schedule, his polite tone masking the underlying demand for compliance. Urging them to move along quickly, he notes that the others are already waiting, effectively ending the private dispute in the corridor. With a final, lingering glare, the professor offers a sharp warning that there won't be a next time before finally turning to depart. Walking alone through the quiet hallway, Rude seems lost in thought, the weight of his recent encounters clearly weighing on his mind. Until a sudden shout breaks the silence, causing the boy to stop and look back in surprise as his name is called out with familiar energy. Lunging forward with unbridled enthusiasm, Varys catches up and immediately begins prying for details about the meeting with the director. Offering only a vague and dismissive response, the student keeps his true thoughts guarded, his mind drifting back to the mysterious figure he encountered. Recalling the girl's intense curiosity, he remembers how she watched him, her words hinting at a deeper interest than she was willing to admit. Shaking his head to clear the memory, his companion continues to press him, unaware of the internal dialogue playing out in his friend's mind. As the girl's soft admission of error echoes, he wonders if there was more to her realization than a simple misunderstanding of the situation. Accepting the situation with a quiet resolve, IEL offers a simple acknowledgement, her mind already drifting back to the unsettling events of the day. Nearby, Varys struggles with his own frustration, unable to accept the lack of answers as he wonders what secrets are being kept from him. The memory of the meeting haunts the director, who remains certain of the strange energy she saw emanating from the body of Lydersis. Even as the hallway buzzes with the idle chatter of students, the blonde youth moves through the crowd like a ghost, his focus entirely consumed by his growing doubts. In the quiet of the dormitory, Rude lies in a deep, undisturbed sleep, unaware of the scrutiny he is about to face. Standing over the bed, the intruder finds himself unable to let the matter rest, the questions from earlier continuing to gnaw at him. Convinced that a direct check is the only way to be sure, he prepares to verify his suspicions, knowing that he can't simply take things at face value. Reaching out with a steady hand, his fingers brush against the sleeping boy's forehead, searching for any sign of the power he suspects is hidden there. Despite the intrusion, the silver-haired youth remains perfectly still, his breathing rhythmic and calm. Yet, just beneath the surface of his awareness, a dark and ethereal energy begins to swirl around the bed, a manifestation of power that remains invisible to his eyes. Withdrawing his hand in disappointment, Varys concludes that his search was in vain, convinced now that there was nothing to find after all. But as he turns to leave, a sudden flicker of doubt or a sharp realization catches in his gaze, suggesting that the mystery of Rude is far from solved. Standing over the sleeping figure, he freezes as a dark, swirling mist begins to rise from the bed, leaving him breathless with confusion. Driven by a desperate need for answers, his hand reaches out to pull back the covers, determined to find the truth hidden beneath. With a sharp tug, the fabric gives way, exposing the boy's chest just as the silence of the room is shattered. Crimson eyes snap open, pinning the intruder in place as he frantically searches for a mark that refuses to appear. Panic begins to set in, his gaze darting across the pale skin in a desperate, silent plea for the evidence he's certain must exist. His fingers brush against the warmth of the other's skin, the physical contact only heightening the suffocating tension between them. The sleeper is fully awake now, staring up with a look of dazed suspicion that demands an immediate explanation. Realizing the absurdity of his position, the intruder pulls back, his face flushing as he tries to maintain some shred of dignity. Varys stammers out a clumsy excuse, claiming he only thought the boy was overheating, though the lie tastes like ash in his mouth. With a frustrated curse under his breath, he retreats to his own side of the room, the mission a complete and humiliating failure. Left alone with his thoughts, Rude settles back into the pillows, wondering why he feels a strange resonance, and if there truly is a mage's mark from Lydersis hidden in plain sight.